Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talk.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Yo, afternoon. Hey, Talon, how's it going, man? Ryan, hey, Frost. How y'all doing? Let's get this going here. Hello over on Twitch, over on YouTube. Here, let's invite everybody because the alerts. We are dealing with some things with the alerts that I'm going to start the show off here. So, I have been going through some of my YouTube stuff. Not sure if you guys were here for the Shadow Ban fun, which, yeah, that was confirmed to be exactly what I thought it was. And the reason that it happened was for something incredibly stupid. We had a situation where, and it's not his fault at all, but Kirk's music started getting flagged, and when it did, there were enough, like I had played it enough to where it pretty much mass flagged my account. So the AI, that wonderful AI over on YouTube, decided that, you know, it's not it doesn't actually count against my channel because I was able to clear them all up, but because they held my account in limbo for just long enough to make it a pain in my ass, I took an algo hit, confirmed algorithm hit. Which, if you guys look at any of my content, like if you look at the videos that I released like right after it happened, you can see it like in real time. Also, I got a update about my my monetization as far as my videos go, and it sucks because this new AI model has essentially taken a lot of my monetization away. So, hate to say it, guys, I'm gonna be a little bit I don't want to say beggy, but it is going to start, like, I'm going to start doing the streamer thing, where it's like, no, you guys can help support the stream in any way, and I got to try and do this memorial fund quickly, because, honestly, it's starting to reach that point where, yeah, it's getting dire. I don't know if I can continue doing the stream on the consistent basis that I do. So, kind of sucks, man. That sucks. Can't undo it through YT support? No, because, their stupid AI decided that I had already made the mistake, so they can't just walk it back. Although it does seem like when I did bring it up that they gave me a little bit of a boost, but I'm telling you right now, I'm looking at it. None of my alerts went out on YouTube. Like right now, I'm sitting at 0 on YouTube. So, yeah, guys, this is dire. I'm just gonna put it out there, man. This is kind of like the emergency thing that I was kind of told that this was something that happens to newer streamers, especially the more you grow, is you start to grow at just enough of a point to where you get on their radar, and then all of a sudden they start putting all of your little like mistakes under the radar or under the microscope. And yeah, man, it sucks. Boo YouTube surprise. Yeah, boo YouTube surprise indeed. Yeah, I'm not happy about it. And on top of it, I also got another notification from my YouTube rep about chat. We have to moderate chat a little bit more. And this is one of those situations where they they gave me a few flagged words and shit where I was just like, really? Like, okay. So anytime that we see things that I have to censor, we have to, like, I have to get on that. But if you guys are part of the moderator squad, please help me with that one, because yeah, this is ridiculous, guys. I'm trying not to break down right now. I'm gonna be completely real with y'all, because with everything that I've had going on, this was the last fucking thing I needed. The last thing I needed. How is Hi. I have had better days. I've definitely had better days. I'm running. Does that mean chat on the screen, which includes Twitch or YouTube chat? Both. So yeah, I have to, like, anytime that I see something sus, like this is the first time that I might have to just do away with chat on the screen. I don't know, guys. It sucks. Because right now they're making it seem like my main focus needed to be was getting any of my strikes removed, which I did. Because Alirda, I'm not sure, like Anna, I'm not sure if you heard this, but this is it's a clusterfuck that happened, and it's none of our faults. So Kirk he gave me permission to play his music, and in his career, he's gotten bigger. So now he got the, backing from other music entities or whatever the hell that protect his music, which is great. And I want that for him. I think he needs that. But his rep did not give me permissions to use his music. So I took a mass flagging where they went through all my content and they essentially took my monetization away. I'm just gonna say it, guys. They didn't demonetize me, but they made it so where each video, it took my it's fucked. It's fucked, guys. Honestly, this could be the end of the channel. I don't know what to tell you guys. I wouldn't play his music anymore. The thing is, I have the permissions, and I also just got, because this is what's really screwed up, and I'm more than happy to tell you what happened. The rep for the company that he was working with, decided that, they thought that they gave me the permissions. They just added me to a list of something that didn't give me the permissions. It said that I was on his channel or something like that. It was weird, but it was completely their mess up, and through their screw up, I got completely screwed by this. Use copyright free music I sent you. Even that, I'm having problems with, because I tried to use the music you sent me, and the first 2 songs got flagged by the AI. This is why I'm still using my playlist right now. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do, because I hope you guys understand that, without saying too much, I was right there. I was right fucking there. I was right fucking there. I was doing well. I was gaining. I had monetization to a point where I could almost do this full time. But I got that from another streamer that doesn't have that issue. I don't know, man. Maybe it's because they use it on their channel, but I'll send you the flag. I'll send you a copy of the email from it. I'm sorry. It's okay. It's not your fault. It's not even Kirk's fault, guys. I hope you guys understand that this isn't Kirk's fault, and it's not my fault for playing his music. This is one of the dumbest things that could happen. With very, very dire consequences. Because, yeah, guys, as I said, that hit, that was enough for me where I'm in a hole now. To the point where it's oh shit, I might have to go get another fucking job because of what this did. So, cool. Pep, can you send us the bad word list on YouTube? Yeah. Actually, it's pretty basic, guys. If I have to, grape, if I have to say that, probably shouldn't be in chat. Pretty much 99% of anything that auto mod catches, leave it. Not playing these games anymore. I understand that Twitch auto mod is kind of a pain in the ass, but I'm not playing this game anymore, guys. It was all fun and dandy, and until this. So we need an earthquake or a war about a crooked politician. Hey, stupid. That ain't news no more. Whatever. Sorry, guys. I didn't mean to start this on such a negative note, man. But this was not. This is not what I needed in my life. This is the last thing that I fucking needed. I love doing this. I love doing this. The fact that I actually was making enough to maintain. And this was without the support from you guys. And this is why I appreciate all the support from you guys. Like, cause God damn it, now that's all that's gonna keep me afloat right now. And I'm gonna be saying this throughout the stream today, so it's a massive bummer. It is. No, this is a massive fucking bummer. And honestly, the last thing I need, is some of the shit that I'm anticipatorily dealing with. So I'll add them as long as we go along. Thank you. Yeah, this isn't cool, guys. This really isn't cool. So also, share the shit out of my stream over on YouTube. Share it wherever the hell you can. Watch it wherever the hell you can. Like, we have to get this out there. I have to essentially claw back out at the algorithm again. You know, damn near a year's worth of work. Cool. Yeah, I just realized I should probably just fucking turn it on. All right. Yeah, this really fucking sucks. And honestly, I'm not gonna even pretend that, like, there isn't a little bit of this conspiratory brain in me that's just like, the timing. You know, Hassan gets arrested at the airport, or detained at the airport. They're going after other smaller... I'm just saying it, guys. This could be, like, the way that they do it. I was worried about this, too. I really was. That's crazy that you can't say those words. Perhaps sharing chat is not a good idea. Yeah, no shit. No, honestly, dude, it's because, like... No, you know what? Honestly... It's because I love my community here, but, like, Talon, honestly, you contribute to this. I'm gonna call you on the carpet for this one because you pushed the button. You're one of the ones who has literally gotten mad at Automod, or what the fuck Automod, or whatever the hell. Like, dude. And honestly, I'm at this point where, do I just remove chat entirely from my stream? Like, and not have you guys on the screen at all? Like, because I started this bare bones, no chat. I would love to have chat on screen. But apparently, again, the problem that I have that other streamers don't, is I can't expect my mods to just be there for everything, okay? And most of these other communities have enough moderation to where they don't have to worry about that shit. But realistically, man, God, like, it shouldn't even be an issue. Also, my chat stays on screen much longer. Yeah, you know what? I do need to, yeah. Well, yeah, it flies because they usually have more interaction, and yeah. I do have it on for a little long. Here, let me see. Font size. Are you serious? I can't change it from here? I can do the delay, but I can't do anything else. Yeah, whatever. Either way, it's because it gets rid of, like, the F-bomb. I understand some stuff, but curse words are really dumb. I don't care. The fact is, dude, I can self-censor. I can, like, as a content creator, I can figure out when it's like, nah, just don't. Like, that's why sometimes you'll catch me going, like, from using, you know, the F-bombs to straight up just going, you know, heck and darn, even. Because honestly, man, what the are you really that much of a effing child that it's just, like, because my mom, you know what? God rest my mom's soul. This is something that, honest to God, bothered the crap out of her. Was that you're smarter than that. You're smarter than that. And she would always say that, like, you're too intelligent to constantly just be using curse words. And you know, and then I saw that study where, well, the more intelligent you are, the more you curse, blah, blah, blah. I remember showing her that, and then, funny enough, she was just like, that's bullshit. But, yeah, man. $1,000 on the second. Wait, what? You can use my music royalty free if you want. Thanks, Harold. No, thanks. I literally have... I have permissions, man. Music is not the problem. The problem is somebody at a corporation fucked up. And I'm the one who's taking the hit for it. Gosh diddly darn it, and fiddlesticks. Yeah, honestly, at this point, I just let's see, what else should we block? What are other ones that got me flagged here? Oh, the main one. This is the one. This is the one that I actually got like that showed up that caused the issue. It is a slur for somebody of either Arab or Indian descent that involves linen. Somebody just blatantly said in fucking chat yesterday. Alirda, if you would do the honors. In general, how about just putting any slurs for, you know, the Jewish community, the Arab community? Because right now, yeah. I'm not... Thank you. You got it. Thank you. Also, towel with one L, please. Sorry. I just caught that. I was like, Is that how you spell it? Is that Spyro behind me? No, it's Snorlax. I can't spell for shit. I'm good at math. Oh, that's why we're friends. No, see? You make up for my shortcomings. Oh, God, you would hate playing D&D with me because I would just look at you. I would roll. And this is why I have one friend that specifically, like, when I play with him, I'm just like, games go much faster because I'll roll and I'll just stare at the dice and he'll be like 34. I'll just be like, thank you. No, the dragon looking thing. Oh, that's, no, that's Godzilla. Well, which one? I got two Godzillas back there. One of them's like a kaiju Godzilla. I do that in my games already. You just add for everybody. I appreciate that. You are doing the Lord's work, and you make D&D so much more fun for like other people. I really appreciate that. Because I'll tell you what, man, there have been games where I don't have my friend there, and it does kind of just like take forever. They're like, "Do you just want to use a calculator?" I'm like, "I don't want to be embarrassed." Oh, no, I missed it. Well, thanks, guys. I appreciate it. I was Spicy Pep Day. It is Spicy Pep Day, guys. By the way, Miss Alice, hi. How you doing? Bloodstone, how you guys doing? I hope you guys have been able to catch what's going on. Yeah, it kind of sucks. I am dealing with some repercussions of, again, something that's just silly, but man, it's the timing. It's the timing. I've had a lot going on this Mother's Day. I think I talked a little bit about it yesterday. Was not great as far as just, my headspace. It's been rough, guys. And then just, I've had some other personal stuff going on, and this. Like, it really was like that. Oh, you're gonna have some really bad things happen. And I'll be completely honest with you too, not trying to be a complete bummer, but I thought that my old dog having some health issues, I thought that would be like the third one, because I was counting. I was just like, there's one, there's two, where's the third? This one class, I'm telling you, that email I woke up to was not fun. That was not fun at all. Thank you. You're yeah, good job. All right. Yeah, I'm looking at the list and you're nailing it. Man. Oh. What the fuck? I was a little worried that the bottom of my cup just fell. I was like, there's no that was just my all right. But yeah, guys, oddly enough, as I said, the chat one was more of a incidental where they took this time to kind of give me like a breakdown on just like everything that's been going on with my channel and a few other things. I do feel like, again, man, the timing, the fact that just yesterday Hassan was detained, or the day before that, like they were asking kind of similar questions, man. Like, I don't know. I think I'm being paranoid. I think I'm being paranoid because, yes, while they were asking similar questions, it was also mostly related to, like, things like this, where, you know, TOS breaking. They did ask me about our, like, how many people I've banned, though, so not sure what that was about. So why am I so upset, though? Because this took away a lot of algorithmic work. So the reason that, like, creators on these platforms, like, ask you to do these things, like and subscribe, and it seems, I'm coming from a consumerist point of view. I used to think it was shameless. I used to hate that. I used to, like, legit, anytime I would watch something, I would just be like, oh, look at these guys. It's all a money grub to them. Not understanding the breakdown of how these people got paid. Once you understand that, it is different, because it's like, no, they're doing it for the love of the game, and, like, if they make enough money, they're making just enough to live. I left the stream. I don't know what is the problem. Oh, literally, I'm... Well, I think you know, because didn't you offer music? Like, I have a deal with one of our chatters who, he is a produced musician who does, like, he's got a record deal. And honestly, I'm glad that they're protecting his stuff. There was a mistake made where, legit, instead of adding me to the list of people who had permission to use his music, they put me on another list. Like, it was like a creator share list. I was like, that doesn't give me that same permissions. And so they ran it through whatever AI they're using, and it flagged pretty much everything that had Kirk's music in it. And, like, that's pretty much every live stream. And when that happened, what that does is it shuts down my monetization. And when that happens, especially with enough videos, they essentially shut down my account, man. Like, because without going too deep into it and without breaking my contract with them, what I can say is that I was making enough off, like, the little ad, like their ads and stuff like that, where, you know, I didn't have to ask you guys constantly for donos, which, again, I anybody that supports this stream, I love you all, like, and I truly do. Like, you guys are making my dream come true. God, that's so fucking corny, but it's true. But for real, man, this just, it sucks. But you know what? We'll get through it. I'll get through it. We're gonna do the thing. So if you guys haven't already, hit that like button over on YouTube. Also subscribe over on YouTube if you haven't already. Here is the link. And I will be leaving the actually right now. Shit. Yes, YouTube takes its cut, but if you guys can donate through YouTube or get yourself a membership, that would really help me. Or if you guys can just do like a super chat, any of that kind of stuff, that's the type of stuff that is going to help me the quickest. God, it is so cringy that I have to even fucking do that. But fuck, man. This is it. This is literally it, where it's like, oh, this is what it's like to do something that you love, but also like feel like you're compromised. But it's also the game, so I don't know. It's not like I'm trying to do that fucking God, what's that? The kick thing. Johnny Somali, just do a bunch of like IRL content. I'm just curious, is Anna privately writing you the whole long list of racial curse words? Actually, she's the moderator right now over on Twitch, and she's just, I'm seeing it when she puts the terms in, so. But yeah, man, this sucks. And you know what's really fucked up? I had to admit this. This would be so much easier to understand. Thank you. I really appreciate that, man. Thank you for the $2 donation. Also, when you guys do dono, $2,
Yo.
the pup shows up and he gets a little treat. That is for all of y'all. Even though Mitesh is his uncle, it's okay. You got Uncle Mitesh. Which again, shout out Mitesh. Thank you for everything that you've done for this channel. Thank you for every donation. Thank you guys. Like, for real. Talon, for real, right? Like, all right, your help. Thank you.
Talon Silverhawk $2. Hello.
That is very, thank you. For real. Sometimes you're a pain in my ass, but thank you, brother. Anna, this is the type of shit when he starts being a fool. Just remember. He's, oh man. All right. Now
Talon
you're really,
Silverhawk
all
$2.
right.
World.
Thank you. And shit, dude, you're gonna make him fat. I looked up a list of slurs. Oh no, Anna, did I just screw up your I hope your algorithm doesn't get screwed up by that. I need to send you this one because it's not it's, yeah, here. If you need to send me anything, send it through Discord, obviously. Well, unless Discord's gonna flag us. God, I didn't think about that.
Talon Silverhawk $2.
Oh, bro. All right. Well, thank you. Like, this right there. I actually, it's so weird to see it in real time where it's just like, hey, by the way, we're going to now just invite some people. You might make it to the front page. I hope that you guys understand where I can and cannot let you in on everything. We getting a whole sentence? Apparently, now I'm actually a little concerned what's he gonna say.
Talon Silverhawk $2.
Yo,
makes.
hello world, it makes. All right, now he's only getting one at a time. Look at you. Here, if he does any more, then you're only getting one up. Uh-oh.
Talon Silverhawk $2.
Right.
A sound.
This is the all right. And need to send you yeah, Anna. I actually, well, no, leave it. I'm sorry. You really were looking up just a list, weren't you? Because that, I've never heard that. That's okay. There is one thing though. There was another.
Talon
Anything that would get
Silverhawk
flagged with the
$2
Israel
every time.
Palestine conflict as being deemed as not controversial, but that would get flagged in the auto mod. Those are the ones that we also have to be a little like. I don't know why. Well, I do know why. Let's be real. But so if you put pretty much any word, like you put the word Jew, and then you put anything else behind it, it will flag. So I don't know how to. Why is the world the way that it is? Because Twitch is no. I don't know. No, because they ban anti-Semitism. They do. Like, trust me, man. I know it does. Like with all the Hassan discourse and all this shit, I've seen people get hard banned, but man, it does. Every time you like a YouTube thing. Thanks, man.
Talon
Dude,
Silverhawk
for real.
$2. How you like a YouTube thing?
This was like the time. Thank you. I appreciate it. Fuck. All right. Now you guys rule. All right, Talon. As I said, you rule. You guys. You do have my back. I'm about to get mushy, man. Damn it. Oh man. All right. Yes, I remember Automod literally flagged my message for saying as a Jew. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I mean. Squish had to approve you. That's exact. Yeah. That was the stuff that I was talking about too, where it's just completely innocuous shit. You gotta love it, guys. Yeah, right now, what are we at? 33 minutes. Let's see. By the time I would hit a half hour, I'd be averaging right around 30 to 40 people like showing up. So that sucks. Well, hopefully this will not be a long-term thing. Hopefully it is just something that will pass very, very quickly, because fuck, man. And yeah, I do know that I have to, like, any of the music that I use from Kirk, I have to use the ones that he didn't register with that record company. So we have some new stuff that I can play, but cry harder for the pay piggies to donate more. Okay. New chat person. That's somebody's mad. Somebody must be a hater or a did I ban you? Actually, it's not. Did I even mention that this wasn't for payment? Like, yeah. I was just mentioning how something happened with my algorithm. And dude, fuck you. I'm one of the honest people on this platform where I'm just trying to tell you what the hell goes on here. God. And as a radio dude, I love that shit. Like, I loved when, like, again, guys like Xander Hall and even Howard Stern, like, when those guys would talk about, like, the behind-the-scenes shit of, like, their radio contracts or, like, their Twitch contract, shit like that. It's very interesting to me, so. Therefore, I hope it's, at least be creative with the username. New chat person. Oh, come on. Listen, I know that I'm a little gullible, but I'm not that bad. Damn. I know the secret algo. I'm shadow. Well, dude, being shadow banned it's fucking obvious. It's one of the most obvious things that you can see in any, like, platform, especially on YouTube. It's just instant. So, and whatever. Have fun, man. Have fun hate watching. I appreciate it. Now, if you're a real gentleman, you may hate on me, but still like that stream. Come on, wouldn't it be more fun to hate on me when I'm a little bit bigger? Come on. Come on. How has the drama affected your... Well, excuse me. Oh, does it? Well, here, have a little more. Just a wee bit more for you. Damn. I think Anna might have found a new list, guys, because I'm starting to see them just pop up. What, like, I thought it was chat. I'm like, well, chat's not registered. Oh, that's why. We got a lot of banned words going on. Genie Bottle, hey, how you doing? Glad to see you. know that you're just popping on in here. Just kind of explain that, yeah, the channel kind of went through a little bit of a hiccup. Which is, God, as I said, it'd be so much easier to understand and just to accept it if it was chat or if it was an actual, like, if it was something that wasn't somebody else's fault. Where, God, the fact that somebody else just came right out and said it, like, oh, oopsie. It's like, oh yeah, oopsie poops. That's great, and I'm the only one that gets to deal with it. Talon, donate more so we can laugh at how fast he changes
Talon
how
Silverhawk,
he talks about you.
New person,
because
don't forget to like and
shekels.
subscribe.
Well, Talon is somebody who always makes his voice known here, whether I want him to or not. He's did you not kind of get through just me like talking about him, where it's just like, hey, not exactly expected. Good pay picky again. All right, that got me. Oink oink, piggy piggy, oink oink. I'm a little piggy, oink oink oink. Or wait, I'm a little piggy, here is my stout, oink 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 oink. I just give people whatever the fuck they want. Did he just call you a pay piggy? He called, I'm pretty sure that wait, did he call me? No, he called Talon pay piggy. Or pay pig. It is kind of funny. Thoughts on the Iran-Contra affair? Like, from 89? Like, Oliver North shit? Like, okay. Do I know what that is? No. Oh. Is that something that you're about to add to the list? Because, yeah, no. I didn't.
Talon Silverhawk, $2. New person, I'm a libertarian, people don't like me.
Aw. That kind of was sad. Talon, to be real with you, you are part of the problem in chat with your whining. Oh, wait, you donated. Thanks for having my back. I think this is an apology. Genghis Khan, what up, dude? At least that's how I interpret this, is like, hey, I'm sorry for being an asshole and for contributing to, you know, something in a negative light. If he has that clear. Again, man, I'm trying to be fair here, too. Like, Talon, you have had a few times where I was just like, bro, like, what the fuck? But, hey, you also did apologize, so much is what's up. Feeling sore from LARP last night. Oh, really? Damn. You know, I missed that shit. We didn't LARP or anything like that. We had something called DAG, where we just made our own, like, our own foam swords. It was essentially the same shit, where, like, you know, same rules. We didn't do, like, the D&D aspect to it. It's fun. Of course, that's what it is. Okay. This isn't Brian. It couldn't be Brian. Because Brian isn't this much of a, like, getting paid? Whatever. Either way, guys, thank you for supporting the stream. Talon, I appreciate you helping out. And also, if this was an apology accepted. But no, for real, guys. Thank you for, like, supporting. Like, even from up until this point, like, I want to just say thank you. I feel like I do say it a lot, but yeah, especially like with everything that went on with my mom. You know what? That was it's kind of refreshing to have a lot of people help out. So Harold Saxon has what? That's you almost got me with that one. I was like, what? Well, I know it. I might actually have to take a pause on stream to go make a phone call to a certain agency in the state of Tennessee. So, God, I forgot that I still have to deal with that. Like, I somehow like buried that out of my brain, but I do have to still go deal with the like actual payment system of my mother passing. Hi there, just lurking for taking a tea break. Yo, Bandit, what up? Hope I hope you heard what happened. I'm not trying to go over everything, but okay, dump a water bucket on your head. But I gave you 2K. You wrote out that you gave me 2K. Trust me, I have notifications up just for this reason. Where you cannot fool me. As I sadly sip my coffee, where I'm like, yes, you can, because you did. Fuck, man, you're still going. You are still going. Holy crap, Anna, good job, thank you. Man, really took this serious. Can I just ask, has this been like something that we should have done a while ago? I kind of feel silly on that one. We'll go with an apology. Sounds less selfish. Oh, thank you.
Talon Silverhawk $2. Well, go with an apology. Sounds less selfish.
The desperation for money is great content. Well, dude, I don't want to quit doing this. Like, this is one of those situations where, and I don't know why, like, I'm not even defending myself against you. Like, I'm just telling you what happened, man. Like, I hit that point where, like, yeah, I could start doing this, like, full time. Yeah. And it's kind of shitty when I could almost quit my other gig and just do this, but no. But yeah, whatever. Probably, yeah. Yeah, I feel like we should have. I definitely feel like we should have done that a little bit sooner, but whatever. It's done. Thank you. I appreciate that. And also, Talon, apology accepted. That is questionable. Listen, that is questionable. I'm not going to let you buy your mod status.
$2. I would be better mod than Anna. Lols.
You have 30 viewers. Be serious. Oh. How old are these people to buy into this, lols? That's them. Now you just sound salty, bro. Like, the fact that I have an active community that is engaging with me, and also, I mean, to your madness, paying for it. Oh no, oh no, you flagged your bank account? Shit! Oh, I better not take any hits from that. I swear to God. I swear to God. Can't even spell my name right. Shake my head. Yeah, to be fair. I've had the same thing. Twitch ads were paying me enough to support myself. Okay. The Twitch ads, when you are a political streamer, are not as good. That's why Hassan and those guys do just chatting, but I also am trying to create engagement, so therefore it's easier if I go with politics. So, whatever, man. And I'm glad that you can do that. I am actually happy for you. If you can make enough to, like, live off streaming with 30 viewers on Twitch, that's fucking badass. Good for you. I added as many as I thought were relevant. 53! 53! Holy... Jeez. I was told the auto message... Yes, I made that purchase. Okay, cool. But now you need to give me money, because Twitch shadow banned me. I didn't say... did I say Twitch? Twitch did not shadow ban me. Twitch is not the one... Like, surprisingly, I understand now why people don't necessarily leave Twitch. They are a little... I mean, their TOS in chat is definitely more arduous to get through. But as a streamer, no, man. Like, the content stuff, as long as you don't, like, bring on, like, banned streamers or say, like, a whole bunch of, you know, stuff against their TOS, which I don't. I try to stay within even YouTube TOS. I didn't break YouTube TOS, oddly enough. That's why this is one of the dumbest things I think I've ever dealt with. You have no presence on YouTube? What a joke. I got a presence on YouTube. I got 1,200 subs. I'm pretty happy with that. I've been doing this since November, dickhead. Like, what are you talking about? What month is it even? Like, May? November. All right, now I get to have that fun. November, December, February. Oh yeah, February's there. March, April, May. 6 months. I've been doing this 6 months. Actually, 6 months on the 10th. Look at that. Ron, what month is it? What a mood, brother. I wish I was kidding. It's been a rough year. It's been a lot, man. I've dealt with so much, and then I really do kind of just live my life that way now. I'm just like, is it April? No, it's fucking May. It's May. Dude, I know. When I saw it was May 13th, I was just like, really? That doesn't seem right. It still feels like it's definitely April in some way. I don't know. Man. Do you have your own show? If so, how many views? I have a feeling I know who this is. I feel like this is an oldie but a goodie. I feel, wait, Anna, here. Check your DMs, Anna. I guess it does that after the 10 to 12 purchases. Well, I mean, you did. How many? 24? Jeez. Here, let me add that. Is that the same troll from Honeybee? It could be. Well, he's over on YouTube. I don't know. I'm getting flashbacks. Oh, come on. F22. You know what? Whatever. He's one of those trolls where, like, I don't know, man. Maybe it's the hockey in me. Like, maybe it's because I've been in enough hockey fights where yeah. Okay, so we threw a few jabs and I called you a cocksucker, but here. Let's have a beer. And I think I've told you guys this, one of the guys that I became, like, damn near best friends with was somebody, like, I met him through having a fight, and then we were chirping back and forth in the penalty box, and then at the end of the game, that's when we were just like, dude, you're pretty funny. You want to come hang, have a beer? It's like, oh yeah. God, I miss that aspect of things. Was great. Every day seems like April 1st lately. It's just one big joke, no one laughing though. Yeah, the PTSD is powerful in this one. Just kidding. Oh my. I mean, he, whatever. As I said, me and F22, we went back and forth, and yeah, he trolled a little bit. What you gonna do, dude? I just love you have 30 viewers, blah, blah, blah. Like, that's the stuff that does make me kind of like, it is laughable. Like, how the fuck else am I supposed to respond? I think it's hilarious because it's like, dude, I'm lucky I even have 2. What are you talking about? So yeah, do tell, where the fuck did I land on this corner of the internet? Ron, what's up, bro? You are on High on Politics. I do a little news show here. Like to start with a little bit of fun. Unfortunately, your very first show just happened to be where I ran into a little bit of a wall with the algorithm, and I'm not going to over-explain it again, but whatever. I had permission to play music. Guy got more famous. New record company said, "Oh, we own this now." I'm all right. Desperate need of getting pissed drunk. Well, I mean, if you want to get pissed drunk and also enjoy the vibe of the stream, you know, we do smoke here. This is 420 friendly, but we also, you know, I have a 420 fun half where I might crack a few back with you. So, but yeah, it's also, we're going to be doing some news. I actually have some news that like nobody else is covering. I'm gonna pat myself on the back for that one because it's more so it made me laugh, and then I did realize, I'm like, dude, nobody's talking about this, and like this is wild. Cheers to that, mofos. Hell yeah, man. Definitely hit that subscribe button and leave a like because it really helps me out as a smaller creator who is you know, with his tens of viewers, trying to make it in this cesspit that is the internet. I do appreciate it. Also, guys, here. Oh shit. You know what? I'll just do this. If you guys want to check out Kirk's music, the music that is responsible for my current predicament, I actually still want you guys to check him out, and yeah, make him famous so he doesn't have to do HVAC stuff anymore, even though he'd probably still do HVAC stuff. So hit me with your worst dad joke. Oh, we did dad jokes yesterday. All right, so I got two. Ron, you want to hear a dirty joke? 3 white horses fell in the mud. The other one that I said that I liked, but this isn't even dad joke. This is popsicle joke, but why is there no gambling in Africa? Too many cheetahs. I can't hit you, son. The government will take it. Have you seen Dark Ages gameplay? Looks awesome. Yes, it does. I saw that dragon battle. That looked yeah, that looked crazy. Just wondering how the flight mechanics work, because this is awful. Thank you. You're welcome. Now, if you were looking for material to go share with your kids, there you go. Here's your like and sub. Thank you. I appreciate that. See, I committed to the bit. And I appreciate you committing. Also, as I said, man, I hope you enjoy it. Have fun here. All right, now, let's also try and fix this. Pep, why are there no MAGAs in Africa? Why? Uh-oh. Oh no! Oh no! I'm actually like on too many rhinos. Oh, yo! Hey! Oh, I should have seen that coming. All right. Current thing enjoyer, Trump goated. How are you guys gonna feel when the far left starts saying the same thing because he solved the problems in Gaza, and now he goes from being big bad Trump to big base Trump? Huh? Are you guys still gonna love him, or like, because you lost the ability to, like, if he wins the libs, then what? Then what? Actually, this is fun. Then what? I haven't thought about this. Why would it upset me if someone, some of you agree what? Oh, because then you wouldn't have anybody to really troll. Like, it's no fun if everybody just agrees all the time. So he could win the whole Gaza situation. He'd still be fascist aligned. Not based. Okay. Well, I guess that takes away from everybody just switching overnight. But more like a broken clock. Might be right twice. Oh, I covered it yesterday. I mean, without getting too serious. It's the same shit that he did to Ukraine and Russia. It's just like, that's his gameplay. Imagine Trump has a stroke and turn full left suddenly. The thing is, he was like, he's never been full left or right. He's always been a cynical, like, son of a bitch who uses politics to his gain. So, listen, one of my favorite things that man ever did was be honest about why he was running on the Republican ticket. And a lot of people don't go to this interview because they just don't want to face the facts that they're using him because they're idiots. They're useful idiots. The reason he didn't want to even fuck with the left was he was just like, yeah, because they go to college. Like, it's easier if you just tell people what they want to hear and then they never ask questions about it. And then you ramp up their baser instincts and just go based on that. And he did it. Trump wants to make deals. Your side, I mean, my side. Thanks for that. You're wrong, but I didn't like Biden. Trump is only like Shinzo Abe, Jeffrey Epstein, and himself. Wants to FW the left because you guys are weird as shit and cringe. Yes, says the people who literally, like, stan a politician in any regard. Yeah, you guys are totally fucking normal. Yeah. That's kind of funny. I will say that much. I've got to fix this damn thing, because it is annoying. Yep, that's exactly what's going on. Hell yeah. Much better. Simply Steve, what up? As you guys with Kamala, I remind you of Brad Summer. That was cringe as fuck. Brad Summer was cringe as fuck. Do I need to remind you of your man dancing to the Village People, giving blowjobs to a fucking microphone, or just his concepts of dude? There are so many blatantly embarrassing moments from Donald Trump, especially recently, where it is like, cool it, bro. I really enjoyed the Charlie XCX album, though. Look at you being more hip than me. I don't know what that is. I'm assuming that is a performer. God. I think I just turned 90 right there. Is that some kind of performer? I'm not sure. Does she do vaudeville? I once saw a vaudeville. I went down to a vaudeville with little Annie Oakley. She told me that she used to do Western shows, and I didn't believe her, but then I saw her with her little pea shooters when I took her to the fair. They said that a woman couldn't shoot with guns, and then this man was so embarrassed when little Annie Oakley... Sorry. I don't know. I don't know. Why is your message censored? Because you're on Twitch, dumbass. That's why. I'm not going to play that one, dude. I'm on a public platform. Why am I not being able to say things that are totally not in TOS on something that I'm not? I slept like 1 hour. I'm sleep drunk. That's good enough, right? I mean, sure. I don't know. Do you have a... Thanks for that. You're wrong. Simple and effective. Thanks for that. You're wrong. You can use that against anybody. Even if you're not, like, convinced in your argument, it's just like, thanks for that. You're wrong. I'm walking away now. It's totally, He had a blood pack in his pocket. I mean, one day, Vince McMahon, he told me, I asked him, hey, what's going on with all the blood? He's spitting up all this blood, and then he threw me for a loop. I learned something that day. Did you guys know that wrestling's fake? It's totally not real. I thought that it was all real. I watched John Cena get biffed in the mouth, and it just started spitting up blood. I was just like, look, he's got all his teeth. Where's all the blood coming from? And then they showed me the blood packet, and I had a brilliant idea. I said, listen, I'm going to keep it in my hand, and when I grab for my ear, it's going to go pop, and it's going to pop, and then I'm going to have blood all over. It's going to look great. Your buttocks, I'm using that. Hey. I'm not in these Backstreet Boys and kids are listening to now. Dude, I really did just pull that. Well, let me turn my music on. I heard this song when I was once 12 years old. Backstreet's back. All right. God, what was I watching recently that... Oh my God. It was this really cringy rendition from Rikishi, Mick Foley, and who was the third one? They were singing to Big Show, and they did the Backstreet Boys. I was like, no, I don't need this. This is something I do not need in my life ever. I love that Twitch is going wild with the actual discussion. I'm here clogging up your YouTube with my last brain cells best effort. Hey, I mean, you are welcome to also follow over on Twitch. That is... It is fun over there. Same name, Pep Talks TV. You can... Kirk, what up, dude? Man, I feel bad because I did just spend like the first hour discussing what happened. I am not sure if you were lurking, but I did let them in on a little bit of what happened, specifically because I got an update this morning that my page took a hit from that dingbat making that little oopsie poops. No, I was busy, my bad. Don't worry about it. But yeah, Kirk, I covered it. She anything that I had your music in, I already told you, like, you are well aware of this, but the more immediate thing is, I was informed, a ding. She informed me that I had another, like, shadow ban, where they were, like, they don't call it channel ban, by the way, on YouTube. They call it channel under review. And anytime I see that in an email, I'm like, ah. And yeah, it was specifically because of the dingus. The dingus is what I'm calling that lady that controls the rights to your music. But it's not your fault, bro. Like, just so you know, you still have a special place on the stream. Your music is over a non-monetization claim. It wasn't even a strike. I know! I know. No, what happened is it's a mixture of bullshit. Because what happened with her is she just happened to do something that pushed it to YouTube where they're just like, oh, well, what's going on there? How come, like, it may not strike my channel, but they are like, the AI immediately was just like, well, why would that be? And they start, yeah, whatever, man. We're fine. We're moving on from it. It's going to be fine. Talon, again, thank you for all the donos. Like on that end, that surprisingly, it seems like it did help push through that. So you get me wrong, Steven. I yap enough for 10. Don't worry, I'll keep it lively. Oh hell yeah, man. I don't do Twitch. They banned my last account, and to this day, I have no idea why. I know I'm an idiot, but come on. Well, I don't know. The song was called A Mixture of Bullshit. No. So it was your rep's fault. Yes, it was whoever you mentioned somebody, and yeah, it was her. That oopsie was the one that, but no, my YouTube rep got a hold of me this morning to let me know about this, which. And I think the only reason that I decided to just start stream with it and just come out with it is because it's like, guys, this was the fucking, like, this was the last thing I needed. Shit. You got the dude from Star Trek as a mod. Yeah, I mean. But everything's fine. Everything's fine. Sorry, guys. Wait, clip this. Clip this and name the clip coming out. Gotta put bait in the title to recover. Oh. How do I get my own YouTube rep? I think my channel has 4 views now. They come to you. I'll just say that much. Once you get enough traction, like make people think you're coming out as gay when you're coming out of as Shadowban. Oh. I'm uncomfortable with this. That feels... There's clickbait and then there's clickbait. Alright, hold on. Let's see. Don't call us, we'll call you. I swear to God, they did kind of pull that. Like, oddly enough, like, because there's a situation once you do, like, hit monetization. No, you can borrow my... Okay. Well, see, I was a little uncomfortable, I'll be honest. I'm like, but I'm not, so... But yeah, no, they totally did kind of call it, like, do that, where, like, once you hit monetization, they hit you with, like, an email where they're just like, we'll contact you in the future for, with more information for... It's like... My fam thinks I'm gay. Can't kiss the homies goodnight no more. Do you do the fresh and fit where it's just like, dude, we're just a bunch of bros cuddling in a bed. Nothing gay about that. What's up? What's up? How can you tell if someone got deported or if they just got shadow banned? Well, are you talking like IRL here, or are we talking like I mean no, again, they kind of let you know just through asking questions, because once they're like, hey, what is X about? And you're just like, well, you just got a hold of me for a reason, so... Oh, fuck.
Kirk, $500.
Okay.
Eiley.
Bro. Thank you. Fucking Jesus. Thank you, Kirk, and... Wow. Yo. Dude. Wait, where's that guy on YouTube right now? Where's that guy on YouTube right now? Where's the guy on YouTube right now that was being a dick? How you like that? Sorry. That was probably the most juvenile thing I've done in this entire stream, but you know what? Fuck it. Guy pissing me off. Kirk, thank you, dude. No, thank you, man. Thank you. Fucking. Okay, and it looks like I'm actually going to be able to do this, and cool. Simply Steve, that's so hot and cool and based. Another bong. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, that's a. At least one of these. All right. Now, here's the thing. Do I do this? Well, no. The tag will go on Twitch too. Give it the beans. Kirk, thank you, man. Oh, fuck. I might give him a little snackaroo. Here. Actually. I don't know how I didn't just go right for that. Here you go. Here's the big guy. Oh. All right. Well, I'm going to add this to that because we got. That's a lifetime supply. I mean, yeah. Oh, yeah. Matesh, did you see what I got him? So these are the best ones. The other, what do you call them? Greenies? They don't work, man. Hopefully that helps make up for some of it. I'm not sure how much you could have lost, but seriously, I'm getting rid of my label. Don't get rid of your label, bro. She made a mistake. I'm not kidding. Like, dude, she owned her mistake. She's correcting it. I want your stuff protected. I don't want you losing your label. Please don't make a rash decision. If they made up for it, like if everything's clear, then we're good. But it is a big mistake. They almost I'm in a really weird place here because it is. I'm gonna be honest. Yeah, they could have tanked my entire career with this, but wow, she admitted that she made a mistake. It is though. It is. I'm trying to be fair here. I don't want you to tank your fucking record deal or like a record company or deal with a record company. Like, no. Like Atlantic Records won't make that mistake. Don't worry. Okay. Well, okay. Dude, it did suck. Not gonna lie, man. That sucked. Like. That was one of the biggest hits that I could have taken at that point, too. It's just like, come on! Yeah, it was the week after I had just gotten out of another one where it was kind of her fault, too. But, no, I'm trying, like... If it doesn't hurt your career, then I say it's all, like, yeah, but, man. Do you ever watch Ethan Klein's NYT... Peps. No, no. What's Ezra Klein? Ezra Klein. I think I saw Ezra Klein because wasn't he... I think I might have actually gotten a little bit confused by this because I thought that Ezra Klein and Sam Cedar were going to do a debate. And then it turned out to be Ethan Klein. So you got absolutely hammered with claims by my label that were unfounded. I'm trying to be nice, but it's also where I do have this situation where I'm like, yeah, sometimes I am too nice. Because, yeah, that really did suck. And by the way, guys, with that donation from Kirk, that put us right at $3,001. Oh, dude, I'm gonna be able to do this. Yes. Okay. This is. We're almost there. We're almost there, and when I'm telling you, man, like that. Fuck, guys, I'm trying not to fucking break down on. I am trying not to break down on oh god. My mom would she would think this is unreal, man. Like, oh, fuck me, man. I hope you guys know how much this means to me, man. I'm looking at my mom's picture. She's sorry. I gotta text my sister real quick. Thank you, guys. I'm sorry for your loss, brother. I'm saving for a surgery, so I can't. Hey, as I said, supporting my channel means a lot to me. That's also why, like, realistically, I think I did take this a little bit harder than I usually would, is because, yeah, I'm not sure if you probably don't. My mom passed recently, suddenly. She died in early March, and it was out of nowhere. Like, she didn't have any health things that would have led us to believe that was even in the cards. So, but yeah, the whole reason I even had to do that is because you learn that dying in America sucks, and it's very, very expensive. Mother's Day must have been rough. It was. I think that I was honest with you guys yesterday, but not honest enough. I had a full-on mental breakdown. I'm actually surprised that I was able to stream yesterday. Because yeah, Sunday I had a full-blown, like, just completely felt like I could never regain any semblance of normalcy, and yeah, man. But it was weird. Somebody reminded me that like, this is a good place for me, and it is a good place for me to even open up to you guys about it. You guys have been an awesome community and have been super supportive of me. And god damn it, I do not want to do this on stream. I'm really trying. I don't need those clips out there. But yeah, it's definitely helping. That's awful. My condolences. Thanks, man. Yeah, and we were close. Like, and she was also a viewer of the stream. She she loved this. She loved this for me, but she actually enjoyed being part of, well, you guys know, as much of part of the community as she could, because she couldn't figure out chat. So, you guys had never really interacted with her one-on-one, but technically you did if you said something that all of a sudden I looked at my phone and then went, hey, by the way. Oh, fuck. No, seriously, guys. I just got to send my sister the text I was waiting to send. I need to smoke. I need to reset. My dad and my boyfriend online died 4 years ago within a couple weeks. Dude. Dude. Yeah, see, I've also got my dog. Not this one. This one's in perfect health right now, thank God. But because of everything going on in my life, I did spend a nice chunk of change on his vet bill to make sure that was the case. Like, full blood panel, man. I was just like, I'm not playing this game. I have to make sure, full blood panel. I need to make sure he is okay. But yeah, I have a 14-year-old yellow lab who is slowly on her way to the Rainbow Bridge. So, I'm trying not to be too much of a bummer here, guys. But Fuck. Like, thank you. For just listening. It really does mean a lot, guys. I'm such a big, pup. I'm actually... Yeah, yeah, she's... Again, 14 and a half yellow lab is already... When people hear that, they're just like, is she like... how is she still here? It's like, well... She's being held together by love and duct tape, but... yeah, she also has... So, she has Cushing's disease and thyroid cancer. Like, dude, she's got it rough. All right, and with that note, on that note, I'm going to smoke this. Give me 1 second. Oh my god. Why don't you take an hour, Pep? I'm good. I'm good. Making one that says no South African racists in Colorado. You and your channel are very special to a lot of us. I hope you realize this. I do. That's why, honestly, man, when some jackass comes in here saying, like, oh, you and your, tens of views or 30, like, that shit doesn't bother me in the slightest because I have you guys. You guys are an awesome community. Like, this is why I always don't like saying it too much because it feels like it kind of loses its value when I do. But I mean it. I mean every fucking word of it, guys. Like, you guys are... You're a special community on the internet from the just fact that you guys, number one, can engage in the way that you do with the differences that you have. And on top of it, like, you're all just cool, like, people. Like, we don't find a lot of that online anymore. God damn. Especially because, like, everybody's out to, like, prove their own points or just get their arguments out and just, I don't know, man. Doesn't lose value because we know you mean it. Thank you. Fuck, man, I'm getting mushy today. Actually, like, we won't give refugee status to victims of wars, but we will give it to apartheid South Africans. Yeah, and they skipped the gold card line. I somehow, I don't know why, I was almost okay with the idea that it's like, well, at least Trump is charging him $5 million a person. Turns out he's not. What a first stream. Yeah, Ron. Yeah, what a first one for you. Yeah, yesterday was definitely a little bit more of the normal, like, run of this show, but if your moms truly love you and you love them as much, that love, yeah, I'm learning that. I had a really hard time on Mother's Day accepting that this is never going to be better. It might get... I might be able to block it, like, just through working or just not thinking about it, but yeah, man, her birthdays and Mother's Day is just, it's always going to suck. And whatever. That's all nice, Pep, but you're wrong. Oh. Thanks. Ass. No, I have come to terms with this for real, man. Like, the fact that, like, I am having the struggle that I am with my mom's death is, it's because, yeah, I'm lucky enough to be one of the guys, like, my mom was a real one, man. Like, even with all of her issues, it was all about, the love. No, all about that shit. 14 flights, go cheese yourself, MF. What the fuck? Finally, work is over. Uh-oh. Boarding that plane. Gotcha. God, I really am corny as fuck. Time to pack those bags. Yep. Board the plane. I like that. You're goddamn right. Grief isn't just a beach, it's a whole damn ocean. It's okay to take it slow as long as you need. Oh. You and your alt accounts. The fuck, man? To this day, the fact that your alt account with your mom. It's one of my favorite phone calls I've ever gotten from her. Is that really his mom? I didn't know there was a mom's community. Oh, fuck. I forgot I was logged into this one. Jeez. Now I have to, like, look out for you on Majority Report and just be like, wait a minute, this one seems like an alt. I have a piss yellow shirt with a shit color text that says, I poop a lot. Star Trek guy is among us? He is. Yes, he is one who bounces between streams. He values the quick chat over on Twitch, but he also... I'm not kidding. We should have. Like, my biggest regret with that day is not just putting her on speakerphone and just letting you guys hear her. Like, that's honestly one of my biggest fucking regrets is not having her on the show. Like, we talked about it. We talked about the next time she was coming into town, her being here, on here. Like, God, do you understand how much hell that would have been for me? Like, that would have been, God, probably just gone viral just from, like, pure embarrassment, where it's just, we got to say hi to her in chat. You did. It means a lot to me, guys. Okay. All right. Let's do some news or something so I can kind of move on. I love you, Mom. Yeah. Actually, that's... I just got to text her. This was kind of depending on whether or not I would be able to make certain things work for this trip. Specifically because my mom wants to be... She wants her memorial in a very specific place. So... Yeah, and I gotta take a boat to get there. Fun. Not sure if you guys know this. I'm not exactly a fan of boats. Like, I'm talking like ferries. Like, it's just not a... Like, I don't have like a phobia or anything. I'm just not the biggest fan. God. He's a shapeshifter. Hey, you know what, Kirk? Fuck you. You know how many times I had to get asked, am I going to be a doctor? Like, come on. Some of y'all got to share some of the name shame with me. Like Anna over here. Anna's got hers. You know, she's got Anna Kasparian. God, I like how... That's my favorite burn for her, by the way, is just literally going with the Aryan in her name. It was there all along. Don't remind me? I know. Actually, here. You couldn't be a doctor. You don't have enough pep in your step. You do, Kate. I know. Bandit, I was just talking about how I saw the dragon fight, and I want to know if those flight mechanics, like, how they work. Because Doom flight mechanics from the past games have not exactly been my favorite thing, so... But it looks awesome. It does look awesome. You know what? I should probably just play that. Oh, man, thanks for the subscription, Kush Clark Kent. Oh, you douche. Wait, was that you? I hope it was, because I didn't mean to call you a douche if it wasn't you. We have somebody playing games with 2 accounts right now in chat, so I'm sorry if that was not Frick Broom Oblivion. Yeah, I know, man. I know. I want to play it so bad. I don't have time. Like, I could do this. I could play it on stream, but you get like that's not what you guys are here for. I'm not a gaming streamer. But I want to play it so bad. It looks awesome. My buddy was just reminding me about the time where he accidentally became a vampire, and then he didn't know that the mechanics were like really in tune with like vampires. And he went to go. He's just like, oh wait, so the sun kills me? Great. Then he went to go buy something. He's like, no. He's just like, yeah, man. I had to restart my entire campaign. I'd watch a game, not gonna lie. All right. Shit, maybe I'll just do it. Because I got such a backlog. I got to play Final Fantasy VII, not Rebirth, Remake. Wait. Rebirth. The second one. Got to do that. Screw it. Everyone calls me Tal now, though. Can't blame me. The hell your Twitch guy said about grief. I'm stealing that identity is also not a beach, but full ocean. Yeah, Ryan, thank you for that, man. I appreciate that. That actually, wow. No, that was actually pretty beautiful, man. Shit. That's almost like tattoo worthy, I hate to say, because you nail it. You are nailing that. Sorry, I'm not trying to. Today's hard. I'm sorry, guys. Today's a rough one. It's been an emotional day. Obviously, had a rough morning trying to figure out everything that was going on. And on top of it, I'll just say this much. Dealing with anything from Google where you're going back and forth through phone call, it's like, think of any cable service you've ever dealt with. It's 2,000 times worse than that. Hey man, you've been here for me for many, many lonely long nights. I'm happy I can give back an ounce. Dude, no, that means a lot to me. And that is something I might just have to like put that on like a little plaque like right above my mom's picture here, because yeah. You nailed it. And that's a good reminder, because honestly, man, it kind of also reminds me that it's like, yeah, as infinite as it may seem. My psychologist wanted me to publish my writing. You should. You should. Do a Substack. I'm not even kidding, man. Do a Substack. Take the day off politics, play games instead. Ew, you little demon on my shoulder over here. No, you really are. I think that if I have like the angel and demon, it's gonna be like Kronk. All right, awesome. I do have something from Kirk I can play. Thank you, dude. I appreciate that. What's a Substack? Oh, dude, you don't know what Substack is? Here. Here, I will leave you the link here. It's for like doing you can do political writing, but it's like having creative communities, or like writing communities. Or is it just politics? Wait a minute. No, it's for bloggers. Yeah, it's for bloggers. Let's do some tobacco. Man. Bro. Okay, I got a story for you guys. I think that I've told this here before, that I haven't smoked a cigarette since I was 24 years old and 38 now. You do the math. Have fun with that. like literally. But I have not like craved a cigarette in a long time. Long time. But holy shit. The other day, I kind of hit this, I hit that wall where just because, again, everything that was going, well, it was actually on Mother's Day, with everything going on, like I have never associated drinking with cigarettes. So, but you know what I did? Planting. Like actually like planting stuff, and like I would, you know, smoke cigarettes with my mom, and we would, you know, we would garden and yeah, that was kind of funny because I had this like almost damn near uncontrollable urge to just light up a cigarette. And I was just like, plants are therapeutic. I really do like plants. Yeah, I know you're kind of joking, but I do. Actually, funny enough, I do need to show you guys some pictures of my my garden, and also that way. I mean, here I'm gonna drop the Discord link here for Ron, because is that how you say it? RHAN, Ron. Definitely check out the Discord, bro, because I have a subsection there where I have horticulture, and I think you'd appreciate some of my horticulture, if you're catching my drift. Sorry, I need to take care of that. Pep talk, a short speech intended to encourage people to be and do better. I hope I live up to my name. It's kind of weird reading that. I just had this real moment where I was like, I kind of do that. Oh, I just realized I didn't finish. Sorry. There we go. You like birds? I love lamp. Wait, what's going on here? Here, let me, you got me. Oh, right. Yeah, this guy. I remember. Here, I also will cover this. And here. Sorry, my ADD got the better of me. There is the link for Substack. Definitely look into doing that, Ryan, because just based on that little parable, is that what the word would be? But man, like, I'm not even kidding, bro. Like, that hasn't hit me in like since Michael Brooks. I almost stuttered on that one entirely. When Michael Brooks would just say, you know, be ruthless with systems, but be kind to people. That is, yeah. I mean, shit. Yeah, like Trump gluing macaroni to paper. We like to make macaroni pictures. God, you were wait, wasn't that the premise of the South Park thing where I require sacrifice and macaroni pictures? I cried so much when he died. Me too. I had a rough time with parasocial relationships like that. I usually wouldn't, but I was learning so much from him. I had such a parallel to his upbringing where, his homeschooling and his religion and even his relationship with his sister. There were things that I was just like, wow. And it was, he was a very good teacher. And down to earth, but he was great at maintaining his message and also making me consistently interested in new topics that I never would have ever listened to. So he was really, really good about that. Talon Silverhawk, who died? That would be Michael Brooks. He was the co-host of the Majority Report. He died, was it 2022 now? I think it was 2022. Shit. As I said, guys, I didn't even know it was May today. So, Genghis Khan. No, he didn't. Genghis Khan is in chat up here. What are you talking about? At least he was. I'm not sure if he's still there. He knew how to tell someone F off without coming off like an asshole. Yeah. Right after. Yeah, it was right at. Yeah, 2020. It's been 5 years. Oh my God. No way. That's wild. Oh my God. I have been listening to the Majority Report for 10 years now. Actively, because I remember finding them again after they had left Air America, because I used to get Air America for my XM for almost 15. Well, I think I might have you beat, because I listened to the original iteration with Janine. She was the reason I listened, and then Sam was kind of just the annoying co-host. No, Janine Garofalo. Yeah, man. Oh yeah, yeah, dude. Okay, so if you can go back, there's two really classic shows that are just, they're my favorites. It's where Sam Cedar roasts her for her part in Romeo and Michelle's high school reunion. It's fucking hilarious. It actually made me really, really love Sam. I think that was the moment where I was like, I think that I I think I like him. He's cool. He's definitely he could have his own show at one point. Because I'm not. Can you imagine that, Sam Cedar being the co-host, where it was just you didn't know who he was. He would talk about how long he was in comedy, and then I remember seeing his appearance on Marc Maron, and they talked about how they were best friends and how they came up in comedy, and instantly I was just like, oh! And then he talked about Majority Report, and I'm like, I'm gonna go check that out. I've been listening to Destiny for 10 years. Jeez, man, that's wild. Hey, Ron, I want to get to know you more. I'll start. I'm here. Here's a little info about me. I fart when I pee. What up, Repentant Man? How you doing? Man, the Repentant Man. How come you just missed the entire first half of this show where it's just we are all saved? Yes, guys, we are saved. The Repentant Man is here. Whatever would we do? Clean and sober as usual. Oh, absolutely. Oh my God, dude, I missed you so. You got a fan club. Shut the fuck up. Oh, good. This is wonderful, wonderful. If you guys don't know, we have a chatter, the Repentant Man, over in Twitch here, who, oh God. Oh, good God, is what you meant. Yeah, Repentant Man is here to save our souls by reminding you that smoking pot is bad for you kids, and we do not condone the smoking of anything, whether it be tobacco, cannabis, or THC, CBD, any of it. I have to say it's stupid like that. It is really weird that I do have to do that. Although, occasionally, it'll get by. If you... here's the rule, guys. If you say it in the middle of the show, you usually don't catch it as quickly. If you say it in the first hour or the last hour, that's when it gets a little wonky. You forgot to say alcohol or hard drugs? I didn't. I mean, you forgot to say that, so I figured that was okay there, bud. So, I mean, this is your fault. You set the parameters. I went to things that were a little bit harder. Now I am a drunk druggie. What's... Repentant Man, you didn't save my soul. You just... Well, maybe you did. I don't know. I'm on a whole nother level now, so... All drugs are bad. What? Do you not take aspirin? Like, you do know aspirin's a blood thinner that people require to live, right? Like, what are you talking about? He's me without diversity? Oh, wait, is there something real here, Talon? Do you actually, like, not like him because he kind of reminds you of what you might become? Ooh, did we touch it? Ooh, we hit something here. Let's go. Tell me about your mother. Also, tell me why you might not like this repentant man. Does he remind you of what you might be? Little condescending. I mean, I think that's probably his, like, biggest thing here, is that it's like he doesn't understand that it's condescending. Everyone likes you. No, don't do that. Now I'm going to feel bad. Don't do that. If you actually think that everybody likes you here, then yes, everybody likes you and you're a good person. And unfortunately, now I feel really bad. Bro, help me in the loop here. Is there like a priest on Twitch now? Yes. I swear, you know what? That's a good way to put it. He's our Twitch priest. We got our Twitch priest. We all do kind of... I think the thing is, yeah, you kind of went from a bit to like, no, it's kind of endearing. Oh, no. Wait a minute. It actually happened where it started as a bit. Now, all of a sudden, we turn around and here you are. We're like, no, you're actually all right. It went from being kind of annoying to now, yeah, we kind of miss it when it's not here. I just hate that it's one topic. If it's multiple, he might have some fun in debates. Hey, there you go. Start debating something else, Repentant Man. Like, tell us your thoughts on Donald Trump and, like, hit the politics behind yourself. Actually, wait a minute. I just kind of realized this. In all the time that you've been here, I don't think we know your politics. Wait a minute. That just kind of messed me up a little bit. Bro, you've been here, what? Over a month? Here, I think that you're still on here. Let's see. Because I remember it was right about the time Honeybee and me started talking. 2 months? What? No. Really? All right. Hey, look at that. All right. Trump is a crook. This is what speechless looks like. What? What am I supposed to do with that? What am I supposed to do with that? 211. All right, now that's I don't remember when his first message. I don't even see that. Whoa. All right. I'll ask you about that later. I'll ask you about the lore on this one later, or how you can. All right. He's a good person, judgy, but sometimes people need to hear judgment. He has good intentions. He does. Oh, stop it, Soviet. He doesn't do that. He's no, and no. Presbyterian. Okay, that makes sense. I think the new pope is great. Social justice is cool, but pot and drugs are bad. Or not. Fair enough, man. Most Christians, I'll take the trade. No. Weird. Sparking it up in honor. No, man. Honestly. I don't want to be... No, I can't do that. I do need some water. Oh, right. Actually, what time is it? Thank you. I didn't know I had that feature on. More fish and loaves, less hellfire and brimstone, please. Yeah, actually. Yeah, why not? That was always my favorite, like, parts about, you know, Jesus and his whole shtick. I also liked the whole, you know, only my father can judge me, or type of thing. Being his father. Or is it their father? I was always legit confused about that, by the way. Yeah, drink your water, kids. Yeshua was my homie. Yeshua Bar Yusef. Look at you. Look at you. You know your history. What is that from? Wait a minute. Very good. You know your history? Oh, shit. Alright, that's drive me nuts. Our presidential candidate was a libertarian... liberation theologian? Claudia de la Cruz? What does that even mean? Pot smoking turns you into a slacker that lies... See, now, this is the one where I'm like... Huh? Oh, right! Bro, Back to the Future. Duh! Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. I'm so glad that you said that. Yeah, because that was going to drive me nuts. Ah, dude. I think I'm getting old. Oh, no. I'm starting to forget things like that. And it's becoming more frequent. Time to go get checked. You've seen this for yourself? So you anecdotally know somebody who smoked too much weed and ruined their lives, right? At Repentant Man's eating snacks and watching TV sounds awesome, though. I mean, what is wrong with that? I don't do enough of that, bro. Like, that's the funniest part here. Grandpa Pep presents Drumroll Metamucil. Hey, I'm regular. Fuck you. Did you know that once you start taking a little bit of the Metamucil, you become more regular, and then you feel better? Makes my walks a little bit easier, and then I do calisthenics. God, the saddest part is I'm not kidding. Oh, fuck. I legit do a form of old person workouts in the morning. It's called Radio Taiso, which... let's see, is this copywritten? Let's see. Yo, what the hell was that? Huh, that was weird. Here. Non-copyright radio. Taiso. I mean, this is literally the video that I use. My grandpa used to work out every morning and he died. Well, I mean, grandpas tend to do that. I mean, people tend to do that. I mean, I'm not in... Listen, I'm one of these people that firmly believes in the whole not overworking out kind of thing. Like, you know, hearing about the guy that was like a marathoner and, you know, had a heart attack kind of shit. It's just like, yeah. I don't know. Everything in moderation, including working out. Maybe I need a little bit more in my life personally. I will admit that. Again, doing like Japanese calisthenics and DDP yoga. And, well, I just realized that I do, for somebody that has a deviated septum, I do a lot of just, breathing exercises that I can't fully do. Odd. Anyway. Games. All right, let's see. You know what? Let's see. Game. I'm going to get to a few things. I'm not going to focus too much on Trump or any of that bullshit, but bro, I love your fucking hair. Nice, thank you. Oh, dude. So I had like the coolest thing happen the other day. I had to go to the Home Depot. I know, not my favorite place to go, but it's like the only place right now that had some of the stuff that I need for my flowers. So, I had to go there. And while I was there, this very old, that's disrespectful. This wonderful old woman who was there buying herself some flowers, like stopped me and said that she loved my hair and it was beautiful. And honestly, I'm taking that compliment. It's going to, like, I'm going to do the thing that most men do. And that one's staying with me for the next 30 years. So, shout out to that wonderful human being at the Home Depot. It also was kind of nice because she kind of reminded me of my mom. So it was sweet. I exist and my entire body and soul existence is paid. I don't know why I'm laughing, because I'm like, yeah. I remember the first time I had long hair. I got called a woman by an old man at the dollar store. It was really nice. I actually had a situation like that when I was grabbing beer at one of our local grocery stores, and it was just, excuse me, miss, and then they tapped my shoulder, and I turned around, and they were like, oh, and all I could think of was Bob Seger, Turn the Page. Is he a woman or a man? It's a banger of a song, by the way. Did he have a piercing stare? You could see into the future. I had long hair until one summer day I had to work outside and the sweat made it stick to my skin and the itch was unbearable. Short hair ever since. There are times that I don't like having all of it, but whatever. You know, that's why you tie it up, do whatever the hell. The biggest one is, like, again, just the little shit where you get it, like, in your mouth. It sucks. Same with this. You know, occasionally you'll get, like, the mustache hair that it's just like, oh no, stop! And you just want to yank it out. You're like, but if I do that, then I'm not going to be able to grow it back naturally. So, I'm not sure if you guys knew that, but yeah, when you pull out hairs, if they even come back, they will come back without collagen. So technically, you're doing something that could... Kirk official music. Were you not subbed? No. There's no way you weren't subbed. What? I thought you were like... Oh, wait, duh. Sorry, I just had that moment. I do want to grow it into more of a mullet, though. I think I could pull off. Hell yeah, do it. You live once. Do it. Like, do it. I'm not kidding, man. It's just sharing my anniversary. Oh. Oh, is it? Oh, yeah, that's right. I know that does happen. Cool. Yeah. No, that's what I thought. Yeah, it's showing your anniversary. Cool. I'm shaking and skin cells? What you mean? I watched you for a while and I never noticed I wasn't subbed. Hey. Hey. Okay. Well, I hope you're subbed now. Especially over on YouTube, guys. Like, YouTube's the we got to focus on getting some YouTube stuff back, and this sucks. I still can't believe this. Worst case scenario, if the haircut doesn't work out, I'll take a page from my PFP and walk around with a balaclava. I have a hard word with the top of that word. On. Oh, shit! Dude. No, it didn't end. Stream crashed. Give me a second. No, it's not electricity. There we go. Twitch is back. No. Here, I gotta go reset my router. I'll be right back. Or I gotta make sure that my router didn't just reset. That's actually what I mean. I'll be right back. Okay. Give me 1 second. I gotta reset something. There we go. I know, Stan. Give me a second. Okay, everything's good. I think that we should be okay now. What's my bit rate at? Yeah, it started a new session over on Twitch. I just realized that. Well, that's fun. Yeah, we're back. Duh. I know. Yeah, bud. What happened? Yeah, I only paid 10 super chats, though. It flagged it, and the 10th for future reference. It flagged it? Wait. That's from your bank, then. That's from your bank. I remember. Yeah, like a... yeah. No, that's from your bank. Yeah, it's like your bank. No, Kirk. I think Kirk went through this once. I kind of remember this. Yeah. Okay. Everything should be fine. Again, thank you for staying and not just abandoning ship here because Stan is such a good boy. Here. Wait a minute. Yeah, you know what? What happened? My internet skipped. And Streamlabs crashed. So. Caught up on Andor? No, I'm not. I'm on episode 6. So. Please don't say any more than I've already seen. Because, God, social media can just fuck right off. Ooh. I just realized I'm still pretty early on in the new broadcast. Yeah, I am. Yeah, but, dude, what is up with that? Here, by the way. Poggers. God. I said that, and it got caught in my throat there. Just like the frog that I just put on screen. And by the way, that frog looks like Mr. Bighead from Rocco's Modern Life. Rocco! Oh, Rocco. Me and Mr. Bighead love it when you come by. You could speak for yourself there, doll. I'm not exactly a fan. Dude, and then they have the totally coded episode where Mr. Bighead is a closeted clown, and then his boss finds out about it, and then he's just like, I didn't know that you were into clowns. And then he thinks he's getting fired, and then his boss turns out to be a clown, and then yeah, not coded at all, guys, not coded at all. Oh, man. Remember Nip Tuck? You caught up on Nip Tuck. Jesus. Haven't thought about that show in a long time. Chokey chicken. Oh, man. Yeah, it'll happen with Amazon buying books once. I had to go into settings and allow unlimited. And I can do 9K on Coinbase, but God forgive. That's insane. God. And they just gotta make it like that little bit more difficult. It's annoying. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, screw it. Keep politics. Why not? Anna, I'm half-assed tempted to do that, little bait and switch here. Well, now I want chicken nuggets. The theme song's still a banger. Love the B-52s. Hell yeah. It's such a... It's a really good show. I do love it. Traitor. Here, I gotta see what the hell. Stream has disconnected, attempting to reconnect. 8 minutes ago. The Streamlabs detects performance issues and it'll drop down. Your stream quality has improved. What is happening here? Okay. Sorry, I just got a report. I tried to do that before the stream restarted, but over on Twitch at least. Yo, what up, Kois? How you doing, dude? You're good on your end? Good. Okay. Oh, shit. Guys, this is real, by the way. I didn't do this just for clickbait in the title here. Here, give me 1 second. All right. Yeah, it looks like they're actually going for a like a full-on prawn ban. So, yeah, go. Oh! I think I might know why. Might have had a little issue there. There we go. Banning shrimp. Yep, banning the prawns. Who's baiting the clicks? I mean, I'm about to rename the stream to coming out with a question mark. And then just be like, I'm coming out. I want the world to know that I got shadow banned. It's from is what radicalizes people. I'm gonna scream. Damn it! No. Yeah, I forget that I'm on. Like, this is all. Once I say it, it's just out there. Wonderful. Well, now I might as well just do it. Might as well. I mean, now I am embarrassed. Why? Everybody does clickbait. And plus, wait. Yeah, my one apprehension was because I'm like, wait a minute, but I don't want to appropriate. At least turn your camera off first. Do you ever eat prawns? Here. Oh, turn the camera off first and then just be like, hey! No, I don't want to do that. I don't. All right, here is the thing that everybody ignored about this that is now coming to fruition. Trump session. Is there actually going to be a show? Sorry, but yeah. What am I at? 2 hours? All right, so maybe I dicked around for the first 2 hours. It's okay. I was engaging with the community, having fun here. But yes, here, let's get to the news. Let's get to the possible national prawn ban. So this first story that we're going to be looking at is from a few months ago when they brought this up, and nobody took it seriously. And then we're going to get the updates, because that's how this goes.
If you've been closely watching this show and this network, and even on social media, you've probably heard of Project 2025, sometimes also called the Presidential Transition Project. It's a 900-page policy document put together by a bunch of conservative interest groups as a guide for how a second Trump administration can weaponize the federal government in pursuit of a, frankly, frighteningly authoritarian vision. It's also a wish list of a bunch of fringe far-right policy proposals that I think many voters would be really horrified to learn about. It seems like a lot of people are starting to pick up on the project and its proposals thanks to warnings like this one from host Taraji B. Henson at this week's BET Awards.
Pay attention. It's not a secret. Look it up. They are attacking our most vulnerable citizens. The Project 2025 plan is not a game. Look it up.
According to some reports, the project actually began trending on Google immediately after those comments. But even with the new influx of attention, I still think the details of Project 2025 are undercovered relative to how absolutely unhinged they are, even by the standards of today's Republican Party. So, first and foremost, there is this nakedly authoritarian plotting, like the plan to weaponize the Department of Justice as a tool directly under the control of Donald Trump. Quoting from the document itself, the DOJ falls under the direct supervision and control of the President of the United States as a component of the executive branch. Litigation decisions must be made consistent with the President's agenda. By the way, Justice John Roberts just endorsed that in the 6-3 immunity decision, so they've got carte blanche on that. What it means is that Donald Trump directs the Department of Justice. There is no independence. There's no firewall.
It is kind of weird watching this in retrospect and just being like, well, they kind of did the thing, guys.
He tells them what to do, who to prosecute, who to defend, and the like. And I think
don't want young male fascists having post-nut clarity.
This portion of Project 2025, the authoritarian plot.
So it goes from no nut November to no nut never.
To purge the civil service, replace it all with MAGA loyalists, like deep down into the government.
That wasn't funny.
Is getting most of the attention and for good reason. Oh, no. But there's so much more to Project 2025, including, again, a whole bunch of fringe, hard-right culture war stuff. So, for instance, unsurprisingly, the document calls for a full-out, whole-of-government approach to the assault on reproductive rights on women. For conservatives to gratefully celebrate the greatest pro-family win in a generation, overturning Roe v. Wade. It includes an effective abortion ban by calling for the FDA, right? They're going to appoint people to the FDA who suddenly announce, oh, you can't have a medication abortion. Reverse its approval of chemical abortion drugs like mifepristone, which is used in the majority of all abortions in this country. And again, in red and blue states where abortion is legal or not. And to be clear,
this video was made 10 months ago, so almost a year.
There's no absolutely justification for this, right? Mifepristone has been used for decades. This is not.
I'm using an old video for a reason.
A scientific determination. They're going to put
just trying not
some
to bury the lead
apparatchik into charge of FDA to do this. Project 2025 wants to take it away, citing in part the hundreds of thousands to millions of babies whose lives have been unjustly taken through chemical abortion. The document goes further than FDA approval, calls on the Department of Justice to criminalize sending the pill through the mail under the Comstock Act, an archaic anti-obscenity law from the 19th century, which has been rendered largely unenforceable in subsequent decades. In addition to the abortion pill, Project 2025 also wants to strip the mandate for free emergency contraception from Obamacare.
Just a reminder, we're 70, I think it was like the last count was 74% of Project 2025 was instituted.
And look, Republicans are not going to stop until they have all but eliminated access to reproductive health care in this country, full stop. They're also, not surprisingly, committed to
look at the states that outlawed abortion, though. Infant mortality has skyrocketed.
Stopping the enormous seismic green energy transition to doom us to the most catastrophic consequences of climate change. The document refers to attempts to mitigate climate change, to mitigate it as a radical climate policy. It calls for an end to the unprovoked war on fossil fuels, for the government to oppose eyesore windmills built at taxpayer expense.
Eyesore windmills.
The document also calls for all federal laws, grants, regulations, and contracts to delete every instance of the terms sexual orientation and gender identity, diversity, equity, inclusion, gender equality, gender equity, gender awareness, gender sensitive, abortion, reproductive health, and reproductive rights, saying they're used to deprive Americans of their First Amendment rights. Reproductive health. It demands the Department of Health and Human Services immediately put an end to the department's foray into woke transgender activism. And get this, I don't think people know this, but people should. Pornography should be outlawed, and the people
Project 2025 tracker will tell you how far they
use and distribute it should be imprisoned. America 2024. Now, I promise you, I could go on like this for an entire hour. I encourage you to read the document for yourself. Remarkably easy to find with a cursory search online. And that, of course, is because Republicans are incredibly proud of their little project. Listen to the project's architect, the president of the Heritage Foundation, on this network last month.
Okay. That was way off. Okay.
The organization in this plan
you know what? That was irresponsible reporting on my end. I apologize.
Department of Health and Human Services to the Department of Life. Do you think that women in America should be able to get an abortion if that is what their doctor says they need?
Abortion's not health care. I find it really interesting
because
if
they
not
think
worse,
it's obscene.
You wouldn't
they think that
support
obscenity
the
laws apply to this.
Department of Life. I thought we were all in support of life. We believe eminently in women's rights, and particularly women's rights in the womb.
Women in the womb. That position is openly and proudly out of touch with what most Americans want. But that's sort of the point, because Project 2025 is in many respects about power, about a right-wing vanguard minority forcing its fringe agenda onto the American voters by any means necessary. This is what we're going to go to do, and you can't stop us. And if you think I'm exaggerating, just listen to that same Heritage Foundation president on an episode of Steve Bannon's podcast yesterday, guest hosted by former Republican Congressman Dave Brat, because Bannon is currently in prison.
We're in the process of taking this
the good old days
country back. The reason that they are apoplectic right now, the reason that so many anchors on MSNBC, for example, are losing their minds daily is because our side is winning. And so I come full circle in this response and just want to encourage you with some substance that we are in the process of the Second American Revolution, which will remain bloodless if the left allows it to be.
Right on. Thank you, brother.
I'm cool, buddy. We're in the process of the Second American Revolution, which will remain bloodless if the left allows it to be. In other words, we won't be violent if you don't make us. They're not really bothering to veil their threats anymore. Project 2025 is a straight-up dictatorial fantasy of control over the American people. And when they talk about revolution, taking the country back, what this means is that this small coterie of hard-right zealots, these really creepy weirdos, are going to exert total control over every aspect of your life in terms of what you look at and what you read, what you mail, what your health care is. That guy controlling your health care, you want that? They're not trying to hide it, and everyone should know.
Hey there, MSNBC fans.
Hey there, I don't know who you are, and I'm going to go away from you. All right, and here it is. Here it is. Guys. So, I promised that I was not doing some clickbaity bullshit, and that this does have major implications for the upcoming prawn ban that they're trying to institute. Here it is. Reported on new bill could ban pornography across the U.S. And this is from Newsweek, guys. Oh my God. Based on facts. They actually just said that right there. Not sure if you saw that. A new bill introduced by Utah Senator Mike Lee, a Republican, no kidding, would create a federal ban on pornography by redefining what qualifies as obscene under law. The legislation, called the Interstate Obscenity Definition Act, the IOTA, no, seeks to modernize the standard prosecuting explicit content online, replacing a decades-old test established by the Supreme Court. Newsweek has contacted the proponents of the bill for more information on the legislation via email. Why it matters. If passed, IOTA could dramatically change how sexual content is treated under federal law, especially in online spaces. The bill proposes stripping the intent requirement from the current Communications Act of 1934, meaning individuals could face prosecution for sharing or hosting content deemed to be sexual, explicit, and lacking serious literacy, artistic, political, or scientific value. Oh, God. Oh, my God. Oh, dude. Dude, this is what's going to create so many, all right, guys, there's a joke that I, unfortunately, will let you all in on that is, real. The whole Catholic girls being kind of, promiscuous, and the kind of, the most promiscuous girl in your school likely being a pastor's daughter, all true. All true. And this is what does it. Kind of weird that it's like they don't get it. The bill introduced on Thursday is co-sponsored by Illinois Representative Mary Miller. Go away, Mary. Another Republican. Yeah, go figure. And represents the third attempt by Lee to pass such legislation since 2022. The legislation would revise the obscenity standard that authorities have used since the Supreme Court's 1973 Miller v. California decision, which critics say is outdated and difficult to enforce, especially in a digital age. The Miller test, named after the 1973 decision, currently includes 3 criteria: whether the average person would find the work appeals to prurient? I don't know what that is. What's prurient? Interest. Whether it depicts sexual conduct or in an offensive way, or whether it lacks value. Prurient. I don't know. We'll figure it out later. In place of that test, the new bill's definition of obscenity would now include any content that appeals to the... Damn it! We need to know what prurient means. That's it. Prurient. Prurient. having or encouraging excessive interest in sexual matters. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Kois. I don't have chat up right now for reading this. That's a little secret I'm gonna let you in on. when I try to do the reading portions, I am trying to keep myself as not distracted as possible. Which I gotta say, even these little pop-up ads are kind of testing the ADD in me. So, in place of that, the new bill's definition. Wait, I lost my place. Damn it, because we had to run into Peruvian interest in nudity, sex, or excretion. Why? Why that one? Why? Oh my god. And depicts and describes or represents actual or simulated acts with objective content to arouse. If passed, the bill would pave the way for the prosecution of obscene content decimation across state lines from foreign countries and open the back door, yuck, to federal restrictions or bans regarding online pornography. It would broaden what kinds of explicit content may be considered a federal crime, potentially criminalizing large amounts of adult content, including consensual expressions of sexuality. What people are saying in a statement on X, formerly Twitter, Utah Senator Mike Lee said obscenity is not protected by the First Amendment, but hazy, unenforceable definitions have allowed pornography companies to infect our society, peddle smut to our children, and do business across state lines unimpeded. This guy needs to jerk off, smoke a bowl, and calm down. Today, I introduced the Interstate, the IOTA Act, or actually, no, the Interstate Obscenity Definition, Act with Representative Mary Miller. I mean, you know these two are the most fun people in Congress, establishing a comprehensive definition of what obscene material under federal law. This is a first and necessary step to stopping the people and companies from profit from degrading their fellow human beings and ruining countless lives. What happens next? Congress will consider the legislation this month, though it is not clear if it will receive bipartisan support. Cute. So what do you think, guys? No gooning? Pep, you need to excrete your Prius. Unfair, left-leaning? Oh. Oh my god, are you giving me a real-time review of my story? Would not recommend. Left-leaning. I get aroused when buying coffee creamer. Will that be... Ooh, yeah. Kirk, every time he goes to the coffee store, cup of coffee. Oh, yeah. Are you doing a Macho Man impression, sir? He just turns around and there's just a stain. It's like, that's not a coffee stain. Ew. I couldn't. Damn it. I gotta get better about that. Excretion means pimple poppers. If this bill passes, who wants my session code? If only prawn... the only prawn I watch is politically viable. Oh my god, so like you were totally into the Anthony Weiner stuff, huh? Cool. Cool. Walked out. Oh, why? Because I said excrete? I know, excretion is one of those words where it's just like, oh, I'm out. What up, freethinker? What got you? What got you to say, nah? Freethinker, what is your... Is that a chessboard? It looks like a chessboard. I can't really see your icon from... Pep Talks. These people are just insecure that their wives are moist when they get home. Ah. Ew. You found a way to do it. Good for you. Oh, Mr. Senator. Here. Yeah, I will link the article. Look at that. You guys don't ask for that a lot. That could have been taken as an insult. My bad. There. Double links in chat specifically because I got YouTube and Twitch up, so yeah, check out the link. And we got another story to cover. We got an update on the Newark mayor that I wanted to get to real quick. But before we do that, actually, I also brought this up. Let's check out the Project 2025 tracker. All right. Commodity Futures Trading Commission. Progress by agency. U.S. aid, 6 objectives, 13 objectives from the White House, State Department, and personal objectives. Small Business Administration, 2 objectives. What are the 2 objectives from the Small Business Agency? And cash grants to small businesses allow previously prohibited religious entities to receive SBA loans. Again, they want these loans, then pay taxes. That's how that goes. Honestly, if I was anywhere near Congress, I would constantly make that a thing. I would just be like, yeah, you just have to, you got to pay your taxes if you want tax dollars. I know, novel, right? You don't get this cake and eat it too scenario where it's just like, but we're religious, we get tax exception. Nuh-uh. Sorry, bud. That's not how that goes. Is transpron actually a common thing among straight white dudes? People say that too much for it to not be true. It is. Dude, look at the way that they react over it. Like, why the... Listen, I know that this has been a source of contention here since pretty much day one, but I'm not kidding when I say this. The reason that that these guys get so angry at the idea of trans people are specific, and this is where people get mad at me. But when they see passing trans people, it breaks their brains, and I'm talking of both persuasions, because Buck Angel, that breaks people's brains. And in my kindest and most educated way of saying it, fuck them. Jesus. Whatever happened to mind your damn business? I keep going back to that. It's just, oh my God, just mind your business. Who cares? Just mind your P's and damn Q's. But my religion is being persecuted. I'm being persecuted for my religion. Why is everybody it's the old guys coming out today, guys? Sorry. Excruciation. How else are they going to stop looking at trans women? OnlyFans National Prawn Ban is the only option. If religious orgs were actually contributing to society, then tax-exempt status might make sense. Exactly. Straight white dudes love trans prawn and gay prawn. The loudest haters are the hypocrites. Yep. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think that it's I think it really is telling on yourself, where it's just but you shouldn't be able to look at that. Nobody should be able to look at that. And then meanwhile, it's literally they would have a little stash squirreled away on their phone. I mean, one of the funniest things, let's be real, is that Grindr crashed at the RNC. That is still an underrated gem that happened. All right, more news. More news. We're doing the news. Hope you like it. Newark mayor returns to ICE detention center 4 days after his arrest. Newark Mayor Ras Baraka returned to Delaney Hall Tuesday morning, 4 days after his arrest outside the gates of the detention center. Once again, the mayor was turned away, unable to get within 20 feet or so of the facility's main gate, where a cordon of 8 armed ICE officers in camouflage fatigues and a pair of SUVs and temporary yellow jersey barriers were prevented him from getting any closer. Now they won't even let us get close to the gate. Baraka left the facility after remaining out front for about half an hour after the city business administrator Eric Pennington spoke to the manager of the facility for the GEO Group, the private company that owns and operates the center under a contract with ICE. Pennington said the manager, Lee Tatum, told him he would have to check with others on whether the mayor could enter and would call him back. Baraka, who has a federal court appearance on Thursday for trespassing charges against him, said that he did not know whether he would be arrested again on Tuesday and was not concerned about it. I don't know where they would go. I don't know. I know they know who I am. There goes the mayor right there, said Baraka said before leaving the site. So I don't know what that was about. Baraka said he plans to plead not guilty on charges. Newark fire official Gwendolyn Salem was allowed to approach the gate when she tried to serve summons on the GEO Group for alleged violations of state fire safety laws, including refusing a permit to follow up on the inspection site. But no one accepted the summonses, and Salem again fixed them to the chain link fence to the gate, as she had done repeatedly. Baraka, Democratic... This is fucking wild, guys. Like, dude, Alex Jones should be losing his absolute collective shit right now. This is the stuff he was talking about. The unilateral fucking just building of private prisons that they have absolutely, like, they don't have to be accountable to the Senate. They don't have to be accountable to the fucking, to the state Senate. Like, this is wild, guys. So, just gonna say... Baraka, a Democratic primary candidate for New Jersey governor, had gone to the facility on Friday to meet Democratic U.S. Rep. Bob Menendez, who were there for congressional oversight. He was told he had to step outside the gate or that he would be arrested. He complied, according to a video moments later. ICE officers arrested him outside the gates of the detention center. Baraka was charged with criminal trespassing and was released about 5 hours later. The mayor said he would fight the charges. The U.S. attorney for New Jersey on Monday... Well, the thing is, how are these going to be federal charges when technically they're skating issues here to even be like, it can't be a federal... they're not a federal agency. Like, now that I'm thinking about it, like ICE might be the federal agency, but the actual detention center, they just said it. It was it's being run by a private group. So, yeah, there's you know what? Let's see what happens here. Newark officials were back in Delaney Hall on Monday morning. Press the opening of Delaney Hall. When it's time, it's time. Look at that. Nice houses in the suburbs. Yeah. Hoffman Estates, man, that's money. Jesus. All right. So it sounds... Yeah, this one's gonna be interesting. All right, so... Hey, Joseph, what up, dude? Hope you're doing well. Well, he is a total alcoholic, but I guess he met these two... Wait. Whoa, Dave, what's up? And said they were both super hot. He brought one home and... What? What are you talking about? My buddy got wasted and hooked up with a trans woman. Trump administration just took control over Rikers Island prison from NY. No, they didn't. They can't do that, can they? Oh, shit. Never mind. Wow. A federal judge on Tuesday seized control of New York City's notorious jail complex on Rikers Island, which now will be run by an official who reports directly to the court. In a 77-page ruling, Judge Laura Taylor Swain wrote that she found the conduct of the city over the last 9 years leaves no doubt that the continued insistence on compliance with the court's orders by persons unanswerable principally, to political authorities would lead only to confrontation and delay. She also wrote that the current management structure and the staffing are insufficient to turn the tide within a reasonable period, that defendants have consistently fallen short of the requisite compliance with court orders for years, at times under circumstances that suggest bad faith. Yeah, no shit. All we have to do is watch one Oliemi clip about this, and we know that, like, dude, it's the reason that she even does what she does. She's a victim's advocate, or not victim's advocate. What do you call them? Oh my God, she's an advocate for people in Rikers that have been denied cash bail. Erroneous resources in city devotes to a system that at the same time overstaffed, underserved, are not being deployed, or not effective. Okay, New York Mayor Adams, addressing the ruling during a press conference, said that Rikers' problems were decades in the making. He claims that the legal requirement that the jail close in 2027 limited his administration's ability to address them. It stated that you can't make any capital improvements on Rikers Island. We can't spend money on Rikers Island to improve the conditions. Why? Mayoral candidate Scott Stringer, who previously served as the city's comptroller, praised the judge's ruling as long overdue but necessary. For decades, Rikers Island has represented a systematic failure of multiple mayoral administrations plagued by violence, neglect, and dangerous and inhumane conditions. While I applaud this decision, I do not view it as a victory. Instead, it is a scathing indictment of our city's failure in leadership. So it's sus. But at the same time, it does seem like they're just taking it over because, like, it was going to close in 2027, so they're just going to retrofit it for federal use? Am I misreading that? Well, if they spend any money on Rikers, how will the police get all of the overtime that they don't need? I mean, dude, certain area, it is wild that they just blanket do that. And one of my buddies lives in a pretty nice suburb in New York, and he was telling me how he's just like, dude, you want to talk about overfunding? He's like, just go to a Long Island suburb. It's like, got it. Makes a lot more sense. Alright, we got another story. Jose Mujica, Uruguay's humble president who changed his country and charmed the world, dies at 89. Former Uruguayan president Jose Mujica, a one-time Marxist guerrilla and flower farmer, nice, whose radical brand of democracy, plain-spoken philosophy, and simple lifestyle fascinated people around the world. He died at 89. Rest in peace. Uruguay's left-wing president, Yomandi Orsi, announced his death, which came 4 months after Mujica decided to forego further medical treatment for esophageal cancer. Oh, that sucks. That really sucks. Entered hospice care at his 3-room ranch house on the outskirts of Montevideo, Uruguay's capital. President, activist, guide, and leader Orsi wrote of his longtime political mentor on social media, "We will miss you greatly, dear old man. Thank you for everything you have given us and for your profound love. For your people." It sucks, man. But 89, I mean, nice long life. So, yeah, flower farmer. Marxist politician he ended up being beloved. You know what? I call that W. He went out with a big old W. Why that W, bud? U.S. annual inflation rate hits 2.3 in April, lower than expected. It's actually good. Oh, no, it's not. It's bad. Oh, I was trying to be fair. I was trying to be like, look, there's actually good news. Oops. It's because I don't know how to read very well. Sorry, that was my bad. They don't make him like him anymore? No, they really don't, man. I'm going to do a little research on him tonight. I didn't know much about him, so I'll watch a video or two. All right, the U.S. Labor Department reported that consumer prices rose 2.3% annually in April 2025, the smallest increase in over 4 years. That is okay. This decline followed a 0.1% drop in March, marking inflation cooling for the third consecutive month. I have noticed that, inflation has been cooling, especially on groceries. I will say that, which. Yeah, I know this is the painful part, but it's like, all right, he's doing that part, which, damn it. This is also why we have to play this game, man. You can't do all the fucking clickbait rage bullshit BS. Dude, I'll be honest, there's a reason that you haven't seen as many Adam Mockler clips on here. There's a reason that you won't see as much Midas Touch on here. Wow, my Chicago came out right there. You know it's bad when I hear it. A Midas Touch. And, yeah, I'm also, I'm not going to glaze Trump the way that Hassan was, because that was gross, and I'm still going to hold to that. Yesterday was definitely just... I don't care if he was joking or not, it was gross. It actually made me feel, a little pit in my stomach that I was just like, oh, I don't know. Anthony, what up, dude? Ooh, Anthony. You know what? You'll appreciate this. This is what I'm reading. We got Mothra, Queen of Monsters, which, check out that art. Art's fucking dope. We got Godzilla vs. Spider-Man, which is one of the coolest freaking comics ever. Here we go. Check it out. I know, spoiler alert, but screw it. And then, that is what I'm reading currently. So, that's for you, Anthony. We got a resident kaiju lover, which I am all about. Also, did you see the information about the new Kong vs. Godzilla? Apparently, it's gonna be fun for us, man. Rumor has it that it's gonna be the debut of a lot of classic monsters, so I am very, very happy about this. I'm not gonna geek out too hard on it, but man, I'm excited. The strongest of all kaiju, Anguirus? Are we? Anguirus is here? I know what you're... I just hope it's not Destroya. Don't do Destroya, please. Please. I don't like Destroya. I'm sorry. I like the movie. I don't know. It's just, when I really think about it, I don't like the way that it could just constantly back and forth just turn into its 1 in 3 form. Like, I didn't like that it could get blasted into its smaller form. I thought that was stupid. What's the most you've spent on a comic book? Not much, actually. King Caesar? Ooh, I love King Caesar. Did you know that in that movie, King Caesar was actually supposed to be King Kong? But they could not get the rights from America, and yep, they had to go with that. Which would have been awesome had it been Kong, because it would have literally been Kong versus Mechagodzilla. It would have actually been kind of what the movie that they made, which, now I think about it, probably... It's almost like they were fans or something. Weird. Let's see. No, most I've ever spent on a comic book. I think $120. And it wasn't me. It was actually a gift. No, I'm just I do weekly collecting. I'm not really like, I don't buy the old Silver Age books. I'm not really into that stuff. If I do get it, I usually, like I can tell you what, like, my most rare book I have is the first appearance of Poison Ivy in really good condition that has the centerfold, like it had a centerfold poster. That's in perfect condition. I got that at an estate sale. But yeah, Space Ghost. Oh, no. Space Ghost. The first appearance of Space Ghost. That one is worth even more than that. Surprisingly, you'd be like, those old Hanna-Barbera comics, man. You'd think that it, like, Superman comics, Hulk, all those shit. No. It's the, like, what are they called? Bell Key? The Bell Key comics that had, they did, like, Uncle Scrooge, and they did, like, a bunch of the ones that just, you wouldn't think, again, wasn't like the superhero stuff. And then Archie books, man. Archie books are the ones that still get me, where I'm like, damn, like, they're worth so much money. Space Ghost Coast to Coast was fucking based. Yes, it is. It's, dude, they have a 24-hour channel with it on right now on YouTube. I watch it whenever I'm kind of like feeling a little bit down. Sham brain. I only know this because I used my sham brain. He's making a mockery of the product. He's making a mockery of the product. He's sitting there. Sham brain. It's not how it works. I absolutely love that show, guys. Oh yeah, my Archie collection is worth it. I'm telling you, no. If you got those Archie books, dude, because that's kind of what I did for this estate company that I was working for. I specialized in card and comic book appraisal, and yeah, I did get first dibs on a bunch of stuff though, so that was cool. God, I never found the Pokemon stash. Like, I never got anybody's Pokemon stuff at with an estate. Like, that sucked. It was always baseball and like these like the sports cards that I was dumb. I should have bought those myself and then, you know, had a little booth or something. But again, I don't know. I have to have passion about this stuff. What about Garbage Pail Kids? Any value? No, none. There's like 2 Garbage Pail Kid cards that are worth anything, and the only reason is because they got pulled so quickly. So just look those up. The recalls, comic book recalls are the same thing. Like, I got a bunch of those. Like, because I collect weekly, I've had so many books where they're just like, oh, you're not supposed to like have that but they put the order out after it was already in my pull box. So technically, there's a little loophole there where it's okay. So yeah, I have a really rare Superman book where they recalled it. And it's for such a dumb reason. He's holding a beer with his dad. Like, it's such an innocuous comic, but it said beer on it, so couldn't have it. So dumb. But actually, wait. Do I have one of them? Here, hold on. I think I got one. Nah, I still gotta put it away. One of these days. Oh. I'll show you guys some of the cooler stuff that I have. I bought one of the police helmets. The guards were in Escape from LA. No shit. I actually like that movie. Say what you will. I always like Snake Plissken. Also, come on, like one of the coolest references in Metal Gear Solid. Like, God, I love Metal Gear Solid. Metal Gear Solid 2. I had my issues with 3. Specifically, there was a within the first 6 hours of the game, there was a level that was a little too hard. I was having issues, so I didn't get very far in that game. So I need to play the remake. I hate to admit that. I just watched my roommate at the time play it, and then Metal Gear Solid 4 though. You want to talk about like the end, one of the perfect ends of a story. America loves its puritanical BS. Oh, it does. It really does. I have a double cover power pack with the Punisher on it. Nice! I actually kind of... Nice. I know which one you're talking about, and I also... there was a wave of comics that had those, so right about the same time, I have the Luke Cage that had the same thing. I actually... dude, Heroes for Hire, it was always one of my low-key favorites that nobody cares about. That's why when they made an Iron Fist show, I was just like, the only person I knew that was like, an Iron Fist show, and they're just like, who? I'm like, oh, he's like a really cool kung fu guy, and they're just like, this seems problematic. I'm like, when you think about it, it is, but whatever. I have one of the original movie posters from Escape from New York. Nice. Let's see. I got a Japanese Star Wars movie poster that's really cool. And then I have a Transformers the movie first edition poster from 1984. It was cool. My babysitter, when I was like 14, no, he was 14. Gotta get this age right. Because I was like, no, I was like 10. It was like right about that time where you don't really need a babysitter, but it was also one of those situations where it's just like, I don't think my dad trusted me. So, yeah, he was cool, man. He had he was kind of a nerdy guy, but he just told me, he was just like, bro, like, I don't have anywhere to put this. Do you want it? And it was one of the first times that I got something that was like, yeah, it was like a treasure. Because I was just like, oh, he's like, I worked at the movie theater. No, he had to be older than that, so he was like 18 maybe. But yeah, just weird when you think about it again. I also bought the $1,000 bill from Cliffhanger at an auction. You bought some weird shit. I have like cards from like stuff like that. Oh, dude. The Star Trek cards. Like, you know how they used to have like the movie moments cards or whatever, where they would just have like pieces of the uniforms. Yeah, I got like a 1 in 1,000. It was part of Kirk's green uniform from the Trouble with Tribbles episode. That was the first piece of collectible anything that I ever sold because of how much money it was worth. And I bought a ton of Pokemon cards with that, which I really wish I still had. I've got a double-sided promo poster for Evil Dead and Army of Darkness. Nice, nice. I actually, Miss Alice, I just watched a really funny video of Bruce Campbell at one of the earlier Comic-Cons where he was asked by somebody like, hey, weren't you dead at the end? Number one, and he was just like, it made money. So you know what made sense? To just be like, he wasn't really dead. And they're like, why'd you go back to the same cabin? He's like, because if you die, he's like, well, I wasn't dead, but if you died, wouldn't you want to go see where you died? I'm like, you're not making a very good case for you not being dead, bro. Which, it's true. If Evil Dead 1 is canon, then technically Ash does, he's dead, right? Make it make sense to me. Like, please. All right, so did some good news. The inflation is cooling off. Let's not just be doomer about shit just because. I also had somebody say, like, why are you trying to give Trump credit? It's like, why wouldn't I just admit that he does, like, if he does something good, then I have to say that he does something good. And this, I had this conversation yesterday about the Hassan stuff. And one of my friends was not too happy with me. I'll say that much. Because he likes Hassan, and he's just like, dude, I kind of feel like you were being unfair. I'm like, it's alright. Bruce Campbell is too cool to die. But you can't really argue at the end of the movie. Whatever. Whatever. I've always wondered this. And that's why anybody who told me it's like Evil Dead 2 is technically a remake, I'm like, that doesn't make sense. Inflation going down is not necessarily good. It can be an indication of a slacking economy. Oh. I have kind of felt that, though. Like, I felt that the stagnation on the economy was real. It wasn't just the tariff stuff either. Yeah, wages. Because at some point with the unemployment stuff, it is going to catch up, so. His chin keeps him immortal. He does have a freaking just, like, yeah, a wild chin. God, his cameo as the hot dog vendor in Doctor Strange was so fucking... I loved that. He does the hot dog fingers to him. I was just like, that's two references. For the real reason is he's too handsome to recast. Do you think somebody else's is too good looking? Well, that's the thing. Apparently they were going to just straight up remake the movie because they got a bigger budget, and the rest of the castmates couldn't. Like, I guess they all had other, like, jobs by that point. And he was like, yeah, that's why we recast, and we just kind of made it a reboot, but also acknowledge the first film. He's just like, yeah, it doesn't make much sense. It's like, I just love when he just gets to the nitty gritty of it. It's like, yeah, okay, fine, you caught us. But what did Trump do to get inflation down? I don't know. Has anything... Listen. Okay, yeah, actually. All right, no, thank you for that. See, I almost fell into that pattern because I almost said, like, well, if things are going good, you gotta just admit. But it's like, yeah, but that's not necessarily a him thing. And we do have to get better about this. If there's one thing that I want to get better about, like, my messaging personally, that I feel like you guys can, like, help with, at least in my journey, is to not keep falling for, like, the gas price bullshit and, like, the egg bullshit and just, like, anything that, you know, the president does not control, and then just putting that and using that as the main message. Like, I really think that bit us in the ass. I'm gonna be real. But no, I appreciate that, Sylvie. Okay, that was a good call. Yarp scheduling and rights conflicts. So quick recap and retcon for 2. And then it's time for hilarious extremes. Well, yeah, it was, like, definitely a little more tongue-in-cheek. Sorry, guys, I'm done with the Evil Dead Stone Luck. Even though I do love that movie. Oh. Let me look at this. Federal grand jury indicts Wisconsin judge in immigration case, allowing charges to continue. Oh shit. Federal grand jury indicts Wisconsin judge in immigration case, allowing the charges to continue. Hannah Duggan's arrest and ensuing indictment has escalated a clash between Donald Trump's administration and local authorities over Republican sweeping immigration crackdowns. Democrats have accused the judge, or the Trump administration, of trying to crack down or make it national, the Trump administration is trying to make a national example of Duggan to chill judicial opposition to the crackdowns. Prosecutors charged Duggan in April via complaint with concealing an individual to prevent arrest and obstruction in the federal criminal justice system. Now I want to read that like it's a Law and Order. Prosecutors can initiate charges against a defendant directly by filing a complaint and present evidence to a grand jury and let that body decide whether to issue charges. The grand jury still reviews charges brought by complaint to determine whether enough probable cause exists to continue the case as a check on prosecutors' power. If the grand jury determines that there's probable cause, it issues a written statement. Charges known as an indictment. Oh, now you guys want to break it down as simply as possible for the fucking American people. Okay, not while Trump was, serving his indictments. Nothing like that. Go fuck yourselves, AP. No. Fuck this. That actually, wow. This whole kids gloving of the Trump administration really is kind of making me question everything, where it's just like, oh, yeah, okay, so journalistic integrity just kind of falls through the cracks when you get threatened, huh? All right, guys. I want to cover this story. It seems like nobody is covering. I found out about it in a pretty hilarious way where just casually talking about it with my friend, he was just like, yeah, did you hear about the jets? And I was just like, are you talking about India and Pakistan? He's just like, no, the American jets. I was like, the football team? He's like, no, America lost some jets. I'm like, I have not heard about this. This has not been on my radar at all. So yeah, let's get some updates on what's going on with the U.S. Navy, dude. There's some wacky stuff going on.
Well, we have dramatic new video of a Navy jet that crashed into San Diego Bay. A closed-circuit TV camera captured it all. So take a look.
Jesus! Oh, my God! Oh, my God! It's way worse than I thought.
Crew members on board were able to eject before the plane hit the water. They were quickly rescued by a sport fishing boat and are reportedly unstable.
It literally looks like there's... I mean, did they find Godzilla? They must have found Godzilla, guys, and this is all a cover-up. They needed... That's the cover story. There had to be something. The gravity, or not gravity, the oxygen destroyer is in it.
Condition. The Navy says the crash happened as they were performing a go-around maneuver in which the plane landed and was taking off.
Guys, I
again,
mean,
but so
-1, anybody.
it is not clear why it crashed.
Hello, I'm Mark Brown. Get more great ABC7 content.
Really? That's all we got? That's all we got? No. Here, how about this? Because that was the second one, guys. Yeah, did you know this? There's been now three jets that have gone missing in the U.S. since Donald Trump has taken office. Yeah.
In developing news, the Pentagon loses another $70 million fighter jet in the Red Sea.
Just casual oopsie.
Happened as the
just whatever. $70 million. I don't know. $70 million a lot? I don't know. I don't know, guys.
Fox's Greg Palcott reports.
Doesn't seem like that much. It seems like it's just pocket change.
The U.S. military suffered another loss as it confronts Iran's proxy groups in the Mideast. An F-18 fighter jet failed to complete a landing on the USS Harry S. Truman aircraft carrier and fell into the sea. The third plane lost by the Truman during this deployment. It came just hours after Israeli airstrikes crippled the main international airport under the control of Iran-backed Houthi rebels in Yemen.
It's our choice of when to respond, how to respond, and on what targets to respond.
God, this guy really is just demonic.
But the American mission could soon be coming to an end. President Trump announced Tuesday the Houthis have agreed to end their attacks on U.S. shipping after just over a month of daily U.S. airstrikes. The Houthis say they'll continue targeting Israel, but the White House claims it was never trying to stop those attacks.
This has always been about freedom of navigation, that the problem was they were striking
Oh, they freely navigated right into that ocean.
hundreds of ships in the Red Sea, stopping the ability
and jets
for ships to have that waterway.
Israeli officials say they weren't informed of the Houthi ceasefire before President Trump announced it. And they could also be out of the loop on a big new deal President Trump says he'll announce before he leaves for his Mideast trip next week.
I think before then we're going to have a very, very big announcement to make. Like, as big as it gets, it'll be one of the most...
It's going to be a big announcement, guys. The biggest announcement ever.
Important
It's going to be so important and so wonderful.
Announcements have been made in many years.
The president is also reportedly planning to announce that the U.S.
I don't understand how my bottom lip can
will-
also can simultaneously be down here, and I also make kissy faces. I don't know.
now
I don't know.
refer to the Persian Gulf as the Arabian Gulf. In Tel Aviv, Greg Balcon.
Pilots were playing football on the deck.
Fox
Is that true?
News.
No. Hey, this is the guy who interviewed Hassan. Hey, look at that. All right. U.S. Navy loses $60 million jet at sea after it fell overboard from an aircraft carrier. The U.S. Navy FA-18 Super Hornet fighter jet was lost at sea after it fell. I mean, it makes it sound like it just fell overboard from the USS Harry. It doesn't sound like they didn't not complete anything while it was being towed on board. So does that mean that it was like caught in that like netting and then it just like fell off? A U.S. official said initial reports from the scene indicated that the Truman had made a hard turn to evade Houthi fire, which contributed to the fighter jet just roll. Yep, it fell. It literally just rolled overboard. Just oh no. Oh my God. Yemen's Houthi rebels claimed on Monday that they have launched a drone and missile strikes on the aircraft carrier, which is in the Red Sea as part of U.S. military's major operations against Iran-backed group. All personnel aboard were accounted for. One sailor sustained a minor injury. The Navy said the injured sailor was in the cockpit of the jet at the time, as is typical when moving a jet into the hangar bay. A second U.S. official... The sailor jumped out of the jet before it went overboard. I was about to say, I'm like, he sustained minor injuries and he went overboard? Ugh. Lucky. A third official told CNN that the aircraft had sunk. An individual FA-18 fighter jet cost more than $60 million. U.S. Navy carriers the world's largest warships of nearly 1,100 feet. With a displacement of almost 100,000 tons, are surprisingly maneuverable for their size, powered by 2 nuclear reactors, driving 4 propeller shafts. Nimitz-class carriers like the Truman can speed up in excess of 34 miles per hour. The exact details of the turn the Truman made to avoid the Houthi fire have not been released, but photos and videos of the ship and other Nimitz-class carriers on Defense Department's website show that the massive vessels can take on a substantial list and high turn speed. Interesting. So it can, yeah, like it's essentially drifting. That's crazy. Huh. Yeah, it can do zigzag. That's also like when you do look at these ships, it is kind of crazy, like to see how they're shaped like this. Fell overboard. Code for Houthis took it down. I mean, I don't know about that, man. Because the Houthis sound like they want to take credit for it, but in this case, it would almost be more advantageous for us if they did. And then we could say, yeah, they hit the Navy carrier. Then that would then we can incur some, the wrath of America. But this, I mean, come on. You think that America is really into admitting it's just blatant stupidity where it's just like, we kind of forgot to lock it down. Oops. I mean, it's a $60 million oopsie. God, what's the first one that went missing? Here, let's take a look. U.S. fighter jets. Missing. F-18 fighter jet crash from 3 days ago.
the other news tonight, and to a stunning accident, the second one in just days on a U.S. aircraft carrier. A $70 million American fighter jet has plunged into the Red Sea while trying to land on the USS Harry Truman aircraft carrier. The pilots rescued from the water, and it comes just days after another fighter jet fell from that same carrier, sinking into the sea. Here's Martha Raddatz.
Tonight, in a seemingly unprecedented series of mishaps on a U.S. aircraft carrier, another $70 million fighter jet plunging into the Red Sea, the fourth major incident in just months.
Man, quit trying to look badass with your propaganda.
Mishap occurring when the pilot of an FA-18 Super Hornet was attempting a nighttime tailhook landing on the USS Truman, but the jet ended up falling off the end of the flight deck instead. Both pilots ejecting, a rescue helicopter pulling them out of the water with only minor injuries. Just 8 days ago, another F-18 fell.
I was right, guys. You know they had that, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit.
Off the Truman as the jet was being towed. A third F-18 from the Truman was accidentally shot down
Maverick
by
when
one
you
of
need
the
him?
other U.S.
Not there.
warships in the carrier strike.
You got a bunch of geese in this pond.
Group near the beginning of the deployment. And in February, the carrier collided with a cargo ship, causing significant damage. David, the Navy already fired the first commander of the Truman. These latest mishaps could mean the same for the commander's replacement.
Commander's replacement. They're already talking about, like, from the second one, they're just like, maybe it's time. I don't know, guys. This isn't looking great for us. Yeah, I don't know. All I know is that at least for like the next year here, I'm not going to be able to watch like any of the Top Gun movies and just not think of this and just kind of chuckle a little bit. Just like every time they do the highway to the danger zone. Shit. Oh, God. This is the 2025 military, people. I mean, I'm not sure if you guys are like me. I thought this would be all unmanned aircraft and it would be all, like, I don't know. But I guess they covered it in Maverick. And doesn't he give the speech where he's just like, yeah, these tools, they can't, they are actually, no, I think it might be Iron Man where he's talking about the drones. And then he's like, but nothing can match the wit and the command power and speed or like the intelligence of a real life pilot in that moment and blah, blah, blah. Alrighty. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed that segment. Sweet. Smoke. Oh, crap. I gotta go let my... They got rid of all those DEI hires. So, did you hear about they only have 3 working air traffic controllers right now in Newark? Cheers. I'll be back. God. Stand. Ugh. DGSE? What? I think we got to see the total ramifications of the decisions made from this administration. I think the worst is yet to come. Oh, yeah. No, I don't know, guys. Like, they did their initial plan, like the shock and awe, but now, because he did too much with the tariffs, realize that he did fuck up. Like, I don't care what the liberal media is saying as far as MSNBC or any of these assholes. It really does come down to he capitulated. China didn't budge at all. They didn't do anything. They literally didn't do anything. They were just like, we'll get same deals that we had before, huh? And he's just like, you know what? We'll give it 90 days. And then he's patting himself on the back like, guys, there's so much relief. So yeah. Sorry guys, I had to let my dogs up. They're both being kind of funny with the weather. Kind of tells me that there's something coming in. Wait, is there? Do we have any? What's the weather going to be like today? Oh no, never mind. All right. You know what? Let's finish this story. We covered it a little bit yesterday, but there's been a bit of an update on Trump's new plane. So
President Trump is now facing bipartisan backlash for his plans to accept that luxury jet as a gift from the Qatari royal family. In a rare public break from the Trump administration, some of Trump's most vocal and loyal supporters in right-wing media are also now criticizing him, calling this move a stain on his administration even. CNN's Brian.
Yeah. It's the Trump playbook. You go in, you make things worse, you bring it back to what it used to be and say you won. And the thing is, but people buy it because they're just like, it was so much worse.
Stelter is tracking this one for us. And Brian, what are you seeing?
It is like a mental manipulation thing. This
is the biggest break that I've seen in the first 4 months of Trump's return to office.
That's the page
between
of it.
His pro-Trump propaganda machine, those pro-Trump stars that are always supporting him, and the president. This is a dramatic break, not among every single MAGA media star out there, but among many of them. It's one thing for Democratic lawmakers to be calling this profoundly unethical and possibly illegal. We've heard a lot of that. But some MAGA media commentators are saying the same things. In the past 24 hours, we've heard prominent pro-Trump media stars call this plan to accept a jet from Qatar to use as Air Force One a, quote, bribe, a grift, and a stain on the administration. And this is even coming from figures like Laura Loomer, of the far-right provocateur, who has a direct line to Trump. I mean, these are people who are usually steadfast supporters of the president, but in this case, they're speaking out against the deal. Let me show you two examples. One is from
Laura Loomer, Lecter Looney Lally.
Ben Shapiro, who co-founded the Daily Wire. He's a prominent podcaster. The other is Eric Erickson, the radio talk show host.
That's not America first. Like, please define America first in a way that says you should take sacks of cash from the Qatari royals who are behind Al Jazeera. It just isn't America first in any conceivable ways. If you want President Trump to succeed, this kind of skeezy stuff needs to stop.
My problem with taking this plane from Qatar.
Whoa. What in the William Shatner
is I do not think the president of the United States of America should sit and fly on a plane purchased with the same money used to murder American citizens.
I mean, that's kind of this brings it back to yesterday. Wild that we have. It's where like, oh, I never thought I'd agree with this. Like, I never thought I'd agree with you as a person, like ever. It's like, but you said something that made sense. Oh, DNC removing David Hogg, showing they have learned nothing. Yep, we're going to be covering that.
The country reportedly kicked out those Hamas officials back last November, right after.
I'm just glad they're doing it soon enough so we can benefit from it.
Trump won the election. So
if David Hogg has any sense, he'll see exactly what this was, and he'll start, maybe pivoting a little bit, not being so, cozy wozy with Nancy Pelosi, and maybe just maybe start pivoting towards AOC and Bernie and not kind of shitting on the farther left.
So a lot of the criticism is about.
Because I got to be honest, David Hogg was kind of pissing me off with a little bit of that. And honestly, what his comments about, not Stefanik, God, I keep doing that. The new CIA plant that they have in the DNC.
President Trump. Some of the other commentators are focusing on the optics of this, the appearance of conflict. Ben Shapiro, for example, was saying to his viewers yesterday, what if the Bidens did this? What if it was Hunter or Joe Biden? And trying to say this is hypocritical.
I mean, for real.
And trying to take a principled stand.
But the thing is, that principled stance from a fucking MAGA person, please. Come on. See, at least on the left, that's why you're not hearing so much whataboutism anymore, because we just accepted that you guys don't have principles. If you're if you do have any MAGA leanings,
talking about an airplane.
Sorry, that's just not something that you're known for.
Here's an airplane reference, right? There's different wings of right-wing media. There's different cabins on this plane. There are conservative outlets like National Review that support lots of parts of Trump's agenda, but are often critical of the man himself.
Say what you will, about how much you're annoyed with the left. Trying to tell them that they're not principled.
So National Review is out.
Again, agree or disagree. The fact is, they stand by their principles. That's what they're known for.
An editorial this morning calling this a poison plane, saying this gifted 747 is ethically suspect and made worse by the fact that Qatar is no friend of the U.S. That's National Review. But even figures who are very closely aligned with the president, I mentioned Laura Loomer. She has been outspoken on X, on the social media platform, in the last 2 days, almost trying to get Trump's attention.
Well, supporting Trump means you literally don't believe anything, because anything you accuse anyone of, Trump has done 1,000-fold.
To get him to change his mind. What I have not seen a lot of, though, is a lot of television coverage of this on Fox News. So if the president is watching Fox on his trip abroad,
I'll be right back.
He's not hearing a lot of this criticism, but it is definitely prominent all across right-wing social media and the podcasting realm, Kate.
So, I mean, who is speaking out supporting? Who is speaking out defending the president's move here?
Right, that's the other interesting thing about this. I'm talking all about the condemnations. There's not a lot of defense. There's not a lot of support out there. You're not seeing lots of editorial writers or columnists on the right who are defending this proposed jet gift. Instead, those figures are just ignoring this, trying to pretend like it's not happening. And of course, we don't know for sure if it will happen. Qatar has pushed back on some of the reports, and the White House says this is still under review. So it's quite possible this deal could fall apart over time. However, we know the president really does want a new version of Air Force One. He's been very loud and outspoken about this. And yesterday he said you'd be stupid not to take a free gift. So I've seen some right-wing media outlets just amplifying that Trump message and blaming the media. But what's notable here is that there's mostly just an ignoring sort of a reaction going on, trying to pretend this isn't happening. So you either have a lot of criticism from the right, or you have folks trying to pretend that it's not going to happen at all. But figures like Eric Erickson, who you heard from a moment ago, Eric Erickson thinks this could end up getting Trump in legal trouble going down the road. So there are figures who are supportive of the president, who want him to succeed, but they think this is actually going to hurt him, and that's why you're hearing so much criticism.
Interesting. Brian, thank you so much. It's good to see you.
President Trump is getting an extravagant royal welcome in Saudi Arabia and blurring the lines, critics say, between his public office and private business. This is the first stop in his major Middle East swing. He will also visit Qatar and the UAE, three countries that have done business with the Trump organization. And Qatar is now offering to give the Trump administration a $400 million luxury jet to possibly use as Air Force One. As gift goes, it's a pretty lavish one, and it raises all kinds of ethical and security questions. With us now is John Bolton, President Trump's former national security advisor and former U.S. ambassador to the United Nations. Ambassador, always great to see you. Just very quickly on the gift of this jet, what's your opinion on the optics of it?
Well, I don't think the optics are good when you have people in Trump's camp like Rand Paul and Laura Loomer both saying they think it's a bad idea. That ought to say something about the potential political blowback that he'll face, even from MAGA Republicans. I think the major objection here is the security objection. We don't know what has happened to that plane. We don't know who's had access to it. And if they really wanted to bring it up to Air Force One standards, it would require significant overhaul for all kinds of reasons. I mean, just start with aerial refueling, which obviously Air Force One can do. It has special fuel tanks. Most normal 747s don't have an aerial refueling capability. And that doesn't even deal with the question of communications, secure communications the president needs, air defense systems it needs, and all the other things that go for Air Force One. I think many people don't realize the current Air Force Ones are flying offices. They're not flying palaces. It's designed to be a working space for the president and his staff. And that, I don't think, is what this particular flying palace he's looking at is. So it would be a complete redo of the airplane if he wanted it.
The president saying he plans to use the newer, some $400 million Boeing 747 plane to replace an aging Air Force One. The idea of that gift, though, is raising not only ethical and legal questions, it's also inspiring backlash from U.S. lawmakers, including some of those most loyal to the president, some in his own party. CNN's Tom Foreman has more.
The possibility of a $400 million gift jet from Qatar to serve as President Trump's new Air Force One is drawing lightning strikes of criticism. Trump's latest grift. It's not just bribery, it's premium foreign influence with extra legroom. And from the vice chair of the Senate Ethics Committee,
this is almost exactly the sort of gift that our founders had in mind that Americans shouldn't accept. And I'll remind you, other federal employees...
I mean, it really is. It literally says, like, gifts from kings and, like, kingdoms and shit like that and, like, lavish shit like this.
Can't accept even $50.
And again, like, principles. You guys want to talk about principles? Go back to 2016 with the stupid necklace from Hillary Clinton and whoever the fuck it was, and then apply your principles there, and then apply that here. Like, if there's, again, since that's the word of the day, principle.
The plane would appear to fly in the face of the U.S. Constitution's emoluments clause, which says no person holding any office shall, without the consent of Congress, except of any present of any kind.
It's literally in Article 1, dude.
Whatever, from any king.
Like, it's almost like this was like one of the main things.
Prince or foreign state.
Nope, not for me.
Ask about that. Trump hit back.
It's not a gift to me, it's a gift to the Department of Defense.
But he's going to keep it for his library afterwards. I'm glad that even the dummies like Ben Shapiro and Laura Loomer are just like, like, it is kind of funny when it's so corrupt, even their heads start to explode.
Let's say the gift plane would likely have to be entirely stripped down and rebuilt to make sure it does not hold technology detrimental to presidential security. After all, Qatar has long ties to Hamas, a terrorist group in the eyes of the U.S. government.
The nation of Qatar, unfortunately.
But I want it. I want it. I just want it. I want it. I want it. I want it. It's such a pretty plane. It's got the gold. I love the gold.
Historically been a funder of terrorism at a very high level.
Why is the United States of America accepting a gift of this magnitude from a foreign government that supported terrorist organizations?
In his first term, Trump hit upon the idea of revamping Air Force One, upgrading it, changing the color.
You know what colors we're using? Take a guess.
Red, white, and blue.
Red, white, and blue.
He became frustrated by the long, expensive process of doing all that. But now, Qatar has offered him a quick fix, and he's on board.
I would never be one to turn down that kind of an offer. I mean, I could be a stupid person and say, no, we don't want a free, very expensive airplane.
The president saying this is a gift to the Pentagon, not to him, doesn't necessarily hold water either, because the emoluments clause basically says you can't give a gift like this to an elected official or anybody who works for him, which would include the folks at the Pentagon. So even though the president may want to treat this like it's no big deal, it is a big deal and likely to stay that way until it's settled. Tom Foreman, CNN, Washington.
Laura Loomer would never say about Israel what's Arab influence on the U.S. government. Yeah? Yes. Like that. Objectively, just yes. That is true. but I don't know. These people need to stop platforming these guys because they agree with them on something. You know what? I gotta do this. Sorry, bud. Not that. Reset in chat. Just in case. Also, I need to reset my timer on chat. Oh, you know what? I'll do that here. Just remember I can do that here. Chat box. Yeah. Haha. Oh, what? I can't do it. Yeah, I can't do it while I'm on stream. I have to do it while I'm off. It's alright. Dude, I, cross YouTube chats on regularly. It's totally kosher. I won't say it if you want. No, it's okay. It's more so, it's fine to show up in chat, like, I'm not really bothered by that aspect of it. It's the fact that I don't, like, it has been brought to my attention that I have my Twitch or my chat set for too long to stay on, so I gotta change that. Also, what the fuck, I couldn't get that out. Nah, it's cool, bro. You're cool. I'm also, you know what? I'll just say this. I'm a little on edge today with that kind of stuff, so I'm just trying to be as cool as possible with it. Make sure that I don't have any mess ups. Oh, man. Okay. Republicans reveal the Trump plan. Nope. All right. So I didn't get to watch this. I'll avoid it in case better safe than sorry. Thank you. No, I appreciate it. Yeah, we're kind of working on like what the channel's, set TOS is going to be, because I'm starting to realize that even though these platforms have theirs, I should just have established rules where it's like, all right, guys, this is what you can't say here. Just be cool. I know what it's like, but censorship. I can't say anything. I get it. But if you work with me, then we can just have a cool community, and yeah. All right, so the Jeremy Scahill thing. Shit, I forgot. All right. Jeremy Scale, where the hell is it? Okay, this is my... I have too much shit open. There it is. Oh, it's because it was marked under Trump crashing out. Here we go. So, Jeremy Scahill is one of the best journalists, I'd say, to ever cover any like war zone or the Middle Eastern conflict specifically. He has been really, really good and consistent in his reporting. I was turned on to his reporting from Bill Maher, of all people, when he would have him on for extended segments, and then he also did a lot of work with Vice. So he is somebody that I always kind of defer to, as far as like the, Middle Eastern conflicts and any big events like that. So it was really refreshing to see him on Majority Report today. And I essentially backed out and just wanted to watch this with you guys. So let's take a look.
We are back. Sam Cedar, Emma Vigeland on the Majority Report. It is a real pleasure to welcome back to the program Jeremy Scahill, investigative reporter, war correspondent, co-founder of The Intercept, and now co-founder of Drop Site News. Jeremy, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you both for having me back.
So you just, I guess it was about a week or two ago, published an interview you had with Yousef Hamdan,
That looks like my dad before he lost his hair.
One of Hamas's leaders.
His hairline, I should say.
And it is it is a stunning thing, I have to just say right up front. I want to ask you, what your idea was behind it, but it is stunning for Americans, for English speakers, to be able to watch something like this, because it is so rare that we who are following what's happening with the assault and genocide and ethnic cleansing in Gaza, to hear directly from any Hamas, never mind spokesperson, but leader, in such a fashion. Starting around October 8th, it was almost impossible as an American not to know the names of about half a dozen Israeli spokespeople. And at that time in particular, you're like, there's not a single a Palestinian, never mind someone from Hamas. Just tell us what your thinking is as a journalist in covering this. I think it's somewhat obvious, but reiterate that for us.
Yeah, one way of thinking about it, Sam, is that much of Western media coverage of wars in general is both literally and psychologically embedded journalism. That you're often embedded with the forces of the occupier or the invading force, whether it's the United States or Israel, and this is a very common dynamic. But also there's a psychological embedding that takes place where journalists often prioritize overwhelmingly the narrative of whether it's the United States or Israel. And this is journalistic malpractice not to go to the other side of the barrel of the gun that is pointed at other nations or people around the world and say, let's actually talk to those people. let's understand their perspective. So, you know, throughout my 25 years in journalism, a lot of what I've done is gone to countries where the United States is engaged in a military action or a war and talk to the people living under the bombs. And that often includes then talking to people like Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula in Yemen, or the Taliban in Afghanistan, or Al-Shabaab in Somalia. And I've done all of that. In this particular war against the Palestinians of Gaza, the Israelis have prevented any international journalists from entering Gaza. And so the only responsible, journalistic practice, in my view, to try to counter or to counterbalance the propaganda coming from the US and Israeli side is to work with Palestinian journalists on the ground in Gaza, so you can get actual reporting from the ground, not just opinions, but also talk to the officials from the organization that the United States and Israel have compared to the Nazis, have said are terrorists in the vein of ISIS and Al-Qaeda, and to fact check the allegations of the powerful, but also understand what is their motivation. And when you do that, and when you give a space for people to actually hear their perspective, then you understand that there's a lot more nuance to the story than you've been shown. And
I mean, like the Iraq conflict, this was a big part of that, because even then they had people like actually Sam Cedar, I'm pretty sure that he was one of them, that would consistently go on, places like MSNBC and call exactly this out, where it's just like, listen, we're only getting one side of these reports. And then on top of it, so much of it was speculative intel that turned out to just be complete BS.
And I'll say that, as someone who's
and guys like Jeremy are the reason we know that.
So monitoring media coverage, it's not that officials from Hamas, including Osama Hamdan, who I interviewed, are never on Western media. CNN has people from Hamas on occasionally. The New York Times interviews people from Hamas occasionally. But often what happens is it's just a relitigation of the events of October 7th, where the same exact questions are asked over and over and over again. And so what I wanted to do was say, let's treat our audience as smart people. And let's sit down and have an in-depth, in this particular case, it was a 90-minute conversation in English with a leader of Hamas who's been in the organization since its very early stages. He became a member of Hamas in 1992. He's a chemist by training, and he's served as Hamas's chief in Lebanon, in Iraq.
The FBI admits it was bad intel too.
Iran, and as the head of its international relations division. And he was one of two senior Hamas officials that met directly with Adam Bowler in those direct talks that took place, and was involved with the recent deal that resulted in the release of Idan Alexander, an American citizen who served in the Israeli army and was taken prisoner by Palestinian fighters on October 7th while in an Israeli military uniform as an active duty soldier.
And I want to get to his release in a moment, but let's go back. And I guess more broadly, like, how did you find him? Because like you say, the perspective that we have on Hamas in this country is they're designated a terrorist group by the United States. All its leaders are on the terrorist watch thing, and we are just told that it's impossible to have conversations. They want the death of their of Palestinians, et cetera, et cetera. What was your perspective?
When we launched Dropsite News in July of 2024, we're coming up on 1 year of publishing at Dropsite. The first stories that we did were a series of stories where I interviewed officials from Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad. I've been working as a journalist in the Middle East for much of my adult life, and have contacts. And so, the act of, like, how do you get in touch with them was not necessarily the most difficult part of this. But we're operating in an environment where Donald Trump is clearly trying to expand the laws on what constitutes material support for terrorism, is going after nonprofit news organizations. And so when you try to do your job as a journalist, and it involves talking to people who are designated by the US State Department as terrorists, and I've interviewed multiple people who are State Department designated, then you really are committing an act of journalism that this White House does not want you to engage in, which is ironic given that they're engaged in direct talks with literally the very people that I was speaking with. But I think that to put it in a broader historical context, Palestinians have been so broadly dehumanized, and the Palestine exception is so ferocious. And the portrayal of Hamas, we can have a discussion about what are Hamas's politics, both locally in Gaza and their broader view of the world. But to compare Hamas to ISIS or Hamas to Al Qaeda is such a fallacy and a lie that it is risible, that it is utterly ridiculous. Hamas has never conducted an operation outside of the...
That's the part that I got to catch when I saw that he was on the show. I was just like, risible.
Borders of historic Palestine, of what it considers to be the territory that it is fighting to liberate. It's not going and blowing up aircraft. It's not attacking U.S. embassies abroad. In fact, I've had multiple Hamas officials say to me, we have no problem whatsoever with the United States outside of the context of its support for an apartheid colonial regime that is seeking to just permanently occupy us. So we should have an honest and open discussion about Hamas, but let's get the historical facts right. Let's set Palestinian armed resistance in a proper context. So I don't even bother to take on the lies or the propaganda that is thrown at anyone who dares to speak with them, because I think that you're then playing their game. Our readers, the viewers of this show, are smart enough, have independent enough minds where you can provide them with an opportunity to hear a voice, and they make their own assessment of what they think of what that person is saying.
Yeah.
And can you expand a little bit on that history of Hamas and how they differ from those other groups that you mentioned? Because frankly, that flattening is just Islamophobia that a lot of the Western press relies on, because in part there's no Western journalists in Gaza. Israel has blocked it, and they're killing at a record pace the journalists that are in Gaza, and they're basically saying that they're associated with Hamas, so you can't trust them. It's a way to block out, I think, all information until they can continue the genocide. But there's this overall a flattening of Hamas,
open with it, Jesus.
Hamas's role in Gaza, where they are in part a governmental organization. They were, of course, involved in the October 7th attacks and orchestrated them. But what is their role in, or what has been their role in society in Gaza, and how do those differentiations look?
I mean, to back up a little bit before, a large segment of the Palestinian armed resistance prior to the 1980s was sort of secular and left-wing in orientation. And some of the groups that form the core of the Palestine Liberation Organization or Palestinian resistance in the 60s and 70s are still very active, and some of them as second-tier or second-wave participants also engaged in the October 7th operations that are known in Arabic as Operation Al-Aqsa Flood. And Hamas grew out of a transitional period where the Israelis really used extreme force against the Palestinian resistance in historic Palestine, exiled many of the leaders and activists who were part of these organizations to Lebanon and elsewhere. And in exiling them, they had Palestinians in camps along with Lebanese resistance fighters, Iranian resistance fighters. You had the Muslim Brotherhood rising up in Egypt against the secular government in Cairo. And you had these very heady times in the late 1970s, early 1980s, and then stretching to the mid 1980s, where all these ideas were swirling around among Palestinians of different factions. And you started to have a real discussion of what is the relationship between Islam as a religion and the politics of Palestinian liberation. And out of that discourse rose groups like Hamas, which originally was sort of an offshoot of the Egyptian Muslim Brotherhood, but later became its own standalone entity quite quickly. And you had Palestinian Islamic Jihad as well. And so Hamas formed as an Islamic resistance movement that was combining Islamic principles with the traditional politics of Palestinian resistance. And it was very controversial in the 2006 elections in Palestine among Islamic resistance forces that Hamas decided to stand for the elections. And the leader of the party at the time was Ismail Haniyeh, who was assassinated last summer in Tehran, Iran, by Israel when he went to attend the inauguration of the new Iranian president. Israel assassinated him. He was also the chief negotiator for the Palestinian side. So Hamas wins the elections. They defeat the preferred U.S. candidates, not just in Gaza, but in all Palestinian territories. So Ismail Haniyeh from Hamas, the Islamic resistance movement, was supposed to be, according to the democratic process, the prime minister of Palestine. Well, the United States went, and Israel, of course, went nuts about this. The U.S. and other Western countries say we have to impose sanctions. The wrong people won the free and fair election. So Israel then imposes a blockade. And Hamas has a civil war in 2007 with Fatah, the party of Mahmoud Abbas, the 89-year-old head of the Palestinian Authority, whose popularity in Palestine is lower than Sam's, as who people want to be in charge of Palestine. Sorry, Sam. So
fair,
there was
fair.
there was
Very fair.
So there was a civil war, and essentially what happened is that Mahmoud Abbas consolidated his control of the occupied West Bank, and Fatah was the dominant political force there. And then Hamas becomes the government and dominant political force of Gaza, even though roughly 50% of people in Gaza did not vote for Hamas. This is an important fact to remember. And if you look, I've read opinion polls over the years. As a government, people had the same gripes about Hamas that people in New York have about trash collection or humans anywhere. We always have to remember this because it's never allowed. Palestinians have the same issues we have about their government. Not everything is, oh my God, do we want Hamas to be attacking Israel? Do we believe in armed resistance? Basic things. Are we paid on time? Are people picking up the trash? Are our schools okay? So those kind of governance issues Hamas has had to deal with since 2006. And because there have been no other elections allowed, Hamas has now just been the government for all this time without ever having to go to the ballot box again. And Israel is constantly bombing, tightening the siege in the lead up to October 7th. And, you know, from my conversations with people from Hamas and Islamic Jihad, they're watching a number of factors. They're watching the Saudis get closer to normalizing relations with Israel. They watched what happened under the first Trump administration. Israel was tightening the blockade even further. You had increased attacks against Al-Aqsa Mosque, one of the holiest sites in Islam and the holiest site of Islam in historic Palestine. And you also had a lot of pressure internally in Gaza that the status quo was getting worse and worse, that things were crumbling. People were irritated with Hamas as a government. So all of these factors and a sense that there had to be a calling of the question on Israel or else the Palestinians would be subjected to a slow death led to the decision to launch the October 7th attacks. And so now we have a situation where Israel had a well-oiled propaganda machine. They come out of the gates and they're saying Hamas is Daesh, Hamas is ISIS, Hamas is Al-Qaeda, Hamas is representing a threat to the entire world. And the narrative was completely riddled with outright falsehoods and lies to manufacture the consent for what would become the zenith moment of Netanyahu's career, which was always about the annihilation of the Palestinians as a people and the removal of them from their land.
All right, I just want to fill in a couple of things because I think, you know, the misunderstanding as to, you know, what Hamas is, aside from the how they've been designated by the United States as a terrorist organization, like you say, they've been in the business of trash collection, of governance. So I mean, there is a much broader portfolio they have than just being an armed militancy. Yeah. Should also say that my understanding, and I wonder, you know, I don't know how much of this you have gotten into in these conversations, but I imagine over the years that the Muslim Brotherhood's perspective was essentially, you know, as a Reader's Digest version, that you start with a certain piousness as a Muslim, and that will bring about liberation for the Palestinian people. And Hamas inverted that and said, we first must liberate the Palestinian people, and then we will be able to attain a certain level of piousness within the context of Islam. And the following the elections, in the elections, if I remember correctly, and I think you and I were probably having conversations about Iraq at the time, was a function of was a unilateral decision by the Israelis and to some extent, with encouragement from the Bush administration, because they thought that it would disempower Hamas. And the absolute wrong thing happened.
I was about to say the exact opposite happened.
The whole development of Hamas was helped by the Israelis to create a conflict within the Palestinian society so that there was no single...
Yeah, even as high schoolers, this is what we were protesting at that point, because we saw it was the more of the simplistic argument, and I hate to say it that way, but if you keep bombing these people and they can prove that it was a mistake or whatever, that you are creating the next generation of radicals. How do you not see that
voice in which they had?
And it was consistent in Iraq at that time, where once we all found out that we were duped by the weapons of mass destruction thing, that's what really radicalized a lot of us, because we were just how many people did you kill in the name of that?
Had to negotiate with, so that they could argue, we have no partner for peace, because these.
This was back in the day where the people that I went to church with actually cared about things like that.
The Palestinian people can't even get on the same page, and that was why we saw the rise of Fatah at that moment, because Israel sort of pumped the brakes and then sort of did a fallback position.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to unpack there. I mean, first, you're correct that we have to remember, and it's often it's so crazy that this is true, but Hamas is often spoken about as though they're foreigners that came into Gaza, as though they're not, as though the organization itself, in all of its layers, is not comprised of people that grew up in the concentration camp of Gaza themselves, whose families were expelled during the Nakba beginning in 1948, or that Palestinians view them as somehow separate from the fabric of Palestinian life or discourse. And Hamas primarily views itself as a national liberation movement. It doesn't primarily view itself as, we're going to establish the caliphate.
Yeah.
Hamas is an Islamic resistance movement, and the emphasis is on the word resistance. And while everyone uses the word Hamas,
but that's where you don't want to forget about the other part of that, where they are
Kleenex, to describe
more extreme in that regard.
Every single group. There were more than half a dozen armed factions that participated in one way or another in the October 7th attacks, and some of them are Christian in their religious confession. Some are Muslims, some are secular, some are religious. Hamas also has the Al-Qassam brigades, which is its armed wing. And while there is influence from the political leadership of Hamas, and so far when the political leadership has signed a ceasefire or a truce deal, Al-Qassam brigades have respected that. But there is autonomy. There is quite a bit of evidence to suggest that most of Hamas's political leadership, with the exception of Yahya Sinwar, the late political head of Hamas, who was widely believed to be the kind of intellectual mastermind of October 7th, that very few of the members of the political leadership of Hamas knew in advance that this was going to happen or when it was going to happen. I bring that up because the U.S. narrative is so often filled with oversimplifications or inaccuracies, not to mention the Israeli narrative, which is outright propaganda and total lies. But the U.S. portrayal,
which I have to say did play into the India-Pakistan conflict, where it was so easy just to blanket see what they were saying on the Indian side, where it is you are just trying to use the same exact playbook you guys did. It's you copied the homework and didn't even try. I would give this an instant F as a teacher.
Of Hamas as akin to ISIS is so far from the truth. And the fact of the matter is that armed resistance and the right to armed resistance remains one of the single highest policy positions among all Palestinians, not just in Gaza, but throughout the West Bank and those that live in what's called 48 territory, Palestinians who live within what currently constitutes the state of Israel.
Can you speak a little bit more about that armed resistance and how the Abraham Accords?
You know what? Odd question that How many of the displaced Gazans have actually relocated to the West Bank?
Crossing over from the Trump administration to being continued under the Biden administration affected Hamas's decision to stage the October 7th attacks. And if you could even put that even into further context into what their armed resistance is even capable of, when you compare it to, say, the Israelis, you know, there's no Air Force, their military.
Well, reports indicate that over 40,000 Palestinians have been displaced within the West Bank due to the recent Israeli occupations. There's no specific data that says that any of the displaced individuals were originally from Gaza.
Capabilities are limited by design because of Israel's blockade. But why Saudi normalization would be such a threat to them because of that complete gap in
easy money
firepower.
No, easy. This one's money. Trump literally sees money, power, influence. The fact that they're like, in Trump's words, listen, they're not shithole countries. They got really nice toilets. They got really nice airplanes. They got big buildings. They got it all. They got even shopping malls.
Power bases.
And that's how he differentiates, where he's just like, wait a minute, are you telling me that these people are still sucking sand? I don't understand.
With the Israelis.
Yeah. No, good questions. And I should say, you know, while I have interviewed many Hamas officials about the question that you're asking me, I don't feel like I have a clear enough sense of what the actual truth is. I can share with you vignettes or things that I've heard, but I want to make clear, I'm not here offering the definitive history of Hamas's perspective or motivations for October 7th. But having said that, I'll share with you some of what I do understand. I think the issue of Saudi Arabia was this, that you had all of these, let's say, lesser important countries to the geopolitical situation between Israel and Palestine that had normalized, that were not considered to be a huge problem for the Palestinians because they didn't really carry much weight.
I talk about like Jordan.
In the case of Saudi Arabia, this would be by far the most powerful economically and otherwise Arab nation to normalize with Israel since the decades ago when Egypt and Jordan both entered into their peace agreements with Israel. So if the Saudis were to normalize with Israel and to not insist that a Palestinian state be part of the deal, this would have been the most significant blow to the Palestinian cause delivered by the decisions of an Arab ruler in many, many decades. And I don't think we can understate how significant that would have been, because the Saudis understand that both Israel and the United States desperately want Saudi Arabia to normalize with Israel. So if the Saudis were to take that off the table, then you would essentially have an entirely incapacitated broader Arab nation with no ability whatsoever to influence the position of the United States, not to mention Israel. So I think, in a nutshell, that's what I think was the issue there. It was more of a high-level political analysis. On the issue of the weapons, though, Emma, let's remember that most of the weapons that Al-Qassam brigades have and that Islamic Jihad have on the ground in Gaza are domestically manufactured by engineering corps that have been doing this for decades. They're manufacturing their own bullets. They're manufacturing their own sniper rifles. They're manufacturing their own rockets. They are taking the debris from munitions fired at Gaza by Israel, and they are retrofitting them into their own weaponry. There's an old Al Jazeera documentary from 2006. It was in Al Jazeera Arabic. It's called Hosted by the Rifle. And it's a documentary where an Al Jazeera correspondent goes into Gaza and he interviews people from Al-Qassam Brigade's engineering corps. And they show him the process of manufacturing their own grenades, their own rockets, their own rifles. And in that, he does an interview, the correspondent, with Mohammed Daif. Mohammed Daif was widely credited as being the Palestinian that modernized Al-Qassam Brigades into a fighting force capable of doing an operation like occurred on October 7th. And so they have created factories in the tunnels for the manufacture of their own weapons, often using ordnance that Israel has fired at them and then repurposing it to create their own weaponry. What happened on October 7th was in the context of Palestinian resistance utterly spectacular. Whatever you think about the actions, who was killed, how they were killed on October 7th, what they managed to do was a total shock to the system, the national security system of Israel. They were able to breach multiple Israeli military facilities and with almost no resistance whatsoever, and come away.
Yeah, I think that's why Israel reacted like so harshly, is because honestly, it was like catching them with their pants down.
With upwards of 250 captives, including many dozens of Israeli soldiers.
Especially when they tout the Iron Dome the way they do.
Using computer hard drives,
at that time,
papers, and other intelligence from these Israeli bases and bring them back into Gaza with them. It was the most stunning and successful attack that that any Palestinian resistance forces have ever launched against the state of Israel. And it was all planned.
Wasn't success also measured by what's accomplished?
In total secrecy, using weapons that were overwhelmingly manufactured in the tunnels underneath Gaza.
I want to move forward to this sort of where we've been this year, particularly under the Trump administration. And I want to go back to what was happening in March when the first sort of, wasn't the first ceasefire, but it was what appeared to be the first sort of like potentially extended one and process. Just tell us about that. It is since the Israelis unilaterally ended that process, but tell us what that process was and how it came about. And then I want to talk about Boehlert, Adam Boehlert, who is the special hostage envoy for the United States.
All right, so rewind a little bit further back. In May of 2024, Joe Biden, who was president at the time, stands up in front of the American people at a press conference and says that there's a breakthrough on the verge, that based on an Israeli idea, that the Biden administration had come up with a framework for a ceasefire that it believed was going to be able to bring a resolution to the war in Gaza. And then Biden and his administration do not veto a UN resolution that happens. You know, they were constantly vetoing all these ceasefire resolutions. They sit this one out. They let the United Nations endorse what Biden at this point then was calling the Biden proposal. They go back to Hamas and Israel. There's a little bit of back and forth. July 2nd, 2024, Hamas formally signs with the mediators a commitment to enter into a 3-phase ceasefire deal with Israel that was based on what Joe Biden called the Biden plan. Israel then proceeds to blow that deal up and totally humiliate Biden. And instead of putting any consequences on Netanyahu, Biden continues the flow of weapons, and then nothing ever happens again. Trump, again, emerges as, you know, he quite likely is going to win. He starts saying on the campaign trail that, you know, within hours of getting into office, he's going to end the war. Then once he becomes the president-elect, he starts threatening and says, you know, mostly he was saying to Hamas, but it was clear it meant both sides, that if there isn't a deal before I'm sworn in and hostages don't start coming home, there's going to be all hell to pay. That actually meant something. So you then had Steve Witkoff, a Gulf billionaire buddy of Donald Trump's, get signed on during the transition to be Trump's envoy. He starts attending these negotiations with the regional mediators from Qatar and Egypt alongside the outgoing Biden administration team. And there's a famous story where Witkoff basically says he's going to fly into Israel, even though it's Shabbat. And Netanyahu's people are saying, well, he can't meet you on this day. And Witkoff is saying, no, you are going to meet me on that day. By all accounts, it's quite clear from Hamas's side and Israel's side, had Trump not been elected, that ceasefire wouldn't have happened. But what's interesting is that the terms of the ceasefire signed on January 17th of this year, 3 days before Trump gets sworn in, was almost to the letter identical to the May proposal that Joe Biden had put forward.
Yeah.
So
I mean, this isn't new news that he's trying to like take everything that was good from the Biden administration, say that he's getting rid of it and then repackaging it and then just signing it as an executive order. Like, honestly, he just did that with the drug prices thing, where it had already been signed by Biden. He's like, you know what? Not good enough. I'm going to do a new executive order on drug prices. You look at it's the exact same bill.
There's nothing that changed except for the political pressure that was placed on Netanyahu by someone who wasn't even the president yet.
The thing is, the next person that gets into the the ring here, for lack of a better term, needs to be way better at attacking these points where it's just like, no, this is, listen, the Democrats did a lot of good. He just and then have the bullet points where it's like, you remember how much you love this bill with the prescriptions? Democratic bill.
Donald Trump. Netanyahu, though, Sam, starts saying
they were laying the groundwork for that with the immigration bill.
Yeah, we signed this 3-phase deal, but actually we're only going to respect the first phase of it. And actually, we're not going to fully respect the first phase of it because we're going to still keep bombing them during the ceasefire, but we're going to go through the motions to try to get as many Israeli captives out as we can. So for a month, that's what happened. You had these exchanges where the Palestinian side was giving over Israelis. The Israelis that would then release a large number of, at the beginning, it was Palestinian children and women. There are 10,000 Palestinians that Palestinians consider to be hostages that Israel is holding. 2,000 Palestinians have been taken from Gaza just for the purpose of exchanging them in these deals. So as it's moving along, a couple of weeks into that first 42-day phase, Israel is supposed to send technical negotiators who are going to work out the deal, the details of the second 42-day phase. That second 42-day phase stipulated all Israeli forces are out of Gaza, all remaining Israeli captives are freed. Netanyahu had said, I'm not going to do this. He told Trump he's not going to do it. He told Biden he's not going to do it. Biden and Trump both gave him what are called side letters saying if Israel decides it's not in its best interest, it can continue the war. March 1st comes, end of phase 1. Israel makes clear it's not moving toward a phase 2. March 2nd, they impose a full blockade. Not an ounce of water, not a grain of wheat, no pill of medicine, nothing will enter Gaza. By the way, it's still that.
Still
there hasn't
going on.
been
This
any
has been
since
over
March
2 months
2nd.
now.
Right.
Yeah.
So then Witkoff and Bowler start kicking into gear because they start to get concerned that if Netanyahu just continues to go full scorched earth, that Trump's other agenda in the Middle East is going to be messed with. Like, none of this is actually about the Palestinian people. It's about two things: getting the Israeli and the U.S. citizen captives out of Gaza, whether living or dead, and bringing this to some resolution so Trump can go out about the business of the Trump family business and a little bit for the United States in the Middle East. Let's just be really clear, that's what's going on. But Witkoff and Bowler then start saying, we should talk directly to Hamas. We have our own citizens there. Netanyahu's plan seems to be that it's okay if, captives keep dying. So they open a direct channel. Adam Bowler, by the way, is one of Jared Kushner's college roommates and a very close friend of Jared Kushner, the son-in-law. By the way, when I spoke to Hamas officials about it, they were saying to me, oh, did you see how Adam Bowler got smeared, but then he was brought back into Trump? Why do you think that is? They were asking me. And I'm like, you guys don't know? Like, you don't have an intelligence wing? This is a friend of Jared Kushner's. Like, he's a personal friend of the Trump family. You guys are following me here. That's what they said. They send like Jared Kushner's frat buddy to be the guy directly meeting with Hamas. So, you've got his golf buddy, Witkoff, and his kid, his son-in-law's college roommate are the lead negotiators now with Hamas. Yeah.
And the irony is probably there's probably somewhere a finder's fee for whatever deal ends up coming in. Yeah. If they could, this is total speculation, but we just saw Qatari, the Qataris offering a $400 million plane. Who knows what deal down the road they think is going to come out of this? But I want to take this moment. So Bowler goes and has a conversation with Hamas, and it creates a huge conversations. And he goes around.
The executive order on drug prices is not like the previous bill. It replaced drug company with other countries. So the drug companies are going to raise prices everywhere.
The Israeli.
Oh.
Please. And this is how.
No, I had heard that there was a provision that was going to raise the prices, but I missed that.
He is met. This is on March 9th. Let's just start with Jake Tapper's introduction of Bowler. This is I found this fascinating because I had seen it contemporaneously, but after listening to your interview, I went back, and it's fascinating to see how Tapper introduces this guy.
Joining me now is the man who sat across the proverbial table from Hamas, U.S. hostage envoy Adam Bowler. Adam, thanks so much for joining us. Let's start on these direct negotiations with Hamas. First of all, obviously controversial to directly negotiate with terrorists. How much sign-off did you get from President Trump beforehand? And this is just my personal curiosity. as a Jewish American, did you have to steel yourself before sitting down to deal with people who are definitionally anti-Semitic murderers?
Well, I'll say meeting with.
Okay, all right. So I just wanted to they are.
Tapper's weight loss, I'm gonna just call it. That is him literally losing bits of his soul every time that he reports on shit like that in that exact way.
They are not definitionally anti-Semitic murderers. I mean, just speak to. I want to get to the rest of the bullet, but speak because I know that you asked Hamdan about what is the basis of this resistance movement? Do you hate? I don't know if you asked specifically.
Going to walk the dog tonight. Good night, everybody. Very nice stream. Oh, thank you.
Hate Jews, but he addressed this.
Thank you, Robin. Good night.
I don't ask that because I'm not a child. I'm a student of history, and look, since 2017, the Hamas charter has stated quite explicitly that the official position of Hamas is that it will accept a two-state arrangement with Israel along the pre-June 4th, 1967 borders with East Jerusalem as its capital. That's been the position since 2017. What people like Jake Tapper and others who make these claims rely on is a combination of having swallowed far too much Israeli propaganda and statements that have been made over the years about Jewish people by various people affiliated with Hamas that Hamas itself doesn't deny. And if you actually pay attention to what they say, there have been several Hamas officials, including Abu Marzouk, one of the most senior officials in Hamas, in a recent court filing in Britain, acknowledging that there were things said that don't reflect the views of the organization. You can take that or leave it, but
well, no, that's not a take it or leave it situation, because honestly, they need if that's the case, then they need to just go, no, we very much you got to sternly do it. Don't do like the passive, just like their views don't really reflect ours, and then go on to I don't know.
Tapper is engaged in
and I'm just trying to devil's advocate this one, guys.
Reckless, irresponsible, erroneous journalism when he poses a question like that to Adam Bowler.
I mean, it is wild.
That's also the first question too.
No, but this is typical. I mean, Jake Tapper has been, unfortunately, I used to have respect for Jake Tapper during Obama when it was, drone war stuff. Jake Tapper would ask good questions. Jake Tapper totally checked his principles at the door on October 7th when it came to covering this. He's been a rabid partisan. He's been part of a media operation that has normalized and facilitated this genocide. These people are not journalists. They've been propagandists in a very dark way for a U.S. facilitated genocide. I think we just have to say that very, very clearly. They have had people on that have said demonstrably false things about events that took place on October 7th, and they have never, ever retracted it, nor has the New York Times. And Jake Tapper was part of that lie machine that was meant to dehumanize Palestinians. But on the issue of Adam Bowler, they then have Adam Bowler sitting there. Now, I talked to Hamas. They found Bowler fascinating. They said that he was inquisitive, that he wanted to understand not just the events of October 7th and forward, but wanted to go back. He asked them about the foundation of Hamas, about their views on a wide range of issues. They felt like it was a very, very productive meeting. And they told me that Bowler kept saying that he really was surprised at what he was hearing in the room, that it's so different from what he had been told was going to be said in that room, and kept emphasizing that to them. And they told me something that hasn't been made public. What Bowler told them is that the next step in this is going to be, we're going to set up a direct meeting between Hamas and Steve Witkoff, and we're going to discuss a much broader framework. And what Hamas was just stunned to see was Adam Bowler not just going on CNN, but going on Israeli television and stating that Hamas has put forward a proposal for a long-term truce of 5 to 10 years with Israel. So Adam Bowler, who is the special envoy on hostages for Trump and college roommate of Jared Kushner, goes in, meets with Hamas, the first time there's been direct talks between the American government and Hamas, and comes out of it with clearly a much more nuanced understanding, which is what you need in diplomacy, where Antony Blinken and others failed. Somehow, this guy kind of gets it and comes out and accurately says, this is what the position is of Hamas.
I think you said it, though. It's because he wasn't just like this normal government bureaucrat who has had all I hate using like the whole Zionist agenda kind of thing.
Extraordinary.
Where it's like everybody had already pledged allegiance. Like that's what Biden did. Let's be real.
You know, whatever
like,
the
dude, he was so far gone in that. Like, and the older, Democrats that have always come through that, like the APEC Dems.
Nations are of Trump and company beyond it. From the position of Hamas, they're saying, look, we never heard of this guy before, but he seemed interested in actually
what's
what
your
we
read
think.
on that, Jeremy? What's your read on that? Just the idea that he's not a part of the national security kind of establishment.
I
West
wouldn't care.
crew.
He is basically a healthcare like VC type of person.
But I just think like there's something really important to underline there. The rot at the core of the national security consultant class that basically was running the
essentially
show for Biden, who couldn't
the APEC lobby groups,
put string two sentences together. They begin to believe their own BS, or whatever they're spewing to the public is so disconnected from the reality that you have,
let's say lobbyists,
Sigma Chi bro come in and just have some common sense reaction. Like there's two elements that I think are really important to kind of flesh out. Is that one,
I almost said something really mean about Fetterman.
these people maybe have more of a layman's kind of reaction to what's happening here.
I'm just
And
gonna
two,
leave
Trump
that
has
there.
this transactional element to him where there's some hope here in the sense that, he has these Arab Americans for Trump that reportedly maybe made some connection. I take Barack Ravid's reporting with a boulder of salt, but I'm just trying to say that, like, I want to get there soon, but just that with the Qatari plane and everything like that, Trump may be wanting to look at this from a business, you scratch my back thing, as opposed to an ideological Zionist perspective, where maybe we do have a shift there.
I mean, you guys remember that movie from, I mean, we're all relatively similar generation, that movie Dave, where the guy who looks like the
Kevin Kline.
The guy who looks like the president becomes president when the
it's a good movie.
President becomes incapacitated, and then he has his friend, his personal accountant, comes to the White House and balances the budget. It was like, I think it was a 90s movie. In a way,
I get some bad news for you about everybody in this office except for me. But in terms of like being aware of anything in the 90s.
I really just like the narrative that Biden couldn't string two sentences together. I mean, he was kind of bad, but not that bad. It's very ageist, and honestly, for everybody that talks about like how the left speaks and how they need to be more caring, that kind of stuff, that the fact is they just threw him, like, just because of the disagreement with Gaza. I actually think that Emma and to some degree Sam would check out about that, but specifically Emma and Matt, those two did say some pretty heinous shit that if you applied it to any other elderly person, you would just be like, this is fucking ageist. Like, you guys are just kind of assholes.
But go ahead.
All right.
And on top of it, he can't string two sentences together thing. The fact is, even pre-age degradation, the man had a stutter. Like, what the actual fuck?
I was trying to be generous.
And then this is the same crowd that get on the Trump thing, where he was like, yeah, but Trump, he totally did it. Look, I don't know what I said. When he did that, they were the first ones to fucking just be like, look, he's ableist. He's ableist.
Toward you, Sam, but it's okay.
Oh no, me. That was late in my life when the.
No, I'll be real. It was shitty.
I said relatively.
And honestly, I've had this problem because I feel like in America we really do have this thing where we treat our elderly like crap.
Yeah.
Like absolute crap. We treat, especially lately, oh my God, the last 20 years, I've seen it get even worse, where people are just we already had the problem of just dumping off our elderly to nursing homes, but this, holy crap.
I was talking about these guys are too young for that. They don't
maybe
remember
Emma's parents told her about this
Exactly.
movie.
Exactly
It's going to be a
right.
totally embarrassing moment for me. I
forgot we were still
apologize.
talking
I've
about
outed
Dave.
myself. But it's a movie basically about what happens
movie.
if a normal person is put in charge of the United States and has to figure out the problems of the day. And in a way, if ordinary common sense people sit in a room and they're sort of listening, they come up with a different set of ideas than the class of people that Emma's referring to, the people that are paid by the makers of tanks to think, that go in and out of government and think tank world. like the Blinkens of the world, or the consulting world or whatever.
Let's listen to 2 minutes of this, of Bowler, because this comes out in these 2 minutes or so when he's talking to Jake Tapper. Now, of course, in the days after this interview, Bowler was attacked, and
the
really
Israelis go nuts, and Republican senators then start to say to Trump, we want him gone. And it seemed like they were going to kick him under the bus, but then Trump was like, no, actually. And while we're talking, Bowler's on his way to go and do more negotiations.
I want to get to that, but let's look at this clip. This is from March 9th, that same interview.
Situation. I do think there's hope. I think that Israel has done a wonderful, masterful job eliminating Hamas, Hezbollah, a number of other enemies in the state that makes things possible that weren't possible before. And I think you could see something like a long-term truce where we forgive prisoners, where Hamas lays down their arms, where they agree they're not part of the political party going forward. I think that's a reality. It's real close.
Do you have plans to sit down with Hamas again?
You never know. Sometimes you're in the area and you drop by.
All right. It's a very unique pop-in.
We got to go back. I want to get to the part where the Israelis were upset. Maybe it was a little bit earlier than this. I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. I don't know where
to help other Americans. And so it comes part and parcel of the job. I knew that I was going to meet Hamas as a result of it, and we discussed it. Then I think when you walk and you sit in front of somebody and you know what they've done, it's hard not to think of it. I wouldn't say it's the most productive. The most productive is to realize that every piece of a person is a human, and to identify the human elements of those people and then build from there. But it definitely feels a little odd knowing what they really are.
So thank you for your candor. So you did get sign off from President Trump ahead of time, though?
Of course.
Yeah. What was the result of the meeting? How close are you to a deal to get the American hostages, living and dead, murdered?
Okay, I guess I jump forward again. I'm sorry. I just jumped forward to 250.
The Ron Dermer part.
Yeah, exactly.
Damn. I've had to do this.
That's a very unique pop-in, I suppose. So you talked about the job Israel has done in trying to negotiate.
To be fair, I'm going to just give them a little credit here. Recently, YouTube took away the ability to have like the popularity wave shown on every video. I don't know when they did that, but it only pops up on a few now.
The release of the hostages
like the
living and dead.
Part of the video.
Axios' reporter Barak Ravid is reporting the top Israeli official Ron Dermer strongly discouraged you from talking directly with Hamas. He said it was a tense phone call. Tell us about that. Do you understand why Netanyahu, Dermer, others might be upset?
I do understand. I spoke with Ron, and I'm sympathetic. He has someone that he doesn't know well, making direct contact with Hamas. Maybe I would see them and say, look, they don't have horns growing out of their head. They're actually guys like us. They're pretty nice guys. So he doesn't know me, and there are big stakes. He lives in a country where if it sets certain precedents, then it will hurt or help a lot of other people. So I understand the consternation and the concern, and I wasn't upset. At the same time, we're the United States. We're not an agent of Israel. We have specific interests at play.
Whoa.
And we did communicate back and forth.
I swear, okay, what is bothering me is that if this guy was, part of a Democratic or any other administration, I would probably just go, damn it. This is what objectivity feels like, huh?
Specific parameters by which we fell. And the reality is what I wanted to do is jumpstart some negotiations that were in a very fragile place.
This is totally agreeable.
And I wanted to say to Hamas, what is the end game that you want here? Not the dream end game, but what do you think is realistic at this point? Because until we know that, it's very hard to reach some sort of truce or some sort of end to hostility. So in the end, I think it was a very helpful meeting. It was very helpful to hear.
I don't think Sylvie's talking about him winning. I think that she's literally talking about how
some back and forth. But I think Israel knows walking out of that, it's not like Hamas got the world because I thought they were a bunch of nice guys.
Right.
All right. I mean, that's fascinating because, first of all, you never heard an American official talk like that. And he is obviously very, he's being very diplomatic, but what he's saying is they don't have horns. I could have conversations with these guys. They have an agenda. They have an end game as well. What is so subsequent to that? I mean that moment I found fascinating, and the Israelis really, sort of tipped their hand here. Like, you can't go and talk to them because we have a narrative that we're trying to control, and you're usurping that narrative.
But this is the thing. Like, I am totally clear on who Donald Trump is. And I think Hamas is very clear on what Donald Trump is regarding Israel. They understand that this administration is just completely filled with Zionists. They understand that the appointment of Mike Huckabee, a fanatical Christian supremacist lunatic, is now the U.S. ambassador to Israel. They know that Trump may well tell Netanyahu will support full annexation of the West Bank. They're clear on all of that.
Yeah, let's be real though. Are we going to see a lot of pushback coming from those people to specifically this guy? But I don't see them going to Trump and being like, "Yeah, I don't agree with this."
Where they see opportunity,
I think they'll just try to trash Bowler.
Is in the form of Trump's unorthodox nature. The fact that,
oh my God, this is so weird. They literally talked about Jared Kushner bringing peace in the Middle East, and I guess this is somehow, some way.
There is really open corruption in this administration, that Trump wants to make a bunch of deals with Arab nations that actually want this war to end, that it's in play in a way it never would have been when you have a ghoulish,
should send Ethan and Hassan to negotiate a deal.
Radical Zionists like Joe Biden in the White House, who spent his entire career supporting Israel.
Although, how would that go?
It's most violent and most extreme. From their perspective, it's like, these guys are kind of normal people. Like, they said the same thing about Adam Bowler that he's saying about them, that we actually find them reasonable to deal with.
Yeah,
they don't believe they're going to get the farm from Donald Trump. They want what they feel is a fair shot, and they think they have a better chance of getting it with.
I agree, or I'll agree. He should have. He brought too many complex facts and figures that he couldn't remember fast enough to combat Trump. He didn't have the capacity or the what to do it with the material. He was also sick, from my understanding.
Bowler. And
again, I'm not even trying to go to bat for the guy. He apparently had some really bad flu or some shit that he was.
And Witkoff. We are now in a situation. It's so pathetic and also amusing at the
I don't really doing that kind of
same time. That the best hope we have maybe for some end to this genocide is that Donald Trump's unorthodox way of approaching things, the people that he's put in charge of these negotiations not being professional politicians from the consultancy class, and Trump's corruption.
I think that's honestly what it is, man.
And prioritization.
The fact that they are just business dudes, they don't think like this. And the lobbyists, think about it. The lobbyists may have gotten to other parts of Trump's family, like Kushner, but guys like Bowler, the lobbyists haven't really had time.
Beyond just supporting Zionism, could end up ending this thing. Yeah, this is so crazy.
If you really listen to him during the debate, he did pretty well, but Trump is so much better at being a showman as well. Yeah,
that's true.
Yeah.
Trump believes
optics are optics.
He was in one.
But that's also why I will say, to be completely fair in this regard, that Trump, he tanked his debate performance against Kamala. He did such a bad dude. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. They're eating. I saw it. He lost it at that moment.
And that is
no matter what you say. I know that. Again, I'm not one of these assholes that's just Kamala totally beat him, so that's why she's president. Yeah.
So how much?
No, but in that one moment, optically, she won.
Is going to be put into his pocket, but
I also hate to say this, JD Vance optically did better than frickin' Waltz, because Waltz at one point in that debate even said he was just I'm friends with school shooters. It was just excusez-moi.
I think
and he's like, I'm a bit of a knucklehead. It's
at the very least, if you're not there's something transactional, then there's perhaps a transaction that can happen. All right, so bring it to today. We have a situation where subsequent to that, that a hostage, that prisoner was released, and they were supposed to go to Qatar and meet Trump there. Qatar, meanwhile, has given what's going on now, and this involves Saudi Arabia too. From your perspective and from what you gleaned, what is going on right now?
What up, Tragic?
So what happened is that since those meetings with Bowler, Hamas has said that they're interested in freeing Idan Alexander, this kid from New Jersey who joined the Israeli military and was captured by Palestinians.
You make that sound worse than it was. The main problem with the JD debate was that they wanted him to act bipartisan.
Fighters in Israeli military uniform. I keep repeating that because people say it's a hostage as though he was one of the people taken from the music festival when he was actually a combatant in the Israeli military. So Hamas originally, though, wanted to make that part of a deal that brought them back to the original framework that contemplates full Israeli withdrawal and an end to the genocide. I think that the calculus from Hamas's perspective is, we're taking a gamble here. We're going to release the only male soldier that we've released since October.
In my opinion, I think you're capitulating to right-wing narrative on Tim for that.
2023 to the United States for nothing on paper and nothing in return, in terms of a guarantee.
All right, that's fair. I would actually say that Tim won the debate on substance, but for some reason, the optics of the debate, that's what I remember about it.
Or a stamp on it. And what their perspective is that I think that Trump's people indicated to Hamas and these discussions.
No, he also had a banger or two, bangers, as far as zingers on JD. So you're right. I'm not. Maybe I am just
to put a lot of pressure on Netanyahu.
Like
whether or not
dwindling
that's
that
going
down
to
to
pan
just a
out,
few
it's
things.
a huge gamble from Hamas's perspective. The only card, so to speak, that they have is the captives that they're holding. Every time they release,
no, the tampon Tim stuff was the dumbest shit ever, and I can't believe they thought that was they loved that amongst themselves, but that was really dumb.
A captive,
and honestly, it was funny because him calling them weird was exactly what everybody needed, because that was, again, oh my God, a Democratic politician said something factual
to Israel, or in this case, the United States. Their bargaining power gets reduced. That's how they think of this. That if they didn't hold,
forgot about the tampon Tim thing.
Those captives, then there would be nothing to encourage the United States or any other country to put pressure on Israel. So we're in that situation. Trump, though, is in the Middle East.
I just subscribing.
Wanting
realize
money.
I'm subscribed.
Wanting to make deals.
You got a gifted sub, my friend.
This has nothing to do with Netanyahu. He wants to make that money. And when making that money comes into conflict because Netanyahu is intent on just
thank you again, Natasha. I appreciate that.
Continuing his genocide. In the case of someone like Biden, no problem. In the case of someone like Trump, you're messing with my money. And I think that's really, to put it in just kind of the most basic human terms, I think that is part of what we're seeing here. Regarding Qatar, it's interesting. Qatar is, on the one hand, at the center of a huge scandal, Qatargate, for Netanyahu right now internally in Israel. And
Qatar, Pakistan.
Qatar also has.
See, it sounds weird when I actually say it right.
Close diplomatic.
Or am I saying it right? And I'm just an ass.
Relations with Hamas. It also has relations with Israel and regularly meets with Israeli intelligence and has been one of the primary mediators in these negotiations over the Gaza war. But beyond that, Qatar wants to make a play to be viewed as the kind of logical American diplomatic ally in the Middle East and a close business partner of the American capitalist class. So that is Qatar's view. And
they always have.
Airplane thing,
I mean,
you wouldn't give.
People have been accusing Al Jazeera as being kind of like an infiltrator in literally that regard.
That airplane to Joe Biden. You would do other deals with Joe Biden, but that's the language of Donald Trump. So from the Qataris' perspective, they're like, okay, well, these are the rules of the game. The Trump's people say it's legal. Here you go. Here's your $400 million luxury jet, luxury plane.
The other language of Donald Trump was hinted in this clip here, where he
it's a jumbo jet. Come on, get it right, Jeremy.
Said at the end, we're America, or I'm paraphrasing it to a certain degree, where.
It was rated #1 in planes, trains, and automobiles.
Yeah, exactly. Where there's this this discomfort with Israel, with the tail wagging the dog to an extent here.
You're right. I think I think Trump doesn't like Netanyahu at all. I mean, there's
I mean, look at the body language. I gotta find this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he finds him a tacky, annoying person he just has to deal with. Separate Netanyahu from Israel and the fact that Trump's primary, his top benefactor, Miriam Adelson, $100 million, he has to kind of do her bidding to an extent. But I think there's a lot of evidence to suggest that Trump finds Netanyahu garish, annoying, doesn't want him around. probably doesn't like how he dresses or whatever, like he finds him, doesn't like the way he chooses food. Those things actually matter.
Because look at him. He thinks he's better than me. He totally thinks he's better than me. I'll show him. Just wait. I'm going to bring peace to the Middle East, you motherfucker.
In Trump world. And weirdly, there are indications that Trump sort of likes Mahmoud Abbas, even though most Palestinians don't like Mahmoud Abbas. So one thing to look out for here is that Abbas, who is technically kind of in control of Palestine because he's the head of the Palestinian Authority, there may be meetings with Trump in these days involving Abbas. And I wouldn't be surprised if we started to hear that Trump's people want to make a deal involving Mahmoud Abbas to resolve the war in Gaza. And that could be that he goes behind the back of both Israel and kind of Hamas to just sort of say, here's what we're doing it. But Emma, you're hitting it on the head. Trump is an American nationalist in his own imagination, an America firster. And I don't think he has any problem saying to Netanyahu, we don't take orders from you. And that's not something that Democratic presidents typically say.
I think I put it funnier, but okay.
Yeah, he's not going to Jerusalem. And the fact that this IDF soldier was an American, I think, is really key to his conception of himself as an American nationalist, that he went around the Israelis. And in terms of what Hamas got in exchange for it, they got the good ear of Donald Trump. They got to say, we made a deal with you, we scratched your back, so you have to scratch ours, in the way that this Arab American.
In private, I have a little pet name for him, BB. I call him BB, but I in my head I'm calling him Big Bitch.
For Trump's story
He's
is
just a big
kind
bitch.
of recirculating here, where there's one thing: Trump is transactional.
An angel comes to Mar-a-Lago, wakes Trump from his sleep, and places him before a vision of horror, speaks to him, solemn and deep. Trump, gather all the armies, depart and at the break of day, prove your sincere faith to Palestine and make your way. And Trump, as a knight of God, replies, so it must be. I'll gather the armies from the United States, and I'll set forth immediately. I shall prove my earnest faith. When to believe means means to live. At once I gather the armies. At dawn I shall leave.
He put RFK in as Health and Human Services Secretary when everyone thinks he's a crank, because he felt that he delivered a specific coalition for him in the election.
The idea of him as a knight of God is kind of funny.
And I think that's where we're at here, where Trump does feel like there's some transactional value in going around the Israelis from
oh my God, he sees a biblical angel.
Political
what
perspective.
The actual fuck?
And that is where we may have an opportunity, in my view. But
remember the backdrop of all of this that we've seen, which is totally extraordinary. Trump designates within days or a couple of weeks of...
There's a reason that the angels had to say, be not afraid.
Coming back to the presidency, he designates Ansar Allah, the Houthis in Yemen, as a full foreign terrorist organization.
No, realistically, and this is where I don't like that they're just kind of capitulating to that, where they're not... or like to this narrative where he's somehow like brokering this peace deal for the betterment of America, or like instead of himself, instead of the fact that no, this is for his family, the hotels. He kind of said it at the beginning, but he's not really elaborating on it.
Joe Biden had walked that back a bit because they thought that there could be some diplomatic resolution.
Love it.
So Trump does that designation, but then the U.S. starts doing this heavy bombing of Yemen. And you had the Pete Hegseth signal scandal, et cetera. And the fact is that the truth is that Ansar Allah was actually sticking it to the United States. They shot down record numbers of American drones. The U.S. could not, this is a mountainous terrain. I've spent a good bit of time in Yemen. It is almost impossible for the United States to destroy their missile production capability. They tried repeatedly and they just couldn't do it. So eventually, Trump's people recognize this isn't in our interest. They sign a ceasefire deal with Ansar Allah, a foreign terrorist organization that Trump designated as one of the first foreign policy moves he made coming back into the White House. They make this deal, brokered by Oman, and they cut Israel out of it. Do people understand what this means? No. Ansar Allah is saying, we will not attack American ships anymore, but we're going to continue to bomb Israel.
Yes.
And we're going to continue to attack Israeli ships. That's the deal Donald Trump made.
I did not know
some of his base, they're losing their minds over this. Netanyahu is losing his mind.
And then it does explain why Benjamin Netanyahu was pissed
over this. That Trump made that deal. Trump is now negotiating directly with Iran. Now, Trump blew up, the best deal that we had to try to ward off any kind of war with Iran that was signed under the Obama administration. And he may take us back to almost identical to what Obama had negotiated. But setting that aside and recognizing there's ego at play, it's extraordinary. The Israelis don't want him doing this with Iran. The Israelis have always played a huge role.
Netanyahu pledges full force to complete fight against Hamas in coming days.
Role in dictating American policy on Iran. They certainly didn't want them signing a ceasefire agreement with Ansar Allah. They certainly didn't want Adam Boehler and Steve Witkoff to be talking directly with Hamas. So whatever anybody thinks about Donald Trump, in the whole scope of American empire, there maybe is a better shape for some of these things under these guys, golf buddies and college roommates, than there was under the professional adults in the room that we were told were the answer to our problems.
Witkoff was just in the news in Jerusalem Post reporting that he had a meeting with the hostage families, and Witkoff said, we want to bring the hostages home, but Israel not willing to end the war.
And the families of those Israeli captives said to Steve Witkoff in that meeting, Sam, that what you're saying is something that Netanyahu will never say to us.
Yeah.
That we don't hear this from Netanyahu, that those families.
No, they literally said Netanyahu abandoned us.
And I think rightly so.
Then can somebody correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I feel like then they got shut down from Israeli media.
That Netanyahu has prioritized the extermination of Palestinian women and kids in tents with U.S. weapons over the freeing of their own people.
Yep.
Like Witkoff and Boehler, they know the truth. And the truth is that Hamas is ready this moment to make a deal that releases every single captive immediately. That's the deal on the table from Hamas's perspective, and Netanyahu has been blowing it up.
And that involves a 5 to 7 year truce where there would be, and they would give up their leverage essentially with really no way of assuring that outside of this type of commitment. All right, last question, because I know you got to go.
Yep.
Saudi Arabia, where are they? Because they were about to sign these accords. It seemed like Biden was en route to that. They now seem to have not necessarily recommitted, but they seem to be they're paying attention more to the situation in Gaza. I would imagine that's a function of of domestic and sort of pan-Arab pressures. What is it that MBS needs?
I actually think the Saudis have benefited from this situation tremendously because normalization with Israel is incredibly unpopular among Arab populations. These rulers have been engaging in these deals. There's unrest that's brewing. It's not that there's going to be, that the Saudi kingdom is going to fall tomorrow or that the king of Jordan is going to fall. But there's an anger brewing in the streets. There's a resentment of these kinds of deals, especially as people have watched the incineration of tens of thousands of Palestinians over these 19 months. And the Saudis were under an enormous amount of pressure not to normalize with Israel, just based on broader Arab public opinion. So Netanyahu doing the Gaza genocide and mass murdering Palestinians and blowing up all of these deals, and then having Trump come back into power, I think the Saudis sat back and they said, wait a minute, we don't have to talk about normalizing with Israel right now because Israel's committing a genocide. The U.S. is facilitating that genocide. We have Trump coming back in who was asking us for $1 trillion, who wants to sign all these huge deals so that he can go back and brag about it and wants to set his family up for future and ongoing deals. And so I think the Saudis look at this and they feel like we're in a great position here because we can push normalization to the side a bit. We don't have to worry about that. The U.S. under Trump may sign some bilateral agreements with us that Biden wanted to be linked to normalization with Israel and that Israel wanted linked to it. So I think the Saudis and the Qataris are huge. They're winning the game right now because of this combination of factors.
Jeremy Scahill, investigative reporter, war correspondent, co-founder, DropSite News. I can't encourage people enough. We're going to link to both your conversation with Usam Hamdan and also the conversation you had with couple of your colleagues at Drop Site about that conversation. I think both are worth watching. And we're gonna link to both of those at
know what? I'm gonna put those
YouTube
on
and,
the
and
queue
podcast
list
and
for
majority.fm. Jeremy, thank you so much for taking all this time. I
upcoming
really
streams here.
appreciate it. And again, I've told you over the course of 20 years how much I appreciate your work. That still remains the case.
Same here.
Thank you, Sam and Emma, both. Thank you, and thank you guys for doing such an important show.
All right, thank you, Jeremy.
All right, take care.
That was awesome. All right. Couple things about that. I appreciate the more like nuanced approach to reporting on this, like as opposed to Hassan just essentially going, you know, I don't care about the corruption. Like he literally said that. I quit watching. I don't know what he said after that because it finally got me where I was just like, nope, can't do that. One of his worst takes to date, which that's saying something. But realistically, I'm strangely glad that this is happening. And you can go back to one of my streams. I know, like one of my earlier streams where I did cover this, where I was just like, wouldn't that be a bitch? Like I laid this out like as a theoretical thing where I'm like, wouldn't that be a bitch if he did solve the conflict in Gaza? So, but I appreciate him also like breaking it down how this is like more for selfish like gain for the Trump family. And but surprisingly, Jared Kushner's roommate, the way he put it, it was agreeable AF. Trying to keep it a little more TOS-er. And yeah, I also have to say, like, it was surprising. So we'll see what happens, man. Realistically. But, all right, that was an awesome interview. Oh man. Oh, I can now relax a little bit. Welcome to the fun half, guys. We were in the middle of that. That was a long interview, but we were a couple steps away from Trump saying Israel killed a lot of Gazan Christians, and a lot of people don't know that. I'm not kidding. Or, you're not. I'm not kidding. You're not kidding. Yes. And I think the same thing, yes. Evangelical, I mean... So you're saying the hard pivot? That's interesting. And I can tell you right now that the evangelical community would totally buy into it. Because they have a victim complex as it is. And they want... Oh my God, they would love that. I'm not understating how much of a victim complex they have, by the way, guys. Like, dude, we were trained to essentially, like, say just... Yeah, you know what? We are the worst. Or we are the worst. Like, we are the worst prosecuted. Sorry, my wife literally just texted me at the same time. We all know Huckabee is a Zionist. Endgame is... Well, yeah. But we'll see. This is interesting. I'll say, out of everything that this dude has done, didn't see this. Like, this was the like swerviest of swerves. I have watched WrestleManias with less swerves than this. So, definitely got me, going like, okay, but it also has me going like, okay. And that's, I know, hot take. That's why I'm like, okay, Hassan, like, way to just jump the gun on this one. Like, holy shit. The way he was just like, nope, I don't care. I don't care about the plane. I don't care about the corruption, man. Does anybody actually know what he said after that? Did he say like LOL JK kind of thing, or Oh, man. Let's see, what else we got? Disagreement on Iran, Gaza strain, Trump-Netanyahu relationship. This was reported on 2 days ago. Oh shit, you know what? I'm going to just read this one to you because I got some pop-ups that are a little sus here that are getting a little close to some neighborhood things. Dude, why the fuck? What? Oh man, I might have to get a pop-up blocker if this is what's going to be happening. That's wild. When President Trump took office in January, he and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu were closely aligned on how to approach Gaza and the aggression from Iran. Trump lifted a hold the Biden administration had put on sending large bombs to Israel, which I guess we forgot that Biden did actually put a hold on large bombs, but because at least when I say we, I did. He encouraged Israeli military operations to finish the job, get it done. He agreed with Netanyahu on confronting Iran and its proxy groups in the region, but in recent weeks, the relationship between Trump and Netanyahu has become strained as the two leaders are increasingly at odds over a strategy for tackling the challenges that Hamas has been giving them, has been significantly degraded, and Iran weakened, according to two U.S. officials. 2 Middle Eastern diplomats and 2 people, so 6 people that know about the tensions. Where Netanyahu sees an opportunity to finally take out Iran's nuclear facilities, Trump sees an opportunity to remove the threat of Iran acquiring a nuclear weapon by making a deal. As Israel hits Gaza with new military offenses, Trump is pushing for a ceasefire and looking to implement his post-war plan for rebuilding the area into a Riviera of the Middle East. We're gonna make it so beautiful. We're gonna build the Trump Plaza. I showed them Trump Gaza. They loved it. They even loved the bearded ladies. And after Trump halted the U.S. military campaign against the Iranian-backed Houthi militant group, a shocked Netanyahu said Israel would then defend itself. Oh my God. Okay, so he did essentially just be like, you know what, Trump, fuck you. Like, the recent differences between the two leaders on key strategies and positions has put Trump's relationship with one of America's closest allies at a bit of a crossroads. I like how they put it as a bit of a crossroads. How they navigate their disagreements going forward will shape the outcome of some of the core components of the president's foreign policy agenda. Twice in just 1 week alone, Trump made public comments that rattled Netanyahu and 2 U.S. officials, to the Middle Eastern oh my God! So it's the same fucking people. God, stop with this. They have 2 Middle Eastern diplomats, 2 U.S. officials, and 2 other people. Like, that's the second time they reported on that, by the way. Netanyahu was particularly upset when Trump said Wednesday that he had yet to decide whether Iran would be allowed to enrich uranium under a new nuclear deal his administration is negotiating, and the 2 U.S. officials said that a top advisor to Netanyahu, Rod Dermer, conveyed that the message to Trump's Middle Eastern envoy Steve Witkoff during a meeting at the White House for its part went well. Trump has been frustrated with Netanyahu. Okay, so the meeting went well, but Trump has been frustrated with Netanyahu's decision to begin a new military offensive on Gaza, which the president sees as at odds with the plan of rebuild. Oh, there it is. There it is. There it is. And that's where Trump didn't understand it. He didn't understand that Netanyahu just wants them out of there. Like, Trump literally was just like, we're going to rebuild it, and I'm going to make so much money. We're going to make so much money. And then Netanyahu's like, yeah, pal, you're going to make so much money. And then he's just like, how am I going to make any money if you keep sending the bombs? According to one of the U.S. officials privately, Trump said that the new Israeli offensive on Gaza is a wasted effort because it makes it harder to rebuild. God He's such an idiot. The U.S. is currently pushing Israel and Hamas to agree to a ceasefire, which Dermer was set to discuss with Witkoff during his White House visit. Trump's approach to Iran has been the biggest turning point of contention for Netanyahu. The Israeli leader has been frustrated for weeks with Trump's refusal to support military strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities and his decision to instead try to reach a deal aimed at blocking Tehran from... He's trying to restart the nuclear agreement he pulled out of. Good job, Trump. Good job. They're worried about any deal. One of the U.S. officials said of the Israelis, Israel has made it clear that the U.S. does not want Trump to cut a deal, a nuclear deal with Iran. The U.S. We haven't made a decision yet. We haven't made a decision yet. Trump said about Wednesday's meeting, Israel has no better friend in its history than President Trump, James Hewitt said. We continue to work closely with our allies in Israel to ensure remaining hostages in Gaza are freed, Iran never obtains a nuclear weapon, and to strengthen the regional security of the Middle East. Trump has his own agenda. Netanyahu was blindsided and infuriated this week when Trump's announcement that the U.S. was halting its military campaign against the Iranian-backed Houthis in Yemen after the Houthis agreed to stop firing on U.S. ships in the Red Sea. The Houthis had just attacked Israel with a missile that hit close to Ben Gurion. Wait. Sorry, guys. I'll get back to chat here in a minute. I'm going to finish this. You know what? Here, I can actually bring this on screen now because the sus ad is gone. I'll just go up here now. All right. When Netanyahu visited the White House last month for the second time since Trump took office, he hoped that the president would pledge U.S. air support for a possible Israeli operation against Iran's nuclear facilities, according to two Middle Eastern diplomats. The Israeli leader was taken aback when the president instead announced he would... He's literally like, what? No. We're gonna try and we're gonna do a new nuclear deal there. Baby, I'm sorry, buddy. Baby, buddy, pal. Netanyahu has privately said he thinks Trump's negotiations with Iran are a waste of time because Tehran will never hold up its end of the deal, according to U.S. officials. Israel has argued that Iran is so weakened by economic sanctions and the degradation of proxies in the region that now is the ideal to take out its nuclear facilities. Adding to that concern about timing, Israeli military strikes crippled Iranian strategic air defenses in October, meaning manned aircraft conducting new strikes now would not be as susceptible to being shot down. The Iranians are rebuilding their air defenses. Tom Cotton and Lindsey Graham said this week that the only acceptable Iran deal is one that completely stops Tehran from using enriched uranium. They also urged Trump to submit any nuclear deal to the Senate for ratification, which requires 2/3 majority vote. Funny how they remember that they have congressional oversight, like when it's convenient. Idiots. In 2015, the nuclear, we got it, was shot down by Trump. I think what you're seeing here is the Israelis recognizing, as much as they welcomed the election of President Trump and thought that he would give them a blank check to pursue whatever agenda they wanted, Trump has his own agenda. Boom. Boom. You got what you got. This is the same thing that the people that we were vote shaming. No, you got what you deserve. Boom. Although Trump's diplomacy with Iran and the U.S. deal with the Houthis are an anathema. Damn it. Damn it. What's that mean? Anathema? Eruptive disease. Oh, okay. It's a fever. They could have just said fever. Come on, man. Prime Minister does not have political leverage with Washington, although you made me learn a new word. Good job. Thank you, Professor. I appreciate it. Can you guys tell that I had a problem with authority in school? Work with the Middle Eastern. Netanyahu's whole political strategy and survival strategy is based on holding his coalition and holding his political base together. Goldenberg said in a briefing organized by J Street that for those folks loving Trump, actually, I don't be upstairs in a minute. Just put that under. What? Means expelling from church? I don't know. Well, I mean, I do know. No, it means an eruptive disease, specifically attended by fever or an eruption of skin. Eruption of the skin? It's like a pimple? So it's saying it's a zit on the ass of Netanyahu. Got it. The prime minister does not have the political leverage in Washington or Israel to enter into a direct confrontation with Trump, who is popular with Netanyahu's base in Israel, who worked with the Middle East policy, the senior Biden and Obama. Oh my God, Trump played him. I have to admit that's kind of funny, guys. If there's one person on this planet that I hate more than Trump, it is Netanyahu. And to see that Netanyahu get completely played by Trump is kind of fun. Netanyahu's whole political strategy and survival strategy is based on holding his coalition and holding his political base together. Goldstein said those folks love Trump, so for him this is very publicly against Trump and something that he really can't do. The strain in the relationship between Trump and Netanyahu comes as the president is set to travel to the Middle East this week and stop scheduled for Saudi Arabia, Qatar. Dude, you know that like Netanyahu is literally just constantly patting his brow, just, oh no. Also planned for another round of negotiations with Iran. I wonder how many of these deals involve purchasing Trump coin. Matash, you're fucking... Dude. Good take, bro. Good take. The thing is, I don't think you're wrong, bro. In Christianity is the excommunication of heretics or unrepentant sinners from the church. I should know this. The right to pronounce anathema is exclusively reserved for church hierarchs. Oh. Webster disagrees. Listen, Merriam knew his shit. I'm pretty sure it was a he. Right? I'm pretty sure Merriam-Webster was a he. Let's make sure. Merriam-Webster gets its name from Noah Webster, a prominent American lexicographer. So was it Merriam? It's not exclusively religious excommunication, but typically associated. Okay. That's weird. I really should know that. I mean, I was technically excommunicated from my church, so... Even though it was also classified as an expulsion because it was a school, but... Semantics. Oxford agrees with the church thing. Also says it's... Okay. Huh. Interesting. I gotta say, wow, that was a lot. I was not technically excommunicated from my church. It was called arrest for public indecency. Kind of different. Yeah, just a little bit. Crystal Ball verbally beheads Bill Maher to his face. All right. You know what? I'm gonna go get my pizza. Let's watch this one together. I'll be right back. Because this This is one that, all right, somebody sent this in. Funniest part is I was about to call stream and go upstairs, but good job. Good job. You found a good video. All right. Give me 1 sec. Peter. What game was that from? Monkey Bone? No, not Monkey Bone. That's a movie. Skull Monkeys. I think it was called Skull Monkeys. It was Skull Monkeys, the video game. Yeah, that game was hilarious. It was like a claymation game. Sorry. Literally started like humming something on the way downstairs. Skull Monkeys was such a... Oh, dude, right? Yeah, it was funny. I was walking down the stairs just going doop dap doo doo ba da ba doo 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 deep bap boo boo ba da ba doo ba doo doo doo, and I was just like, what the hell is that from? And that I am 99% that's what it's from. So
I have a TikTok, y'all, but I will say I'm a fan of TikTok, and I really like it because it's a way for...
I can't tell by the way you constantly just like record your videos from laying in bed like you had just watched a TikTok video.
Things that people like to get recycled and get new life. So, for example, there were some songs I liked that came out, and I was one of very few people who listened to it when it came out, and then like 2 years later, it randomly blows up and you hear it on the radio and shit. And the reason it blew up is because somebody did some TikTok with it. The TikTok went viral and people went, oh, what song is that? I like that song. And then it has second life. That happened with some Miguel song. I don't know how many of you guys know the R&B singer Miguel, but he had a song, it probably came out like 2006 or 2009 or some shit like that. And it was a big hit. And it was on the radio a lot back then. But randomly last year, it was all over the place again. And I was like, what the fuck happened here? And it's because there was some TikTok that had that song and people loved it. And so it like had breathed new life into the song and made it trend again. It made it popular again. They played it on the radio again. And so I like that element of TikTok because this is something we never had.
Was it Careless Lover by George Michael? That one went like viral on TikTok, and I saw a bunch of kids like...
or usually...
they were on bikes and they were blasting it with the speaker. I was just like, what the hell?
If it's a song or a movie or a clip or whatever, if it blows up, it just has that initial lifespan and then it just goes away and everybody just moves on, right? Now you can recycle stuff because of TikTok. Well, having said that, there's a clip that just went viral on TikTok of wife guy moment. My wife, Crystal Ball, she went on Real Time with Bill Maher and really just absolutely humiliated him where he didn't understand basic facts about something, and she ran circles around him. So I guess what happened is somebody posted this on TikTok. It, came back up. Somebody posted it, went mega viral on TikTok, and then it made its way to Twitter, and then I was seeing it all over my feed. She was seeing it all over her feed. So I wanted to go back and listen to this because
I thought it was
not only will you enjoy it for what it is, but I could also give you some background stuff because I was with her. I was there. And I can tell you what went on during the trip and after the trip, which you might have quite a bit of interest in. So here's the moment. This was after COVID, and they're talking about what happened during COVID, and Crystal just ends Bill Maher.
Part of this inflationary problem is because we put too much money into the economy. There's way too much government spending, and that's why we have inflation. So that's a large part of that. It's just basic economics.
And that is not basic economics. We had this thing called a pandemic.
By the way, Crystal says that's not basic economics. Just so we're clear, she has a degree in economics.
Oh, does she? I
So
didn't
she
know
knows
that.
better than this dork who she's sitting next to.
That is not basic economics. We had this thing called a pandemic. We had a supply chain crisis, and by the way, there's a war in Ukraine.
It played a role. It's played a role.
So to act like the only reason we have
and
problems
you
now is
act-
because people got a little bit of money in their bank account is just not honest.
And a little bit of money, they got more than we spent in World War II. So you don't act like
hold
the
on, hold on.
Whoa.
Hold on.
Don't
because-
act like, you said don't act. Don't act like we had to react to the pandemic exactly the way we did. We had to spend $6 trillion
but how about
on the forever flu.
trillions that the Federal Reserve shot at Wall Street? For some reason, people don't
What?
get upset about that.
How much?
And
What'd you
that
say?
fueled the trillions of dollars the Federal Reserve shot at Wall Street to backstop the stock market and the bond market. No one gets upset about that, even though that was a massive
I don't know
factor
what
in
you're talking
inflation.
about. What do you mean shot at Wall Street?
Well,
when are we talking about?
We're talking about buying assets, buying stocks, buying bonds, buying treasury bills
When?
so that they expand the
When did
balance
this-
sheet. This is during the crisis, the coronavirus crisis. When the stock market crashed, that is what the Fed did. They went into action. They shot
But the
trillions
stock market
of dollars
didn't
into
crash during COVID.
Now it's
It
crashing.
did
It's crashing
crash.
now.
It crashed, and the Fed came in and backstopped it. That's what happened.
What, it crashed
So
and we
that's
never
what I'm
heard about
saying.
it?
No, it crashed. Go back and look at it.
I think-
it fell off a cliff.
When?
The Treasury bond market stopped functioning, and the Fed took extraordinary action it's never taken in history.
I don't
Somehow
remember
no one
that.
gets
Well, maybe
upset.
the first week of the pandemic.
Somehow nobody gets upset about the rich people who got tons of money and tons of
This little
support.
dork sitting next to her looks like he's getting owned.
Way more than working class people did.
Sure
but
they
oh
do.
my God, people were able to feed their kids and they had a little bit of money in their bank accounts. It was the worst thing in the world.
No.
That is one small part of the inflation story, and is, by the way, not the only thing that we can deal with to get out of this.
How glorious was that? I like the text here, too. It says, Crystal Ball clobbers Bill Maher into forgetting history. I was there live, right? First of all, Bill is... It's embarrassing because his show, like, they stack the audience full, obviously, of as many Bill Maher fans as they can find. But they tell you at the beginning, like, all right, guys, you need to remember, this is a comedy show, and we got an applause sign, and we got a laugh sign, and when it lights up, you do your darndest to laugh and to applause. And so it's so, like, it's also inauthentic. It's also fake and forced. And, like, they want, like, oh, yeah, clap. Oh, yeah. Oh, laugh, laugh, laugh. And so, like, he leans on that, right? And in this moment, like, bro, you host a political show and you don't remember when the stock market fell off a fucking cliff and there was a crisis and, like, instantly...
Okay, Kirk, randomly, I looked for what Skull Monkeys is going for. I found the cheapest one. Holy shit, dude. 109 for a complete version? Damn.
The Fed went in there and pumped trillions. And to her point, he literally doesn't even remember it. So that's right. Bill Maher was getting mad at COVID bailouts
Audio
for
skips.
working
That's
Americans
bullshit.
who were struggling and needed some relief. But he's got nothing to say about the trillions that in the blink of an eye, they put it in the stock market, right? So he proves her point absolutely perfectly, bro. But look, this moment, and this is what people need to understand about this moment, right? Like I said, I was there. And I can tell you, so me and Crystal were recording like behind the scenes stuff, and like when we walked into the building and into the studio, you know, I was recording videos and stuff, and I spliced together a little compilation after the fact, and I threw it up on YouTube. And I forget, maybe it was like a 15, 20-minute video or something, but it shows me and her at the hotel and traveling and going to the studio, and I talked to her before and I talked to her after, and I got all these cool, and I got some clips during the show of me and the audience recording them talking, right? And posted it. And so when we get back from the LA trip,
but okay.
I upload it, and like within a day, Crystal gets like an angry email or an angry text. And it's the people in real time. And they're like furious over the fact that we have a behind the scenes video.
Yeah.
They're
Yeah,
like,
because you probably
there's
signed a
some way
fucking waiver
to treat us.
that you can't film behind the scenes. They actually listen. Okay, guys. I've done enough in the industry to just passively have looked at that kind of stuff and see what type of behavior is okay. In big, bold fonting, they say no filming.
It's inviting you on this.
And when you're in a studio audience, they say, please do not, like, they actually ask that you turn off your phones. Like,
show and you're posting this
Man,
stuff.
this
and
is
you didn't get approval to post it, and we need you to pull it down, and this and that. And we're thinking like, shit, are they gonna fucking sue over this like behind the scenes video? So I pulled the video down, but there is no doubt that this man was so thoroughly humiliated and embarrassed by this moment that his whole team had like a vendetta against us for, number one, her owning him, but also that video that I posted, which shows like all the behind the scenes stuff. And by the way, I should be clear also, in that video, we talk about this moment afterwards in the green room afterwards. And we're talking like, how the fuck does he not remember that? That's so crazy. You host a political show and you don't remember when the Fed took extraordinary action during COVID and it shot millions at the stock market. And again, to her point, nobody complains about that. People only complain about the help that regular people got, which they desperately needed and we couldn't do without. Mm-hmm. And so we were sort of like mocking him and laughing at him in the video. Like, how do you not know that? That's so crazy. And there's no doubt that his team, or maybe even him, saw that. And then we got the angry email or angry text message that was like, you got pull this down. How dare you? And there was like, the implied thing was like you violated the rules of the club and you're not allowed back in and you're not on the show anymore. And it's like, okay, like this is what we do, right? We're actual independent media. So like we record our own things, we post our own things, and that's how it works. It's not like,
yeah, but who are you, Johnny Somali? Like if they got rules, they got rules.
I don't have a boss. We can do whatever the fuck we want. And clearly this mindset
Especially
and this
if you're
approach
entering a studio
threatens them
space.
because we're just better than them. By the way,
dude, okay, I happen to know this. When you walk onto the lot, like past security, that's kind of where you give up those rights. Just gonna say that.
I met Bill this time too. Afterwards, they have some little, get together on the roof of the place, and we, it was me, Crystal, and whoever the other guests were, and a bunch of the staffers that work on the show.
I'm gonna go on a show in the first place,
and
it's good. It's good exposure.
Remember distinctly, even at this time, and this was, remember, I forget what year this was, but it was before Bill had really done his full heel turn, where he.
The problem is you can't reach people in an echo chamber, and that's one thing I will always hold to.
He snuggles up to MAGA.
And trust me, as somebody who has the anxieties that I do you know how, like, if you guys understand, like, just the debate that I did, how much I had to overcome just to do that kind of stuff.
And now he calls himself a centrist.
I feel like I'm more comfortable.
He does left bashing on a regular basis. And I remember distinctly in meeting him and talking to him, he brought up trans people out of nowhere. He brought up trans people.
Actually, Squishball, you'll hate this, but we were just watching this the Jeremy Scahill interview on Majority Report, and I brought up how, unfortunately, without Bill Maher, I would have not known who Jeremy Scahill was at that. Well, God, it was the early 2000s, and honestly, it did help me. Like, I don't want to say it radicalized me, but it definitely helped me like see things more for what they were. And have more information anytime that I was getting challenged by people that were like super hard proponents of the Iraq like invasion, which people forget how like gung ho people were for that.
And he was saying like, I'm all for oppress, but I'm not in favor of people cutting their dicks off. Okay. And I remember thinking like, this guy is like motivated by wokeness hatred and trans hatred more than anything else. Right? And it was very clear in meeting him. So, man, what a great clip this was. This was glorious. And yes, if you're wondering why, hey, she hasn't been invited back on after, and it doesn't look like she's going to. Well, this is why. These people truly are like little sensitive bitches. And God forbid you humiliate them, you embarrass them, you flex some knowledge that they don't have. Who they do not take to it kindly. He's in a little hermetically sealed, protected bubble over there.
Yeah, but I don't think he's going to cancel appearances over that.
I'm all about conversations and discussions and debates, okay? I like free speech and open conversation. I don't like cancel culture and censorship, okay? That is such bullshit. Okay. He does the best he can to make his show a hug box, to make himself always look like he's the victor. That I know for a fact, and now you know it too. Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop, and watch that video on screen right now. You know you want to.
All right. You've already got it all, dude. Oh, shit. No, not again. My confession. Fuck it.
This channel is biased. It's true. Legal Eagle is completely biased. But maybe not in the way that you think. Legal Eagle isn't about Republicans or Democrats, liberals or conservatives. With few exceptions, Legal Eagle espouses no policy preferences. As a channel, we are agnostic about high taxes or low taxes, huge welfare state or no social safety net, open borders or zero immigration. First and foremost, we're lawyers. We care about good lawyering versus bad lawyering. And we're often asked to advocate to the best of our abilities, specifically about issues that we might disagree with. And our status as lawyers doesn't necessarily mandate that we feel any particular way about any of those policies. Reasonable minds can, and do, differ. When it comes to policy preferences, we lawyers can't tell you the answer. I mean, we can. Individually, we have very strong feelings about all of those things, but we don't think that this channel is the right place or the right avenue to espouse our opinions on those topics. But, and this is key, Legal Eagle doesn't pick sides based on party affiliation. We pick sides based on legal principles and reality. And yes, that means sometimes one side looks worse than the other, not because of partisan bias.
Yeah, that means Donald Trump keeps looking bad because he keeps doing things that are illegal.
Yes, but because we think some
I like how he's essentially like, this is all from the pushback from, oh, this is a Democratic channel,
we're just
blue.
wrong based on the law. But we admit it, we are biased. The way we think about it is this: we are nonpartisan, but we're not apolitical. The law is the end result of politics, and it's impossible to talk about the law without talking politics. So we think it's important, especially now, to lay it all on the line. What do we stand for? Well, we stand for the rule of law. At the core of everything that we do here is the rule of law. That means that the law applies to everyone equally, whether you're the average Joe or the President of the United States. The law doesn't, or at least shouldn't, care if you're a Democrat or Republican or the last surviving Whig Party member. When someone breaks the law or tries to twist it into an unrecognizable mess, we'll call it out.
Put Jill Stein
if a
up.
politician or government official gets
That's
caught
kinda
abusing
funny.
power, evading legal consequences, or outright ignoring the law, we're going to cover it. And if that offends your partisan sensibilities, well, that's a you problem. We stand for access to justice and judicial independence. We believe in access to justice, the idea that the law shouldn't only work for the rich and powerful. If a system is stacked against everyday people, or if the courts are being manipulated for political purposes, that's a huge problem. We think judges should be neutral arbiters of the law, not political operatives handpicked to rubber stamp an agenda. And if a judge starts acting like a political hack, we're going to talk about that too.
Nice.
We stand for legal education and ethics. This channel at its core is about legal education, helping people understand their rights, how the legal system works, and why bad legal arguments deserve to be obliterated. That means debunking misinformation, breaking down landmark cases, and of course, absolutely roasting terrible legal takes. We also stand firmly for human rights and civil liberties. That includes issues like due process, free speech, and personal freedoms. We believe in freedom of speech in the First Amendment sense. The First Amendment only protects you from government suppression of speech, not from consequences, criticism, or getting dunked on for a really dumb take. But we also really, really believe the government has no business regulating or punishing speech or belief. And what we stand for also dictates what we stand against. We stand against political corruption and abuse of power. This should be obvious, but corruption is bad. When politicians use their positions for personal gain, break the law with impunity, or turn government institutions into their personal enforcers, that's a problem. Whether it's Bob Menendez or Donald Trump, we're going to call it out regardless. Now, we can have a philosophical debate about what qualifies as the law. Spoiler, it's not just the words that are codified into statutes or cases, but it includes norms and mores, and when those are validated, we'll call that out too. As members of the legal system, we absolutely despise weaponizing that system, whether it's through frivolous lawsuits, politically motivated prosecutions, or bad faith legal arguments designed to obstruct justice. When people try to use the courts as a bludgeon rather than a shield, we think that's an abuse of the legal process, and we stand against it. We stand against lying, ignorance, stupidity, and cringe. Look, we love a good legal argument, but what we don't love is lying, ignorance, and stupidity. And there's a big difference between arguing in good faith and just spewing nonsense. We enjoy a hearty debate, but if you're going to debate or argue, do it on the merits. We also think we need to bring back a little shame and a little self-respect. But unfortunately, standing up for the rule of law is not evenly distributed. We believe that all of these things are nonpartisan, and if they are partisan, then your party sucks. But to say that both sides do it is as true as it is irrelevant. These ideals are not, at the moment, equally shared. So let's address the elephant in the room. People love to accuse this channel of being biased or anti-Republican because we've been highly critical of Donald Trump. So let me be as clear as possible. We don't dislike Donald Trump because he's a Republican. We hate President Donald Trump because he is actively dismantling the rule of law. And to the extent the MAGA movement, such as it is against the ideals that we've just described, we are against that movement as well. At the moment, there's a reckoning among commentators who now see the authoritarian and outright fascist tendencies of the current president. They meekly defend themselves by rhetorically wondering, who could have seen it coming? Well, we did. We saw it coming. We saw it in his first term, we saw it before he ran for president, and we definitely saw it in the 4 years after he was voted out of office. Unfortunately, we lawyers were Cassandras. If you know what the law is, it's not hard to see when people aren't following it. And unfortunately right now, many people are gleefully casting the law aside because it's politically expedient. But that is the ultimate in short-term thinking. The signs were there in broad daylight. Need I remind you that Donald Trump is a felon? Just because he wasn't punished doesn't mean he isn't a criminal. He's an adjudicated criminal and felon for financial crimes, but had the Supreme Court not interfered, he would almost certainly be a felon for state crimes, pressuring state officials to find votes, election crimes, trying to overturn a free and fair election through, among other things, the fake elector scheme, obstruction crimes, obstruction of justice and lying, and national security crimes, stealing classified documents, hiding them, and lying about it. But on top of that, he was found civilly liable for defamation related to his sexual assault of E. Jean Carroll, defrauding the state of New York, and running fraudulent charities. And that doesn't even get into his bankruptcies or other settlements. Donald Trump has been indicted 4 separate times on 91 felony charges. That's a record, and not the good kind. And on top of that, he was impeached twice. Once for withholding hundreds of millions of dollars of U.S. aid to Ukraine in an attempt to solicit a bribe in the form of fabricating dirt on his political rival, Joe Biden, and once for inciting the insurrection that led to the riot that infiltrated the U.S. Capitol and sought to prevent the certification of the Democratic election. Now, we can debate whether those things are crimes, but there is no doubt that they are or should be politically disqualifying. And now, in his second term, Trump has sought to avoid the constitutional order entirely to, among other things, illegally impound billions of dollars of congressional funds, illegally weaponize the justice system, illegally pull criminal prosecutions as political favors, illegally shut down federal agencies, illegally deport people with zero due process, illegally punish First Amendment protected speech and assembly, illegally punish lawyers and law firms he doesn't like, illegally remove security clearances as political punishment, illegally arrest judges he doesn't like, illegally dole out political benefits to his friends and family members, illegally solicit bribes through operating his businesses and crypto schemes. Second term, same as the first. But rest assured, if tomorrow a Democratic
if I hear
president came
illegally
along
one
and
more
did half
time,
the things that Trump has done, we would roast them just as hard. This is not about party. It's about whether the law still means anything. This isn't just bad politics, it's banana republic tin pot dictator nonsense. If any other president had done any single one of these things, they would be a legal footnote next to Richard Nixon. And when a Democrat or a libertarian or a communist or a Green Party member engages in manifest illegality or norm breaking, we cover that too, as we did with Eric Adams, Bob Menendez, and when Joe Biden pardoned his son. We don't criticize President Trump because we hate Republicans. We criticize Trump because he is actively trying to dismantle democracy, corrupt the legal system, and place himself above the law. That is a problem no matter what your party is. And look, if you think that this is bias, then let me make a deal with you. The moment a Democrat tries to overturn an election, hoard classified documents, solicit bribes, or pressure the DOJ to arrest political enemies, we'll make an entire video roasting them too. Because this isn't about partisanship, it's about the rule of law. As I've said before, I hear the comments from those of you who wish the channel didn't focus so much on Trump. I hear you, and I agree with you. I wish I didn't have to think about him at all, let alone continually research and analyze completely unprecedented and authoritarian legal moves every single day. But unfortunately, when it comes to understanding the law, media literacy, whether we're talking about traditional media or Joe Bob's freewheeling independent podcast for free thinkers, TM, is abysmal.
TM!
And we will continue to tirelessly explain both the legal and illegal moves of this increasingly dictatorial president. And we will continue to work to broaden our scope to make sure we don't leave out other legal stories and get back to the fun law splainers and reactions. So is Legal Eagle biased? You're damn right we are. We care deeply about the rule of law and we're not going to hide it. Being objective doesn't mean both sidesing things. We can't do a story about a Democrat doing something illegal every time Trump does something illegal because there just aren't enough Democrats. The lawbreaking isn't evenly distributed, and we're not going to tell you a fairy tale that they are. And if that bothers you, Maybe it's time to start demanding better from your politicians. Maybe you should be biased too.
Maybe.
Thank you for listening to this op-ed.
Yeah.
Admittedly, this video contained more opinion than most of our...
Honestly, hey, based. I appreciate that, Legal Eagle, because I know that some people have... I've taken some shit for watching his videos, saying that, like, he's, like, a liberal shill, blah, 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 like, kind of, like he was saying. It's just like, oh, my God. Dare have a political opinion on the internet? How dare you? God, I have a liberal client who is a lawyer, still thinks people like Alito and Roberts are good faith. When you say you have a client, are you selling some of the good goods? Because, yo, you must be if that's what they actually believe. What? They don't. They can't believe that. There's no way. All right, but Trump is the president and can do what he wants. He won libtards. Libtards. Monarchs seeking un-American fools. Let's see what they're watching. Damn, I just realized I never followed. Damn! That might have been a little rude on my part. I just realized that I wasn't following Smoke a Tide Pod. I think I'm gonna rate him, right? Coming up here. Yeah. All right, it's about that time. I should probably get on the Dusted Trail. Well, hold on. What time is it? 9:40. Screw it. I can do one more. Let's do one more story. Kyle Kulinski is reporting on federal aviation officials coming out and saying that the entire thing is collapsing. So let's take a look.
An absolutely terrifying, nightmare-like scenario where the Secretary of Transportation appears to validate our biggest fears about flying. So wait for that, and good luck getting some rest if you ever have to go on a plane again. So we'll dive into that. Elon is caught in a wildly illegal data stealing plot. AOC puts MAGA on blast and makes their lives a living hell for trying to cut Medicaid. Bill Maher decides to go after young Democrats in an unhinged new rules segment that we'll talk about. Some of the Daily Wire goons are inciting genocide against homeless people. And then later on in the show, we have Tesla is imploding because of the Cybertrucks that they have a backup of. I mean, we're talking really, like $800 million.
Funny. And then get this, because they have so many of them and they're made of the materials they are, dude, the rust that's about to happen over the course of the next few months is insane.
In Cybertrucks that not a single person wants. So thank you, Elon, for absolutely delivering a death blow to that company. So we have all that and more. Everybody do me a big favor. Please subscribe to the channel. That helps out massively and costs you nothing.
I love that.
All right, let's go ahead and jump into it. So the other day, y'all, Sean Duffy, former MTV weirdo who became Secretary of Transportation somehow, he goes on Meet the Press, and he basically validates our biggest fears when it comes to air travel these days.
Elon,
so let's listen and I'll have a lot to say about it.
The Congress and the country haven't paid attention to it, right? They expect it to work. And so now I think the lights are blinking, the sirens are turning, and they're saying, listen, we have to fix this, because what you see in Newark is going to happen in other places across the country. It has to be fixed. And so what we're having is some telecom issues, but we're also having some glitches in our software. As the information comes in, it's overloading some of our lines, and the system goes down. So I'll just tell you specifically in Newark, we believe we're going to have it up and running in short order. We're going to be able to fix that glitch, and we feel a little more comfortable about our primary line that gets the data in on radar, and our redundant line is up and working as well.
He is literally saying it is not safe to fly.
Yeah.
He is telling the public, as the Secretary of Transportation, he is saying, hey man, don't fly. It's not safe. Wow. So as you all know, we've had 7 plane crashes since Trump got back in the White House. They did a whole bunch of gutting
there's
of
been
various
7?
regulatory bodies, including
I
firing
thought there were
more
only like 4
for air traffic controllers and
7?
flight safety officials. You have Elon's Doge came in like an absolute sledgehammer.
I'm thinking of flying soon, size. I just want things to be uneventful.
And started breaking shit. 7 plane crashes in a short time frame, and then now,
oh my God, Bloodstone, and you're right there.
Seemingly every other day, we're getting a new story out of Newark Airport in particular.
Go to LaGuardia.
That randomly at different times the radar will just go down, and that means that the planes are effectively what they call flying blind.
I mean, let's be real. Newark is kind of a shithole anyway, as far as a place to fly in. Sorry.
And so everybody's looking around going,
listen, we got Midway, all right?
Is it just not is safe air travel now a thing of the past? Well, the answer is yes. The answer is yes. By the way, he said, well, Congress wasn't paying attention to this and it became a problem. Wrong. When Pete Buttigieg was a transportation secretary, he went to Congress, hat in hand, begging the Republicans to approve hiring 3,000 more air traffic controllers. They told him to kick rocks. And even given that short...
Yep, Newark, New Jersey over here. Quiet cheers.
They were able to take care of the basic functions of the day-to-day as transportation secretary. Now, under these fucking assholes, like I said, 7 plane crashes. Now the radar's going down regularly at Newark. They had a ground stop the other day because seemingly
I'll say this. Newark is the only place I've ever had a dude, when I was stopped at a street corner, roll up on a wheelchair asking me if I wanted something.
Of 90-second outages that happen with the radar on a semi-regular basis. 5 air traffic controllers took leave because they said when the radar went down, it was a fucking traumatic-ass experience. They're like, look, I don't want to be responsible for people fucking dying. And so I need to take a couple steps back. I need to maybe find a new line of work because this shit ain't working out. And so, guys, it's been a little over 100 days. And even the most basic shit that we rely on is now falling apart. I know I said it before, but I'm going to keep saying it.
Dude,
this is the
dude. We also reported that our Navy lost 3 jets within 2 months.
F of the both
2 months
sides.
3 jets.
Bullshit. This is the death of what's called false equivalence. We're big. Oh yeah, Democrats are bad and Republicans are bad. You know, both parties are bad, and it is.
Kyle, please stop saying Newark. It's been in the news.
What it is, and people vote for the lesser evil or whatever.
Hey, shut up! We just had the Pope come into the Chicago. Come on.
But you know, there's a lot of blame to go. We're now again a little over 100 days into this new regime, and planes are flying out of the air, and they're warning, "Hey, air traffic isn't safe anymore. Air travel isn't safe anymore."
Say robber barons that
Don't
we can all smoke freely.
Save yourself. By the way, a Newark air traffic controller came out the other day and told the media, say, hey, tell people do not fly into Newark.
Yeah.
It is not safe. Do not fly into Newark. Don't do it. And so just so you understand, we are 90% of air traffic towers are understaffed.
One of the acquaintances that I have that I see at our local comic shop, she is part of our air traffic control unit over in O'Hare Airport. And she has told me that the cuts that they're making are absolutely baseless and that it's insane because she had brought up how Doge didn't understand the hiring process in the first place.
90% in this country. We are.
It's almost like you need to know math and like you need to know these things, and that they're treating this like it's a construction job where you can just hire anybody off the street.
3,000 air traffic controllers short.
But you know, DEI and all that.
At the same time that Trump and Elon are basically taking a wrecking ball to our entire regulatory state and making it so that you make government smaller. And remember, Elon wants to switch all this shit over to Starlink. He's saying like, oh, the system's old. We'll update it. Well, do you have any idea what a transition like that would look like? What do you want to go through like 4 months of plane crashes on a daily basis in order to what? Give him the contract, by the way?
Hey, you know what? To make an omelet, you got to break a few eggs.
He's taking $38 billion in government contracts.
Maybe a dozen. Who knows? Just one omelet. A dozen for an omelet. That sounds perfectly normal, right?
So as he's...
Dude, that's how rich people think, by the way. They think a banana costs like $100.
Slashing Social Security and slashing Meals on Wheels and slashing pediatric cancer research. He's not slashing his own stuff. He's not slashing it at all. So this is a nightmare scenario, man. What do you think it's going to look like 3 years from now if this is what it looks like?
I took a cut on Air Force One only to be gifted a new one.
Like right now. What do you think it's going to look like? Because now we're at the point where basic things that we've all taken for granted, now those are going away. And what you're going to realize is, oh, hold on. It turns out it's not easy to do administrative stuff, to keep the train on the tracks, to make everything.
Oh, you're telling me hiring a reality star to be your transportation secretary is not really a great idea? Okay.
Function properly. Turns out all those things we took for granted, it's important to, I don't know, have experts who know what's real.
Okay.
But no, now we're stuck with a regime that packs every position, either eliminates the positions or packs them full of loyalist sycophants who don't give a shit about telling the truth. They don't give a shit about expertise and actually trying to fix stuff. And here we are. I mean, this is a Rubicon crossing moment when you have the transportation
ground control to President Trump.
Secretary himself basically saying like, yeah.
Ground control to President Trump.
It's bad, bro. It's bad, and I hope it'll work soon, but I don't.
Take your cholesterol pill and put your oversized pants on.
Really? No. That's where we are now, y'all. Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop, and watch that video on screen.
The fact that he's been getting by on that. Like, that same backdrop for a while. You think him and Crystal were, like, effing while she was still married? I've been wondering that. Like, all right, tea time with the Crystal and Kyle thing, because they put it out there. They're public figures, so we can ask. The time that he was doing Crystal, Kyle, and Friends was about 2 years before she announced her divorce, so I can see already on MAGA forums, Elon and Trump are putting a stop to Trump. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that, because you know they will do that. And then we know a certain streamer that will totally be like, see, Trump's putting a stop to chemtrails. What's up? Man. We live in a funny world, guys. We really do. I still can't believe my stream cut out over here. It's wild. All right. I want to smoke with y'all, and then... Got anything else? Ooh, we do. We got one more. I'm going to be covering the tax plan tomorrow, guys. Just so you know, they released a hard copy of it. I don't want to read it, so I'm waiting for the experts to do it.
For months and months now, there has been speculation about whether or not Marjorie Taylor Greene was going to run for Senate in her home state of Georgia. And most of that speculation, by the way, came from Greene herself, who continuously teased a run, specifically telling us at one point that if Brian Kemp, the current governor of Georgia, does not run for Senate, then she's all for it. She's going to do it.
For
governor. Well, early last week, Brian Kemp said, yeah, I'm not running for Senate.
She might not win.
So then all eyes were on Marge, right? Hey,
I don't
you
think
said
she'll
if
win.
he doesn't run, you're going to do it.
Wait.
Are you
I gotta
going to
be
do
serious
it?
about this, guys.
And at the end,
if she's going for a gubernatorial race, she's too divisive. Like, look at the way that they lost those two senators. Especially in the time that, ooh, this could be good for us. This could be good.
Last week, Marjorie Taylor Greene sheepishly said, no, I'm officially not running for Senate because those darn Democrats. That's the excuse she gave. She said she was not going to enter the race because even if she did win, which she totally would win, she wouldn't be able to accomplish anything because her Republican colleagues in the Senate would just roll over for the Democrats anyway. So, oh man, I totally want to run for this Senate seat, but if I do, the Democrats, who are in the minority, are just going to control everything, right? Totally makes sense if you're a crazy person. What really happened, however, is that the day before Marjorie Taylor Greene said that she's not running, Donald Trump, his administration, members of his administration, I should say, were asked like, hey, what's Donald think of Greene running here, right? Like, she's been loyal to him. The polls show that she would actually perform worst out of all potential Republican candidates. She would do the worst in the general election matchup against John Ossoff. So she would definitely lose. So what's Trump think? And the White House...
When did Farron Cousins turn into Rob Reiner?
Those close to Trump said...
Oh my God, he did.
This. The president loves Marjorie Taylor Greene. He
right,
doesn't love her
funny,
chances in a general election. Another one said, the president, like the governor, wants someone who can win. Ouch. And now Marjorie Taylor Greene, of course, knew that. She saw the poll, same as the rest of us, that showed you have no path to victory. The people in the state hate you. In fact, 10% of Trump supporters in the state, and we're talking Georgia, these are MAGA hat wearing, Trump flag flying freaks. 10% of them said, I'm not going to vote for her for Senate. She is deeply unpopular outside of her
nobody
district.
likes her.
And I don't just mean across the rest of the country. I mean literally in her state.
In her own state.
She
in
steps
her own
foot
state.
outside
of
that
her district, she's not
Even
popular.
Republicans hate her.
Yeah.
So she's got no chance.
Yeah.
Trump
she's
knew
stupid.
it. He was smart enough to be like, yeah, you know what? I kind of want somebody that can actually win. So she drops out, or says she's not going to run, I guess. So there it is. The sad end to Marjorie Taylor Greene's higher ambitions, right? Could have run for Senate, but couldn't win. But even if she did win,
I thought she was running for governor. My bad.
So hard to accomplish anything. By golly, it's just terrible, right? No, you're the terrible one. You're the one that nobody likes. So you will be stuck as a little bitty representative from little bitty Nowheresville, Georgia, for the rest of your political career. Thanks for watching, everybody. And if you're not already...
welcome, Farron. Man, I've been watching your content for a long time. Oh, Lord. I remember the good old days when him and Sam Cedar worked together on Ring of Fire for like a hot minute. Insane in the membrane. Insane in the brain. Had to. What up, dude? You know what? We're 6 hours in. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna raid smoke a Tide Pod, but before I do, I'm gonna smoke with y'all. Here, get it go upstairs, bud. Meet you there. I'll meet you. Hold on. What do you want to do? Hey, buddy. Come on. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Yeah. You've got to let me give you a bath. Yeah, tomorrow's gonna be fun. It's bath time. You're gonna hate me. He hates baths. Like, to the point where he barely lets me give them to him. I have to, I essentially have to trap him in like this small area outside, and then I have to hose him off. The soaping part, he doesn't mind. But then it's getting the soap off. It literally is, it's such a pain in the ass. Don't know why he is the way he is, but it's okay. I love him anyway. All right. Let's do this. Cheers. It's crazy. There was a ghost in that window. Did you see that? It was crazy. I don't know what happened there. It's almost like he was doing something. I don't know. What's up with that? It's crazy. But, all right, guy. What up? Bloodstone. I appreciate you. Always joining in here. Oh, geez. No wonder. What happened to this? Oh. That explains why chat's been messed up all night on my end. Dude, YouTube chat was completely turned off. I was seeing it through the screen. That... Dr. Ganj! Dr. Ganj! Dr. Ganj is here to give you your prescription, guys. The prescription is, have fun. Chill. Be excellent to each other. Actually, I'll just steal that. Be excellent to each other. And party on, dudes. The ultimate philosophers of Bill and Ted. Bill S. Preston Esquire and Ted Theodore Logan. They really were philosophers of our time. But let's see. Oh, dude, we're almost at 4 hours on Twitch for the rebroadcast. I did not realize I lost my broadcast 2 hours in. That sucks. Really? By the way, I got a report back from Streamlabs. That was on Streamlabs. Streamlabs had a crashing issue. So, I love my OBS. You good? Nope. Give me 1 second. All right, guys. And then tomorrow, here, I should probably bring this up. Tomorrow's Wednesday. I will be on at 4 o'clock. Hopefully. I do have a situation happening where, I just realized this. I might not be able to pop on then. We'll see. I'll have to figure this out because I have some home, like I got a project at home being done, and I'm not sure if I'm comfortable having a contractor in my house while I'm on stream. That might not be cool. Well, not in my house, but at my house. We'll see. Either way, here, I'm gonna raid Smoke. Why does it not go right to him? What the hell? What? What? He's on. Oh, son of a bitch, he's offline. Well, that sucks. Damn it, I was totally gonna rate him. Alright. What's Marcus doing? Let's raid Marcus. Screw it. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the kind words there. I appreciate it. I'm gonna raid now, and then I'm back now.
Like these.
All right, y'all. I will catch you all tomorrow. I appreciate you being here. And as I said, just keep a lookout on your notifications. All right. Thanks again, everybody. Especially, you know what? Real quick, thank you for all the support, everybody that helped at the very beginning of this. And holy shit, man! Looks like that we did. Looks like we brought it back. So I will give you guys updates tomorrow, though, because I have to still hope for some good news from the YouTube rep. So with that being said, I will catch you all tomorrow. Bye.
Who the heck is Pep Talks? I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Who the heck is Pep Talk? They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the Pep Talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed.